a strong hand and blow him off on the river, but it's especially impressive because we've seen Tony play so tight so far.
Would you bluff me here? I want to call so bad. So close. I should just flip a coin.
Strong hand and blow him off on the river, but it's especially impressive because we've seen Tony play so tight so far.
Oh, Coleman lays down the best hand.
Can you please show a bluff?
That's not a bluff.
So bad.
Not a bluff.
So
Nice hand,
close. I
Tony.
should just flip a coin.
You got the kid confused. That's good for us.
Antonio certainly doesn't mind. Dan Coleman having some sweat courtesy of the amateurs. You can tell Dan is still thinking about things. Let's go over to our outer table where amateur Michael Singh finds himself short stack. He is going all in for his remaining 27,000. Perkins instantly says, call and shows ace, queen of clubs.
Oh man, Michael at risk here with the worst of it, and that's too bad. He's been a thrill to watch today.
Dominated heading to the flop, and in even worse shape after that board. Queen 10 tray.
Done.
And on the turn, Michael Singh's fate is sealed. And without a re-entry option, Michael Singh is eliminated.
Yeah, and he's handling the bust out really well. We always like to see our amateurs on the Alpha 8 perform well, and we certainly found him entertaining today.
Yeah, Michael's game improved throughout the course of the day, and we check in with him now, courtesy of Lingill Martin.
I'm sorry to see you go.
No problem. I'm exhausted.
Oh, I bet. It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Yes.
He's still smiling.
I'm smiling. Always smiling. Had a good time. Great weather. Great.
Entertaining today.
Yeah, Michael's game improved throughout the course of the day. You know, it's fair to mention that stamina is a part of playing high-stakes poker, Tony.
Yeah, it is. These things will go on for 8, 10, sometimes 12 hours at a time, and when you get into those late hours, your energy, your concentration drains out of you.
That's it for now. Join us next time from St. Kitts for more WPT Alpha 8 high-stakes poker action. For Ali Najad and Tony Dunst, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. The sun is hot and the water's warm, but don't let this gorgeous setting fool you. Getting burned here will cost you 100 grand. This is WPT Alpha 8. Known for its intoxicating natural beauty, the Caribbean island of St. Kitts is home to the upscale residential resort Christophe Harbour. It is here at the Pavilion Beach Club where WPT Alpha 8 has once again brought the world of high-stakes poker. This stunning setting has attracted an adventurous group of players, all willing to pay $100,000 to compete for A8 bragging rights. Day 2 starts with 9 players, and the chip leader is A8's very own Olivier Bousquet, who has held that lead since the very beginning. Now, joining us with an inside look into all the high-stakes action is Ali Najad, as always, and our special guest commentator, WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst, who's sitting in for our chip leader. Guys, what do you think of our lineup?
Well, Lynn, needless to say, when you mix a cocktail of pros and amateurs, split essentially evenly down the middle, you're going to get great poker.
Yeah, you really are, Ali, and we've seen some fantastic adjustments by our professionals against these amateurs who are doing a lot of limping, which they're not really acclimated to at the highest stakes.
Yeah, normally I would be sitting here with Olivier Bousquet, happy to have Tony Dunst here, if for no other reason because Olivier is currently the chip leader at the table.
Olivier's been both playing well and running well.
You see there, 350,000 plus in front of him at the moment. Let's get a look at the pros.
Yeah, Dan Coleman, who has taken the poker world by storm in 2014, he surpassed Phil Ivey's lifetime earnings in 1 year of playing on the tournament circuit. Antonio Esfandiari, of course, one of the most famous players in the game.
Well, Antonio Esfandiari, who is in for 3 bullets, first time ever in Alpha 8 history, anyone has bought in for 3 $100,000.
Jason Mercier has won major tournaments across the globe for about 6 or 7 years, and Alec Torelli, a guy who's done well on the WPT and is now graduating to WPT Alpha 8.
All right, let's walk us through the amateurs in the lineup. Tony Guglietti, he is a real estate developer who calls Canada home. Talal Shakerchi, he is the gentleman from London, a hedge fund manager who plays plenty of high rollers out on the European side of the pond. Bill Perkins, the 45-year-old venture capitalist and hedge fund manager. The reason that we've all come here, he turned everybody on to this lovely island. And Kathy Laney, she is the Texas Oil CEO, celebrating 30 years in business. First ever female to buy in to the Alpha 8. As far as the amateurs are concerned, seems to be chief among them.
Yeah, I think she's been playing very well so far. We saw her run a bluff last time against 2 players. We saw her get value for her hands. She's raising pre-flop, whereas a lot of the recreational players are limping, so I think her game is the strongest.
Kathy is familiar with Bill Perkins, essentially the co-host of this event. She plays in his home game out in Houston. As we pick up the action, Jason Mercier has raised it up with ace-queen offsuit to 6,000, and Alec Torelli has made the call dominated with king-queen offsuit. Folds on the button and in the blinds behind Alec. Will leave him heads up against Jason.
Yes.
And that flop is king high and rainbow. Not a bad one for Alec. Broadway draw for Jason, who's got control of the betting and checks it.
Interesting check from Jason here. I expected him to bet and try and force out some of Alec's weaker pairs. I think the check is also a reasonable option.
Alec has bet 9,000 into a pot of 21,000. He spends most of his time in Macau playing in the nosebleed high-stakes cash games out there.
And Jason calls.
A queen on the turn, and it's 2-pair now for Alec, queens for Jason.
That's an interesting card, and it should cost Jason another bet. If I was Alec, I'd bet fairly large, not only because the board is coordinated, but because I don't expect to get 3 barrels from too many of Jason's hands.
Well, Jason checks it to Alec, and Alec settles on 16,000 for the bet. Not huge.
No, not huge. Not unreasonably small, but I just don't think Jason's going to pay him off on the river that often, so get value while you can.
Oh, interesting. Okay, Jason has made the call. River is a 7, and Mercier checks a 3rd time. 71 grand in the middle.
Alec will probably fire around half pot somewhere in that region. Goes a little under.
31,000.
And Jason in kind of a tough spot here, but I expect him to get away. At this point, there are so many hands in Alec's range that are ahead of Jason, and there's not that many hands that he can be bluffing with.
Jason laying it down and giving the pot over to the 28-year-old who calls Orange County, California home.
The young wizards, they just do it.
It's mature internet wizard.
Mature internet wizard. That's Olivier's new name, Coleman.
You hear Antonio ribbing Olivier a little bit there about being a middle-aged wizard. Is it when you're in your early 30s, you're over the hill now in poker? Tony, what's going on?
I guess in poker you are. In real life, I like to think that I've still got some of my prime left, but in poker, you know, you reach 30 and you're ahead of a lot of guys at that point.
Alec Torelli, that's the first look that we've had of him at the feature table so far. Sign of things to come?
Potentially, he's a guy who's originally from Orange County, California, played on our regular WPT tour for a long time, made a couple of WPT final tables, but since he moved to Macau, he's become kind of an enigma, and nobody's really sure how seriously he takes poker.
Well, we know that they take it pretty seriously out there in Macau. Some of the highest stakes cash games on earth are played out that way. A limp in here from the amateur Tony Guglietti, the Canadian real estate developer. He's built 40,000 homes in the greater Toronto area over the course of his career. And you know what? He hasn't built a lot of pots because he's limped in almost every time we've seen him play a hand pre-flop.
He limps so much it's genuinely surprising when he open raises, and an ace-queen should definitely be raised, but he's playing his style.
Well, Bill Perkins playing his style. He raised it up to 9,000. Been called by Tony, and Tony has flopped trip aces here and checks it over to Bill, who has aces and kings. Perkins wisely checking behind.
Yeah, I like his check there. It's really hard for him to get value from his hand. If Tony has a pocket pair that he limped, he's not going to call a bet. If he has an ace, then you're just bleeding money.
Tony leads out for 20,000 on the turn. Bill making the call. What he doesn't want to see, however, is a second bullet out of Tony on the river. As we see the board pair with a 4. Tony's kicker no longer relevant. Tony's got aces full of 4s.
A little bit of a string bet by Tony there, the two-fister, but I get the sense at the Alpha 8 they're a little less strict about that.
We're in St. Kitts. Everyone's chilling, Tony.
Yeah, I know. I won't get nitpicky with the rules.
Well, another amateur is less likely to nitpick about something like that. And for that matter, the pros as well. You definitely don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable out here in an event like this.
It's a very home game atmosphere for $100,000 being at risk.
Tony,
Yes, sir.
what you got?
Bill just flat out asks him, what do you have? Just in case he feels like giving it away for free.
Sometimes they have an ace. What are you gonna do?
Wow, solid laydown by Bill Perkins.
Yeah, good fold by Bill Perkins. Yeah, Tony did get value once he connected with his hand post-flop. So he's not scared, he's just a little too passive pre-flop.
I didn't believe it until the end.
You said you had an ace?
No, I said sometimes they have an ace.
Pretty sure he wasn't folding an ace.
I think he saved me money, though, by betting that day.
Well, Perkins suggesting that perhaps a smaller bet out of Tony would have been paid off. Guglietti certainly happy to take that pot down, but has been clearly the least aggressive of the amateurs in this event.
I guess if the bet had only been the right hand or only the left hand, maybe he gets a call, but when he combined them, then he just forced Bill into the fold.
One scoop maybe, but
Yeah.
two scoops, no. Antonio lays down the 10-7 off. Jason and Alec also send their cards back to the muck. Folded over to Dan Coleman with Queen 5 suited.
6,500.
He's gonna raise it up to 6,500. Not the kind of holding we expect him to be open raising with, right?
No, but he's on the hijack here, which is 2 positions off the button, and the 2 players between him and the blinds are recreational ones, so you're gonna see him raise more hands than you expect here.
Talal Shakurchi laid down his ace. Bill Perkins not gonna do the same with a bit better ace, ace 10.
And the advantage of having recreational players behind you is that many pros in Bill Perkins' position would re-raise a hand like ace 10. Bill just calls, and that gives Dan an opportunity to outflop him or outplay him.
Flop is ace queen 7 all diamonds. A quick check from Coleman. And Perkins with top pair and the 10 high flush draw fires 10,000. Coleman's gonna call the 10. Kind of an odd spot for Coleman, isn't it? Out of position with queens and a very weak kicker.
Yeah, Dan must not expect Bill to be capable of bluffing on multiple streets. Otherwise, he'd likely just give up on the flop because so many of the turns and rivers will be hard to play.
And take a look at a 4 on the turn.
Check.
And interestingly enough, Dan quickly checks after the 4 rolls off on the turn. Bill bets and Dan quickly folds, almost as though he was just hoping that Bill wouldn't fire the turn and he would get control of the action on the river.
That's exactly what he was hoping.
I was going all the way if you tried anything tricky.
Dan Coleman, the youngest player at this table, but also the one with arguably the best resume.
Coleman's a beast. I mean, he's super wizard, just goes with his gut, follows his heart.
You know, he's capable of anything, so you have to keep that in mind.
When he's in pots, he's there to win. He takes strong lines, and he's not a passive player at all.
He won in London, so I got to see a lot of his play. He was lucky sometimes, and he was also played very well, which of course is a fantastic combination for winning tournaments, which he does regularly.
Yeah, Coleman's got quite a bit of swag under his belt right now, having eclipsed Phil Ivey's career earnings in the matter of a year. Now, clearly, a lot of that came courtesy of the $1 million one-drop win that he picked up. Those sorts of opportunities weren't exactly available to Phil and many of the elder statesmen of poker throughout the years. As we pick up the action here, Kathy Laney has raised it up to 7,000. Action on Antonio. Kathy is on the button here with ace-10 off. And he's gonna re-raise her.
Conscious of that, and might come over the top of him here with ace-jack.
On.
Well, Jason going all in.
I was gonna do that.
Jason Mercier reading the situation. He knows that Kathy is among the most aggressive amateurs at the table, capable of attacking the blinds from the button. Antonio capable of exploiting that. This is very much about the metagame as much as it is about his holding, isn't it?
This is a good demonstration of why Jason Mercier is among the best.
Laney wisely laying down the button. She was dominated.
$77 to me.
Over under on the amount of minutes that Antonio postures.
I'm going to say 90 seconds of posturing, and I'll take the under. It's almost as though he wants to take a minute to honor the 20,000 in chips that he is saying goodbye to, unless he somehow finds the call button here, which is doubtful.
Yeah, and I understand making recreational players sweat a little bit when they're at risk, but this is Jason Mercier. He's been winning major events since 2008. He doesn't care whether he busts in this hand or not.
Yeah, and he certainly isn't going to be affected by a quick fold from Antonio that might suggest he was just making a move here. Antonio's table image is his table image regardless.
Yeah, Jason, very sharp play there.
Well, Antonio with a little misstep, and it costs him. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on ClubWPT.com. So get in the game today. You're playing a poker tournament for a $100,000 buy-in, and you're risking big money, but you're always having such a good time. What is that about you that allows you to have such a good time?
Well, it's perspective. You know, realizing that I can afford the $100,000 to get into this tournament, right? I'm with friends, I'm in a beautiful environment. It's all about having perspective.
Well, you're a joy to watch, Bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Got to admit that there is a wonderful childlike property to Bill Perkins when he comes to these events, and it's infectious. It really puts everybody at ease.
Yeah, it really does. I'd love to trade lives with that guy.
I would love to have some more perspective in my bank account. All right, there's Olivier Bousquet at the top of the leaderboard, followed by none other than Bill Perkins and Tony Guglietti, a couple of amateurs. Down at the bottom, Talal Shakerchi, also an amateur, sitting on the short stack right now. He will be first to act.
Sitting right next to Perkins, who's apparently not been able to organize any fans or air conditioning out here. He's got the towel going on his head.
Yeah,
They're very different sides.
he's not making a fashion statement. It's all function here, folks. He has raised it up to 7,000 with King 9 suited and gets through everyone, but not Jason Mercier, whose pocket nines are going to warrant a call. No 3-bet?
I like Jason's call here. He's on that awkward stack size where it probably plays better as a call than a 3-bet, and Bill's opening an early position, so you can't be that confident that nines are the best hand.
Yeah, Jason with about 40 big blinds, with the blinds at 1,500 and 3,000. He started the hand with roughly 120K. We get two more calls behind Jason's action from Alec Torelli's King Queen, as well as Dan Coleman's Queen 8 suited. And look at this flop, Tony. 8, 9, 10, a rainbow, a little something for everybody.
Yeah, something for everyone, but Jason is the only one that's flopped strong enough here to feel confident in his hand and likely is going to re-raise Bill. I think Bill could have saved his bet here and just checked and seen how this pot developed. There are 3 players on a very coordinated board he has to get through.
Perkins fired 12,000. Mercier says, let's play for more. 25 more to be exact, total of 37,000. Torelli lays down the 2 overs and gut shot straight draw. Bottom pair and the gut shot for Dan, also into the muck. Now it's back over to Bill, and he's going to be steaming that towel out a little bit after this raise.
This is the problem with betting here. His hand can't actually take much more aggression, and if he doesn't improve on the turn, he's probably going to end up check folding.
Yeah, no card could have hit the turn that would have put Bill out in front against the set. He wisely lays it down, and Jason collects the chips in this particular situation. We talked before about Mercier's demeanor at the table. He really does seem like somebody disinterested, but he is an acutely attentive person at the poker table.
Yeah, it's surprising how focused he is for someone who appears utterly disinterested.
Ace-Queen suited will certainly pique Mercier's interest as he's under the gun. And we'll raise it up to 8,000 with the blinds having gone up to 2,000 and 4,000. Ante remains at 500. Over to Dan Coleman. He's got Ace-King sitting on just shy of 100,000, and he'll ship it all in.
Yeah, Dan down to about 23 blinds here. I think moving all in is a natural play, especially against another professional who will likely identify a small re-raise as strong.
Perhaps even stronger than moving all in?
Yeah, I think so in a situation like this where you're so short, it looks like you would only re-raise if you were comfortable committing your entire stack.
It's so clear.
All right, now I have a really tough decision. How much is your all-in? 90?
I mean, he's got that parliament, which got the
Yeah, do you have
facility,
ace
and the house
king
has
so
20
often?
rooms, right? Like his house probably has 20, 30 rooms.
Oh, it's like Mercier can see through Dan's cards.
Jason is calling out the worst case scenarios here, but he's also hoping that Dan shoves all of his pairs or some worse hands like king queen suited or ace jack.
How do you feel when your opponent calls out your hand in a spot like this, Tony?
In this particular spot, it makes me hope that he'll call because that means he has a worse hand than ace king.
This is like public rooms. Yeah, these are the public.
These are the public rooms you can know about. There are many, many more rooms in the White House.
They probably have like an underground.
There is an
bunker.
underground bunker.
Almost folded.
Jason's gonna make the call here and get the bad news.
He's bound to lose one of these eventually, though.
Dominated heading to the flop. Coleman's gotta love this.
Yeah, he is loving it.
God, I was gonna fold too.
Don't say
Pretty
that.
tough to fold, man.
I know.
Dan in great shape to double up here.
God, I thought you didn't have ace king when you said that.
Yeah, I was hoping that.
It seems like there's so many queens out there just ready to come out.
And the flop, a queen high flop. Queen 6-4. Mercier way out in front now. This is not what Dan Coleman had in mind when he moved all in. And on the turn, he hasn't hit a king. He is down to just 2 outs once with 1 king already in the muck. Can he hit it and stay alive? No, he cannot, and that is the end of the road for Dan Coleman, who will send his remaining 93.5 over to Jason Mercier and put a smile on the face of just about everybody who's got to be relieved that Coleman is no longer in contention.
Yeah, one of the top players in the world now off the table. Dan said that he hadn't lost one of those in a while. Eventually, you do have to lose one.
Well, with that surprise 3-outer, we've lost Dan Coleman in 9th place. And that means we are now down to the Alpha 8.
Welcome back to the WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts event, our $100,000 buy-in super high roller, where moments ago we saw Jason Mercier give Dan Coleman a bad beat.
There it is one. Wow, sick.
Well, it's going to make you happy hitting a 3-outer, Jason.
Yeah, definitely, especially against a good player like Dan, and to knock him out. You know, now I have a good stack, good chance to win, and one less top player at the table.
And now you're at the final table. You've been here before. You feeling good?
Yeah, I feel good. You know, been really close in a couple of these, so I think as long as they don't give me pocket aces, I'll be all right.
Ooh, he hasn't had nice history with those.
Jason is telling the truth there. Aces have been the curse for Mercier. How about in Florida when J.C. Tran used ace-10 suited to cripple his stack after making a flush? And to add insult to injury in South Africa, an even more painful situation as he's up against King-Queen for Kinesh Pather, who made a 4 flush to take a huge piece of his stack. Tony, when you're running like that in a single event or across a series of events, does it ever cause you to alter your play? Will you stop playing aces the same way, for example?
No, a professional like Jason's not going to alter his play because he's running bad with aces. It's frustrating when it happens in that event, and you've got to stomach the beat, but I think between the events, there's a lot of water under the bridge, and he's probably forgotten about it.
Well, there's a lot of chips over the bridge as we look at Mercier's $298,500. Good for second place right now to Olivier Bousquet's chip lead. The short stack belongs to Talal Shakerchi. And with the blinds at 2,000 and 4,000, he is certainly in an all-in or fold situation. And on this occasion, he'll fold over to Bill Perkins, who's got pocket 5s and raises it up to 10,000. Bousquet, the chip leader with ace-10 offsuit, will 3-pop it to 25,000 total. Snowman for Kathy Laney, and she wastes no time mucking.
Yeah, she had the best hand there, but I think that's a good fold. If she's going to play that hand, she has to go all in pre-flop, and I think that's aggressive for Olivier's range there. Olivier, meanwhile, showing us the difference between a professional and an amateur. Earlier, we saw Bill Perkins flat call ace-10 in a similar position, and I mentioned a professional would likely 3-bet. That's exactly what Olivier does here.
Yeah, well, Perkins called the extra 15,000. The flop is ace-7-3. Perkins checks it, and Olivier checks top pair behind him on the dry board.
I like that check. It's designed to induce some action or a bluff from Bill Perkins, and he does follow through here.
Mission accomplished. He hits aces and 10s on the turn, and now Bill fires 20,000 with the 2 5s. It's not that Bill thinks 5s are good. He just can't resist the temptation of trying to steal the pot. Olivier not gonna raise, however, just gonna give Bill some more rope, calling the 20K, and the king of diamonds on the river, Tony.
Yeah, that's not the card that Olivier was hoping to see on the river, but he's still feeling very good about his hand, and he's gonna bet for value here, but we know that Bill's not gonna waste much time before folding.
Yeah, well, it's more comforting to see Bill check in front of you if you're Olivier after that card. Olivier bets 75,000 into a 100K pot, and Perkins says no thank you, sending his fives into the muck and sending more chips the chip leader's way.
Yeah, well played hand by Olivier. I like that he 3-bet in position there and isolated the amateur player.
There's a look at all that beautiful cash. First place will be good for over $720,000, and that's not all our winner will get. They'll get a pair of our Monster 24K headphones and, of course, the Hublot King Power Unico Titanium watch made especially for the World Poker Tour. We had 15 total entries from 11 players, and 3 of them were courtesy of Antonio Esfandiari himself.
My favorite part about that payout list is that if Antonio gets third, he loses money.
He's got a silver medal or better in order to be profitable. Ace-8 offsuit for Alec Torelli, now the youngest player at the table after Coleman's elimination shortly before the break. Torelli calls Orange County, California home and
9.
has been playing the high-stakes cash games in Macau. Over $1.5 million in live tournament earnings over the course of his career. He's made it 9,000 to go, and action over to Talal Shakerchi with Jack-9 offsuit, and he sails off for 42.5.
Oh, this isn't good, Ali. He doesn't have enough chips to force Alec to fold whatever it is he raised. You saw that Alec called pretty much immediately. Unfortunately, for this play to work from Talal, he needs more like 60,000 in his stack as opposed to 40.
I like Jack-9 here.
All right,
Or you can have it.
7-4 deuce on the board is going to make it a serious uphill climb for Jack-9 to win the pot. And that ace on the turn means that's it for the 50-year-old hedge fund manager who calls London, England home. One of the top 20 philanthropists in all of the UK. And he certainly donated $100,000 worth of buy-in and his remaining stack over to Alec Torelli.
It's tricky, that one. It's tricky.
And Alec Torelli, a guy who is all business at the table, but as our Lynn Gilmartin found out, knows how to enjoy himself as well.
We are at Ital Creations on Farry Organic Farm here on the gorgeous island of St. Kitts. Now, you take very good care of yourself. That's a big priority of yours when you're traveling the poker circuit?
Yeah, definitely. Poker's a marathon, it's not a sprint, and so taking care of your body and your mind is just so important, and the types of things I put into my body really influence dramatically my ability to perform my best mentally.
I've really noticed a huge shift in the culture in poker where players are actually understanding now that mind-body connection.
It's kind of like in golf. I mean, no golfer before Tiger Woods really was able to bench 350, and so he really shifted what was the demand and what you must do to succeed at that level.
Now, you said that you started playing poker professionally at 18. How did that start?
So I started playing with friends, and I always progressively took it more seriously, and I loved the game. And I wasn't able to play in the US, so my first event was the Bahamas, and then I went to Aruba, and in every event I went to, I would be physically in these locations for these amazing poker events, but all I did was play cards. I didn't see anything, and I didn't take advantage of the best part of what it is to be a professional poker player, being able to travel around the circuit. Wow. And so it was really like feeling this regret of like, oh my gosh, I did so much, and it's just this huge blur of what happened. So that's really had a profound impact on the way I view poker now and some of the decisions I make.
At the moment, you spend a lot of time in Macau, playing a lot of cash games. Mm-hmm. How big do the Macau cash games get?
You know, the biggest advantage that the businessmen have or the pros is that they just have pretty much an unlimited amount of money that they could play with. And so their strategy for when they're losing is to double the stakes. There's been times when the buy-in's been, you know, upwards of $1 million US in certain games out there, and it's a ride, for sure.
Suddenly the $100,000 Alpha 8 seems affordable.
I don't know that we could call it more affordable, can we, Tony?
No, but when you play $1 million cash game, 100,000 tournament isn't as intimidating.
Indeed. Down to 7 players when we return to St. Kitts.
Bill, what do you love about St. Kitts?
Well, I love the history. You know, places such as Brimstone Fortress on the island, it's got a lot of rich history. You can see some of that in the architecture downtown. The greenery, the beaches, the water. and the people. It's a very, very, very nice place to visit and a better place to stay.
It is a quiet and relaxing, truly vacation-like destination, Tony, and I know that everybody who comes out every year understands why it is that Bill Perkins loves St. Kitts as much as he does. Even more to love when you got 402,000 in front of you and your name's Olivier Bousquet. That is your chip leader right now. Short stack belongs to the amateur Kathy Laney, although Kathy's been playing pretty well, Tony.
Yeah, she has. We saw her lose that pot against Olivier, but she's not wasting her chips.
No, and making good sound pre-flop decisions as well. We pick up the action with Jason Mercier, having raised to 8,000 with Jack-9 suited. Folded around to Bill Perkins. He's got King-Queen offsuit on the button.
Yeah, Bill could call or raise here. On these stack sizes, I think it's more natural to call. Plus, his style thus far has preferred calling over 3-betting.
Yeah, certainly more of a pot control type of approach. Outside the re-entry period, somewhat understandable for the amateurs. His smooth call allows Olivier to creep in with Queen-Jack suited from the small blind, and Kathy is going to participate as well for an extra 4,000 with pocket deuces.
Everyone with legitimate hands.
Laney is duck hunting. No ducks there, though. Ace-10-5, and no pair anywhere.
And nobody is really connected on this board. The twos are technically ahead, but Olivier's hand might be best here. He's got a gut shot and a couple of backdoor draws.
A bet of 15,500 by the pre-flop raiser, Jason Mercier. A little too liberal, perhaps, against 3 opponents?
Well, it's a texture that shouldn't connect with them that well, especially the 2 players in the blinds, so I don't mind Jason's flop bet here.
Check.
It narrowed the field down to heads up between himself and Olivier. Bousquet checks it over to Jason, who has hit a pair of 9s on the turn and knuckles behind. Olivier picked up the open-ended straight draw, and on the end, the board pairs with an ace.
And when Olivier calls on the flop, he's both drawing to his straight draw and backdoor flush draw, as well as setting Jason up for an opportunity to bluff him on later streets by representing an ace or a 10.
And that's exactly what Bousquet is doing to the tune of 40,000 here. Mercier really with no choice but to lay down, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good fold by Jason. There just aren't many hands that Olivier should have that are bluffing him there. Typically, he's going to show up with the ace or the 10, and he's going to bet the river with both of those hands.
You mentioned a concept that I think a lot of people out there find peculiar, that you could have the best hand, throw it in the muck, and that can still be considered a good fold.
Yeah, correct. When you think about what Olivier shows up with in the long-term sense, it's mostly going to be an ace or a 10, or maybe even a slow-played set, whereas only rarely will he show up with a queen-jack suited, king-queen suited type hand that is missed on the river.
Right. Alec Torelli with ace-7 suited makes it 10,500 to play, and Tony Guglietti, who's been largely passive to this point with ace-10 offsuit, just flat calls on the button.
I don't want to play your button.
Now, we've seen our casual players flat call in this position with ace-10 offsuit, and we saw Olivier 3-bet it pre-flop.
Well, Olivier is going to participate with his 8-6 suited. 3 players will take the flop. And that flop is Jack 5-6, all clubs. Pair of 6s for Olivier, who checks it over to Alec. Only club in the hand belongs to Guglietti. Alec is going to bet 12,500.
Alec doesn't have much here, but this is also a difficult board to play if you don't have a club, so he anticipates that his opponents will give up easily here when they haven't connected.
Well, Olivier certainly gave up, but not so much for Tony, who has position and has called the 12-5 with his 10-high flush draw. Turn card is a 4.
It's an interesting card. It gives Alec an open-ended straight draw, but he likely puts Tony on a jack, and he's uncertain whether he can make him fold that with another bet.
62,000 in the pot. Will Torelli fire a second barrel? No, he will not. Checking. And Guglietti says, I'll take the free card. Here comes the river. It's a 7 of clubs, giving Guglietti the best hand.
Well, if Alec does put Tony on a jack, this is a good card for him to bluff, despite the fact that he's picked up a pair. There's 4 to a straight and 4 to a flush out, so if Tony's got something like jack 10 or queen jack without a club, it should be easy to get him to fold on this river.
And you see Torelli taking a look over at Tony, trying to determine whether or not Tony has a club. And, well, there's your answer as Tony moves all in, but That is a horribly aggressive play by Tony with a 10-high flush.
Yeah, and I don't want to be mean, but it's just straight up horrible. If he has the best hand, he should just call, but when he shoves, he's only getting called by better hands, so that's just a disaster there. He wins the pot this time, but in a lot of other situations, we would have seen Tony go bust.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on clubwpt.com. So get in the game today.
Welcome back to beautiful Christoph Harbor on the lovely island of St. Kitts here in the Caribbean for the continuation of our $100,000 buy-in WPT Alpha 8 event. But some players, Tony, have made it even higher stakes.
Yeah, Antonio's in for three $100,000 bullets, so even if he gets third place here and cashes out, he's gonna lose $9,000.
Yeah, $291,000 for third place would leave him at minus 9K on the effort, but sitting on just 79,000 and change, that is a very uphill climb for Antonio. With the blinds at 2,500 and 5,000, he just doesn't have a lot of breathing room.
That's right. He's approaching a push-fold type stack where he's either all in or just folds pre-flop. That's not quite the case, but Alec Torelli also approaching that zone.
Yeah, just a few thousand separate him and Antonio, and Alec has 9-7 offsuit. Doesn't appear ready to let it go. Makes it 10,000 to go.
Yeah, he's got two of the recreational players in the blinds to his left, so he's still attacking them with his short stack.
Well, Tony, on the more stubborn side of the spectrum, is calling with ace-5 offsuit from the small blind. Perkins accepts the invitation with jack-10 off. Three players to a flop of all deuces.
Wow, that is as uncoordinated a board as you'll find.
None of these three players have a pair. Tony checks the best hand with ace-high. Bill does the same, and now it's back over to Alec with 33,500 in the middle and just over 70,000 left in front of him. He's going to put 12,000 out there in the hopes that he can take it down right away, but as we see, Guglietti says no dice. Perkins lays down, and an extra 24,000 slide into the middle. An 8 on the turn. Action on Tony, who checks once more. And what are you thinking if you're Alec?
It's very hard for Alec to bluff here because his opponent either has ace-high or a pair, and he can't be sure that he'll fold either of them. So I like that he gave up.
Yeah, he checked the turn, and now the river is a queen of clubs, and Tony's gonna do the betting, a real small bet of 10,000.
He's making a kind of blocking bet here where he doesn't want to check and make a difficult decision, so he just puts 10,000 out there and hopes that will end the hand.
Yeah, defensive posture relieving Torelli of the decision-making as Tony takes down the pot and inherits the button. Alec kind of sweating it out here, grabs himself a cool towel. He is officially the short stack. Alec down to just 58,500.
The entire table turning into a sauna here.
Kathy Laney, one of the amateurs in the event, makes sure Olivier Bousquet gets his cards and takes a look at her own holding in 9-4 suited. Not enough for her to participate.
Feels like I'm in a pool right now.
And Torelli moves all in with ace-10 offsuit for 58,000. Gets through Tony's 8-5 off on the button. Bill Perkins folds the small blind, but there's the call. Olivier Bousquet wakes up with pocket sevens, and he'll be the favorite heading to the flop against Alec Torelli's ace-10. Alec hoping to hit an ace or a 10. Here comes the flop. Ace-9-4, Torelli out in front, looking good against Olivier's 2 sevens.
Yeah, at this point, Alec becomes a 9-1 favorite on the flop, though you can tell he's a professional. He doesn't show that he's relieved yet.
Yeah, 2 more cards to come. And the turn. Oh, a 7 of clubs, and that is a disaster for Alec Torelli. He's drawn dead. Olivier Bousquet spikes the 2 outer and sends Torelli packing.
Well, he's handling it very well, showing some class, shaking hands.
Yeah, certainly not his first time in a high-stakes event, and if it's any consolation, we give him an opportunity to talk to the lovely Lynn Gilmartin.
I'm sorry to see you go. That was a rough turn, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it happens on the flop to give you a little excitement, but it was a dramatic finish, so it's cool,
It
fun.
sure was.
Didn't turn out my way, but, you know, it easily could have, so.
And apart from Olivier's hot streak, who else do you think is doing really well today?
Olivier just is crushing it so
It's
well
just
that
the
he's just like,
Olivier
seems,
show.
actually, you know, Tony has a really particular playing style, and I think that he does things that are really unconventional, and I think that throws a lot of the pros for a loop, and so it's really hard to put him on a hand, and I think that's been working really well for him, so I look for him to do well as well.
All right, well, thank you so much, Alec. And with Alec's exit, we are now down to 6. Poker here in St. Kitts is the best, and now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and it's free. So what are you waiting for? Get in the game and play.
Free poker with your friends on your iPhone. What could be better than the Club WPT Express Poker app? Download it now. Not you, Tony.
What? Why not? I'm trying to play.
We are working, my friend, and so are the 6 players remaining at our final table, battling it out for that $720,000 plus first place prize. 3 pros, 3 amateurs.
So our chief of buy-ins, Antonio Esfandiari, has got to get second or better to make a profit.
That's the kind of title you don't want to end up with. Chief of buy-ins.
Chief of
3
buy-ins.
bullets for the first time ever. $300,000 invested so far. Antonio with pocket 10s on the button has made it 12,000 to go. Mercier with pocket 6s now in the small blind.
And Antonio's pretty short here, so I think Jason might re-raise and just try and put his whole stack at risk.
Antonio started this hand with 129,000.
Jason has re-raised here. He's going up to 34,000.
You like that play with 2 6s against a guy like Antonio on the button?
Yeah, Antonio's a very aggressive player. He's down to about 20-something blinds.
All in.
And I think Jason is going to call pretty quick here.
As Fandiari says all in, Jason makes the call and oops.
2 10s. Jason has 2 6s.
Mercier, a 4-1 dog heading to the flop, and the flop is 8-8-4. No help to Mercier. A 9 on the turn. 6 is not looking very good, but perhaps he can pull one of those Bousquet moves.
No.
Oh, on the river, it's the 7 again.
He did get the Bousquet 7 of clubs, but this time he needed a 6.
Close, but not quite, and Esfandiari breathes a sigh of relief.
Jason looks as apathetic as always. Did I win? Did I lose? Who cares?
Time to play some poker.
Yeah, we haven't seen much from Antonio lately. He's been really short stacked, so he's been quite tight and passing up on some of his marginal strength hands pre-flop.
He's such an active player, Tony. He hates being on the short stack.
Yeah, Antonio really prefers to be the table captain as opposed to the re-entry captain.
Ooh, yeah, re-entry captain's not a title anybody wants to have.
Not a good hat to wear.
We see Olivier Bousquet creeping up on that $500,000 chip mark. No one in the field has yet to tip that scale. And Bousquet will be on the button here, and it's Jason Mercier who wakes up with the pocket 7s. Making it 10,000 to go. Canadian Tony Guglietti makes the call with ace-9 offsuit. That has been his MO all event long, and it's Bill Perkins with ace-jack offsuit now.
All in.
He moves all in. Perkins has 104,000. How about this for timing? Hi, I've got Cowboys, and my name's Olivier.
Why don't you start with that?
260 total.
Now, Olivier has asked for a count from Jason Mercier. Why?
Well, he's posturing a little bit, but this is a reasonable place to do it. He doesn't want to seem too strong and too eager to get all the chips in the middle, so he's showing some concern for what he could, quote-unquote, potentially lose. It just doesn't get any better than this. A raise, a call, and a shove in front of you, you look down at kings. And I do like Bill's move in here. There's a bunch of dead money in the pot with that raise and call. Ace-jack's a pretty strong hand, but unfortunately, Olivier wakes up behind him.
All in.
Bousquet moves all in for 485.
You just can't shake your kind.
7s hit the muck, as does ace-9. which means it's back around to Bill Perkins.
We know one of his aces is dead.
Can't shake him. I got 2 flush draws at least. Did you fold an ace?
Sevens.
Olivier's only risking 104,000 of his 485 all in.
Bill learns that he's 2-outing. I like that Tony apologized to him for having been dealt the ace. Oh, I'm sorry, man. You got 2 outs.
Jack 9-8 on the flop improves Perkins' chances.
Club or ace or a jack, I'll take.
He can now hit a jack or an ace to make the best hand. Turn card, no help to him. And will Bill Perkins' $200,000 investment keep on working for him, or is it bankrupt?
Not this time. 5 of diamonds on the river. No help to Bill Perkins. He's eliminated in 6th place.
And Olivier Bousquet has busted Bill Perkins for the 2nd time in this event.
Yeah, Olivier's had his number all day. Now he has his chips.
Bill Perkins, though, not one to let his spirits be diminished. All smiles as he says goodbye and leaves behind 5 players to do battle for the top 3 slots, all of which will be paid. And Perkins will make his way out to the beach to soak up some sun, but not before soaking up some FaceTime with our Lynn Gilmartin.
Bill, so sorry to see you go.
I know. 2nd time by Olivier. I can't escape him.
Olivier is just getting hit with the deck with cards.
He's smacking us.
He's unstoppable.
Yeah, he's a beast.
He really is.
You gotta accept it and just move on.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you so much. That is it for us today. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you join us next time as we continue this journey to the A8 St. Kitts champion. For Ali Najad and Tony Dunst and Bill Perkins, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. The cool calm of the Caribbean is anything but comforting when tonight's players could win or lose a fortune. This is WPT Alpha 8. Unparalleled for its warmth and hospitality, St. Kitts is one of the Caribbean's most authentic and enchanting islands. All the more reason why our players journeyed here, each risking $100,000 to play. Now, action is about to start back up, so let's head over to our own high-rolling experts, Ali Najad and Tony Dunst, seated comfortably in the club at WPT.com Skybox. Hi, guys.
Hi, Lynn. Is there any other way other than comfortably to be seated on a beautiful island like this? Certainly a very enviable place to be playing poker, the Christoph Harbor here in St. Kitts. Tony, we are down to 5 players right now. Decent split between pros and amateurs, with Olivier Bousquet being the story.
Yeah, Olivier has led wire to wire ever since he won a big pot against Bill Perkins, who he knocked out twice in this tournament. I just can't imagine that Olivier doesn't finish in the top 3, but I really like him to win.
There's a couple of other pros at the table, though. Antonio Esfandiari, who's in for $300,000. 3 entries total, and you made the point that he needs to finish 2nd just to be profitable, because 3rd place money, $291,000, isn't going to cut it. But let's talk about Jason Mercier, the other guy.
Yeah, Jason Mercier, one of the best young professionals in the world. He's done pretty well in the Alpha 8 before, but as we discussed last time, he's had some really bad luck with pocket aces that prevented him from getting the win. So he's also well positioned to take down his first WPT Alpha 8.
Well, here's the good news, Tony. He hasn't had aces, so things have been going well thus far. Couple of amateurs remaining in the field. Tony Guglietti, the Canadian, builds and develops residential communities when he's not playing poker. $277,000 in front of him, but it's Kathy Laney who is in that danger zone with a little over $100,000. She's in for $200,000. First ever female to buy in to the Alpha 8. Blinds are at 2,500 and 5,000, though. That 20 blind range tends to be the one where you start to see the all-in or folds.
Yeah, and that's tough to play when you're a professional. As a non-professional player, I'm curious whether Kathy will verge too tight or too loose.
Well, we'll find out as the action gets underway. Antonio folds to Jason, who raises to 10,000 with 10-9 offsuit. He is sticking with that min-raise number he has throughout the event. Olivier will call an extra 5,000 with pocket deuces, and we'll take the flop heads up. And that flop is 9-9-8. Not a bad one if you're Jason.
It's the type of board where Olivier might call one bet here. I expect him to, but Jason actually checks behind. Very sharp.
Now, you think that Olivier is going to have his radar up here. Why would Jason check a paired board like that?
Well, it's possible he believes Jason has something like ace high or king high and is just trying to get to showdown cheap and doesn't see much value in betting, but we know, of course, that Jason is much stronger than that.
Queen on the turn, and Jason has picked up a gut shot straight draw, betting 9,000.
Yeah, and it's gonna work for him here. I think if he had gone much larger, Olivier probably would have given up. The queen is not a good card for his pair of twos.
River is the 4 of spades. Olivier checks.
The backdoor flush draw has gotten there, so now there's an awful lot of hands, including straights, flushes, and of course trips and overpairs, that beat Olivier's deuces.
28,000 is the bet from Mercier on the end. Bousquet making the right decision, laying down his deuces and giving Mercier the first pot of tonight's action.
Olivier is, one of the best players in the world. I never really want to have him at the table.
He's also a very good commentator. I laid down the best hand for sure.
I think if you're going to err on one side in poker tournaments, you should definitely err on the side of aggression.
If you commentate, you do give away a lot of information by how you think and how you play.
He's had a lot of experience just seeing a lot more hands that we've played, so I think that will give him a little bit of an edge.
A lot of commentators won't give 100% of what they think or how they analyze hands. He's a smart enough guy to flip it and reverse it, and so, it goes both ways.
You wonder whether or not Bousquet is conscious of some of the commentary that he has had about some of these other players in our time working together. Are you concerned, Tony, that if you end up playing in some of these Alpha 8s that you've given away some secrets?
Oh, I think that's awful optimistic, Ali.
Queen 10 suited for Olivier, who has called 5,000 on the button, just limping in after action was folded around to him.
I'm not sure why he's doing this. Queen 10 suited is a really good hand. I guess he's trying to encourage Kathy entering the pot, but it's not as though she makes big mistakes, or maybe he just knew he was gonna flop a straight.
Yeah, there it is, 8-9 jack.
And look at this board for everyone involved.
2 diamonds out there, 2 pair for Kathy Laney, Jackson 8s, the open-ended straight flush draw for Antonio Esfandiari, and the nuts for Olivier Bousquet. This is gonna be trouble.
This is gonna be a huge pot for one that was limped 3 ways pre-flop.
Olivier has bet 8,000.
I'm all in.
And Kathy is just gonna ship it right in there, 112.5. What do you do if you're Antonio?
This is actually a very difficult spot.
Could be the most confused I've ever been.
And I don't blame him for being confused. He's got a ton of equity in this hand, but he has to be worried that someone has a larger flush draw than he does. If Kathy has 2 diamonds, then he's actually in pretty bad shape here.
And the 10 is not a great card to get there with because obviously any queen would make a higher straight.
Call.
Wow, excellent fold there by Antonio.
I had 6-7 of diamonds. Holy.
Nice hand.
He lays down. Kathy rolls over Jackson 8s. Olivier shows her the nuts.
I was check raising you. I had 6-7 of diamonds. I think you might have saved me. That's pretty sweet.
Kathy Laney's $200,000 investment is at risk here. And she heads to the turn looking for a jack or an 8 to fill up.
Or running diamonds, actually.
That's right, she does have the only diamond out of these 2 holdings. And the turn is an 8 right away. Olivier Bousquet drawing dead. Kathy Laney is gonna double through the chip leader and stay alive. And you see Antonio would not have gotten there.
You know what's sick about that hand, Ali, is if Olivier raises pre-flop, Kathy folds, Antonio calls, and then Antonio will check, probably go all in on the flop, and Olivier stacks him, and that's it.
I think I get lucky sometimes.
Gotta get lucky to win.
So Olivier limping in effectively cost him this pot and ended up saving Antonio's tournament life.
If we want to talk about it from a results-oriented perspective, absolutely.
Yeah, these are clearly hypotheticals and speculation, but that's what we're here for. As you see Olivier taking what might be the biggest hit that he's taken so far in this event right now. But the good news is he has given his chips not to one of his fellow pros, but to one of the amateurs.
I just like that we're professional speculators.
That's all right. That's what we're here for, Tony. And the action continues 5-handed. Jason Mercier in the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit. Raises it up to 10,000. Bousquet on the button. Makes the call. As does Antonio in the big blind.
Olivier here, open-ended straight draw to the 9 or the king. Also has overcards here against Jason. A queen would give him the best hand. What he doesn't want to catch is an ace, but he doesn't know that.
All right, Jack 10-8 on the flop. Turn card is a 3 of diamonds. Jason continues his control of the pot by betting 28,000.
It's an interesting bet from Jason. He's definitely betting for value here, but he's saying, I'm confident I have the best hand. I think you're likely drawing or have a worse 10, and I'm gonna keep trying to get value from you.
And Olivier has made the call of 28,000. You still think 10s are best if you're Jason?
It's hard to tell, but he likely believes that Olivier would raise the flop or turn if he had something like 2 pair or a set.
8 pairs on the river, and Mercier now checks.
Check.
Olivier wastes no time checking behind him, not gonna try to buy the pot.
Yeah, his ace-queen can actually be good some of the time there. That 8 is not a card that Jason is gonna bluff very frequently, and Olivier knows that it's a hard card for him to bluff and that there's numerous missed draws out there, so he was likely to get called.
Well, back-to-back losses in pots for the chip leader.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Don't have the dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Martin, this place is a perfect getaway for our high rollers, right by the beach, right next to the pavilion where we're playing Alpha 8. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, these are great. So we're standing in our Ocean Grove Villas. This is a 2-bedroom home, about 1,640 square feet.
Now, what's the price tag?
$1 million.
$1 million?
Yeah,
Wow.
but for our super high rollers, we actually have some even larger, more luxurious homes. I mean, we have homes that are right on the beach, homes that are nestled into the hillside or on the harbor, and they can go for $10 million and up.
A girl can dream.
You win enough Alpha 8s, Lynn, and it won't be a dream, right? Resuming our action now. 5-handed, and Olivier Bousquet, our chip leader, has just lost a couple of pots back-to-back, and that's something we haven't seen out of his seat.
Yeah, he's suffered a couple of setbacks recently, and it's essentially been a pure ascent during this tournament up until that point. I think Olivier is still gonna execute the game plan he came in with, and I don't think he's gonna be unnerved either. It's just a little frustrating whenever you're sailing along so smoothly and things start going wrong.
He still certainly has plenty of room to maneuver. The blinds are at 2,500 and 5,000. Not short stack by any stretch of the imagination. Couple of folds in front of Jason Mercier. And he is going to raise it to 12,500 with his 10-8 offsuit, just simply attacking the amateur stack of Tony Guglietti, who looks down at ace-7 suited and will call.
Get him, Tony.
12-5.
Yeah, Tony never folding pre-flop with ace-7 suited. He doesn't fold many hands, certainly not that one.
Heads up to the flop, which is ace-6-8 and 2 diamonds.
Oh, sorry, I saw the button.
Yeah, he doesn't mind.
And Tony's so excited that he's checking out of position.
Mercier, unaffected by that out-of-position check, leads for 12,000 with a pair of 8s.
30,000.
And Tony's gonna raise to 30,000.
Yeah, splashes a raise into the pot. We haven't seen much aggression from him, really pre-flop or post-flop. I expected Jason to be aware of that and just fold the flop, but I guess with the backdoor draws, he's a little married to his hand.
Here comes the turn card. It is a diamond. Guglietti makes the nut flush. No card that Jason can hit on the end will give him the best hand. He's drawn dead. And both players check.
Yeah, Tony's slow playing a little bit here, I guess hoping to extract another bet from Jason on the river, or maybe raise him if Jason bets himself.
Mercier not
And
betting, and
what just happened?
That just happened. Tony Guglietti just checked the nuts in position heads up.
You can't call penalty for that.
Are you aware of what happened?
Yes, what?
You checked when you were last to act and you had the nuts.
Yes.
Is there a 100% agreement here?
Yeah, I don't think he should be penalized.
Okay. Normally there's a penalty involved here. because you can't soft play the nuts when you're last to act. Okay.
Did you realize that you had the nut flush? That you had a flush?
Actually, I didn't.
Okay, that's what we thought. That's what we thought. Yeah, which is that's totally fine.
So you shouldn't be penalized.
If you had realized it and you went in bed, it would be a little bit strange. But you didn't
realize. I'm
That's
sorry.
no,
I forgot that I had to.
You don't have to be sorry.
I
No,
know
no.
I had this.
Of course, of course.
Tony, I'm just letting you know that you're aware of it, okay? And we just want to make it clear this is a one-time warning.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not a professional.
I understand. That's why you got a warning and. Yeah.
Well, if you had us fooled, that last hand gave it away.
So let's clarify what just happened there, Tony Dunst. There are rules in place to prevent what's known as collusion, and one of them is the one about checking on the river heads up in position with the nuts, correct?
That's right. When you have the nuts, that is the best possible hand on the board. It's a mandatory bet on the river when it's checked to you to prevent you from soft playing someone that you may have made some kind of agreement with. Now, none of us believe Tony Guglietti has done such a thing, and that was just an honest mistake from him, which is why the entire table and the tournament director agreed there should be no penalty.
Yeah, and I think that that's a good example of flexibility and not adhering to a rule which clearly would have been enforced in a manner that wasn't in the spirit of the rule right there. So
Agreed.
good job by the tournament director there, and of course our players for making sure to acknowledge that Guglietti was inadvertent in that check there. All right, there you have it. Antonio Esfandiari with pocket nines here. We'll send 14,000 into the middle. Fold from Jason Mercier, and Tony Guglietti with his king six offsuit is going to call from the small blind. Olivier does the same from the big, and Antonio will have position on these two, heading to a three-way flop, which is 2 6s and a jack. Tony likes it.
Yeah, Tony playing pretty loose here pre-flop, calling that raise with king six offsuit, but he flops 2 6s, and I'm hoping he realizes that this time and tries to get more money in the pot.
After a couple of checks, Antonio bets 15,000, and Guglietti raises to 40.
I expect Antonio to fold. He pays a lot of attention at the table, particularly to how people play, but no, Antonio does make the call.
That's interesting.
Surprising.
We just saw Tony take a line like this, check raising with top pair, so you have to think he's got at least that here, in which case your nines are cooked.
Yeah, and you don't beat a jack either, and I don't know what you expect Tony to just totally bluff with here.
Right, that board's so dry. Both players check the turn. The river is a 3. Guglietti's trip 6 is still best.
Tony back to his slow playing ways, but he knows to bet this river.
35,000. You think he checked the turn in the hopes that Antonio would hang himself?
Yeah, he either wanted Antonio to bet for him, or he wanted to make sure he gets another bet on the river.
What do you got, Tony? What do you like to know?
Now, the problem with responding to Antonio's question is he's not really interested in the words, he's interested in the demeanor. And you saw that Tony there looked very relaxed. Sure, what do you want to know? It's confident demeanor, and I think Antonio will probably pick up on it.
35,000 chip decision for Esfandiari. Really struggling, but ends up making the correct decision, laying down the nines, a hand that I think you and I both agree he could have gotten away from on the flop.
Yeah, I think he should have just folded the flop. Tony has shown throughout the course of this tournament that he's not going to get that creative post-flop. He hasn't been very aggressive pre-flop, so if he starts firing at you, you can just believe him and let go, unless you've got a really strong hand.
Yeah, don't expect a tremendous amount of creativity out of the recreational seats for sure, and 2 kings for Jason Mercier. They don't require much creativity.
We know the aces have really mistreated him on the Alpha 8, but the kings perhaps will be a little better.
He's made it 12,000 to go. Tony picks up pocket sevens, makes the call. Queen 7 suited for Olivier. He wants to party.
Yeah, when Tony's at the party, Olivier wants an invitation.
Kathy has 6 tray offsuit, and she wants to play as well.
That's strange. We saw her fold King Jack last time when there was no raise to her, but here she just calls with a 6-3 offsuit.
Ace Jack 8 on the board. 2 kings still best, but of course, there's a reason you call them ace magnets. Always seems like you can't get kings to stay the overpair on a board. Oh my goodness, did we just see Kathy Laney fire 15,000 at this?
This is a very strange play to make. It's not that I don't think she should ever bluff here, but she has no equity in the hand. She's facing 3 other players, and this is a really coordinated board. You're just not going to get away with this very often, but she's against a hand that she could potentially bluff out if she keeps going.
9 on the turn, and Kathy checks. Jason checks behind her. Now, Mercier had 2 players behind him when he made the call on the flop. Wasn't scared of Kathy's lead, despite the fact that the ace was out there. And now we see a queen of clubs on the river.
So look, if she is going to bluff, this is the card to bluff. It completes the straight, it completes the flush.
Yeah, 20,000 is the number. It's almost like she's really wanting to get called with that bet sizing.
But it does work.
Wow. Kathy Laney with 6 tray offsuit, complete air, has just bluffed the pro.
We've seen her bluff twice in this tournament so far and gotten away with it both times. She gets a lot of credibility.
Well, I don't know how much longer we can continue to refer to the Texas Oil CEO as an amateur, because with plays like that, she's quickly earning our respect.
Now, Martin, this island must attract some pretty big boats.
Yeah, it does. We are right in the center of the primary cruising ground of the Caribbean. So we have a lot of really cool islands in close proximity. We have St. Bart's, St. Martin, all in a short distance of St. Kitts.
Now, what kind of boats are we talking?
Yeah, we're talking about the big ones, the mega yachts.
And what are they worth?
Typically, a brand new yacht costs about $1 million a meter, and a 150-foot vessel is 45 meters.
Wow, $45 million for a boat. That blows my mind. All right, now, there is some big machinery down there to sort of get all this going. What are you playing with?
That's a dredge. It's basically like a vacuum cleaner. It's pumping the sand from the basin of the harbor, and it's moving it to different places.
What's it all going to look like when it's finished?
Yeah, well, once the docks are complete, we'll start adding in amenities like the shops and the restaurants. So it's going to be a large marina community when it's all done.
Do you get to go down there and play?
They don't let me down there.
As if this place couldn't get any better, now they're gonna open it up. And my guess is, Tony Dunst, once that marina is done, we're gonna have even bigger fields for our Alpha 8 events here, right?
Yeah, I hope they have room for my 50-meter yacht.
I hope they have room for my rowboat. Tony Guglietti, one of the 2 remaining recreational players in the field, is your new chip leader. He's got 425,000, the only other player other than Olivier Bousquet to lay claim to that honor in this event thus far. Couple of folds in front of Jason Mercier, who's got Queen 10 suited. Makes it 12,000 to go from the button.
No limping from him on the button.
Nope, Guglietti out of the way. Ace 4 offsuit for Bousquet in the big blind, and he'll call for an extra 6,000. Take the flop heads up.
Check.
Checking in the dark. Flop is ace queen 7. Top pair for Olivier, middle pair for Jason.
Yeah, Olivier would have liked to have check called a bet there, but Jason checks behind with his second pair and now turns trips.
Yeah, he's got the best hand. Second check from Olivier, and with trip queens, Jason Mercier reaches for chips and comes up with 14,000 of them.
When someone like Jason checks that flop, it's usually with showdown value, so Olivier doesn't feel good here with his ace on the turn, but he's not going to fold yet.
Calls the 14,000. Pot up to 60K. River card is a 3. Bousquet's playing the 7 kicker on the board. Checks a third time. Mercier's got to come up with a figure he thinks he can get paid off on. 43,000. And you see the look on Olivier's face. It's almost as though he's surprised at the size of the bet. A little bigger than he expected.
I'm guessing he'll fold since he's essentially calling for a chop. He just looks kind of defeated here. Things are going so wrong, and they were going so well up until the last few hands that he played. And he does get away, so another well-played hand by Olivier. He actually minimized his losses there, but it still feels dirt.
Yeah, and the look on his face is certainly one that reflects his frustration.
I wasn't pretend tanking with a misflush.
Well, you could have king 4 of hearts.
Yeah, my hand was better than king 4 of hearts.
He had an ace 4, obviously.
Jason calls his exact hand.
How is that happening?
Just wondering when you're gonna finally call.
Well, my hand is better, I guess. I just really didn't like that turn.
It is remarkable how well these players can read people's hands. It is a skill that they've honed over the course of many hours on the felt. Fold it around to Olivier, who's right back in the saddle after that dust off. Limps in the small blind. Kathy says run it. Flop is ace 8-3. 2 diamonds.
Check.
Air for Olivier, who checks it over to Kathy, and Kathy checks back with a pair of 8s. Board pairs on the turn.
Check.
Olivier checks one more time, and Kathy checks again as well. River card is the 4 of hearts. And with 17,000 out there, Bousquet is just gonna take a nonchalant stab at it for 10K, and Kathy makes the call.
Well, it doesn't work for Olivier here, but I like his bet. If he just checks, he's gonna lose to Jack High, Queen High, and King High, all of which are hands I expect Kathy to fold to his bet. This time, she happened to have a pair.
You know, we call her a recreational player, but as the pros will tell you, Kathy Laney has garnered their respect.
This is actually my first time playing with Kathy. I've heard that she's kind of a regular in cash games down in Texas. When she does play hands, she tends to have good ones.
She's playing kind of tight, but you know, she's not making any big mistakes or anything.
She's a non-professional, so obviously as a professional, I'd rather play with a non-professional, but she's definitely, you know, not someone that you can just run over. She definitely holds on.
And you heard Olivier say that when she plays hands, she typically has good ones, but we know Kathy has run 2 bluffs with absolutely nothing in this tournament, so she's doing a great job of taking advantage of her image. And she looks the part out there. Even when she's playing and winning dramatic hands, none of it shows in her face.
15.
A lot of times emotions get the better of amateur players, and ace-king offsuit. She's not giving anything away after the raise to 15,000 from Olivier on the button with ace-8. Kathy moves all in for 263,000, and Antonio goes all in as well, having woken up with 2 queens. Easy fold for Bousquet, and we've got a race.
Pretty good hands.
Antonio will be relieved to know that one of the aces is dead, but still at risk here as Kathy does cover him.
Good luck, Kathy.
Good luck.
Here comes the flop. Can she connect with an ace or a king? No, it's Jack High, and it's Rainbow. Esfandiari is loving it with his 2 queens, now a 3-1 favorite to hold on. All he's got to do is escape an ace or a king on the turn or river. The turn is a 5. Kathy can now hit an ace, king, or a deuce, giving her a wheel.
Oh, gosh.
To make the best hand,
there
and
is
right
the
away,
deuce.
there it is.
Nice hand.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Nice hand.
Running 5 deuce.
That's the first reaction we've seen from her all tournament.
That is an incredible turn of events there. And the woman who's in for 200,000
Nice. Good luck, guys.
is going to eliminate the man who's in for
Just less than me.
$300,000, and that is bitter defeat for Antonio Esfandiari. He's probably going to feel a bit of a damper on his vacation spirits as he takes a dose of the red wash and leaves 4 players behind on the money bubble.
Oh, gosh.
Nice hand.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Nice hand.
How you feeling? You all right? Doesn't hit you too
That
hard?
hurt a little bit. I mean, that was a triple lead pot with 4 people left. And, you know, if I win that pot, I guarantee I'm going to cash. So, but whatever, it's a coin flip. You win some, you lose some.
You do.
Yeah.
Well, you played some awesome poker. Who's your pick on who's going to take this one down?
I hope it's Kathy.
You do?
Just to punish the pros.
So she can
Tony
use your chips
or
well.
Kathy, punish the pros.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, Antonio. And now we are on the money bubble.
Well, one thing we know for sure is Antonio is always a fan of punishment. His good buddy Phil Locke, often the recipient. This time, he's on the receiving end of it, courtesy of Kathy Laney, our new chip leader. Shortest stack at the table, ironically enough, belongs to Olivier Bousquet, but at one point was the wire-to-wire chip leader.
Yeah, fortunately for Olivier, he's still playing really well despite the frustration mounting, and he's not that far off the chip leader.
Yeah, if there's anybody who can deal with the sort of downward trend that he has been faced with over the last few pots he's played, it is Olivier Bousquet, a real veteran, a middle-aged wizard, as Antonio likes to say. Folded around to the small blind of Kathy Laney with 10-9 offsuit. She raises to 15,000.
Yeah, we haven't seen her be very aggressive pre-flop, but it seems like she's changed gears since becoming our chip leader and is now becoming a little more wide in the type of hand she'll play pre-flop.
Pocket fives for Jason Mercier, who defends his big blind, and Kathy's outflopped those fives. 9 high is the board. She's got 9s and fires another 15,000.
This is a good flop for both players. Obviously better for Kathy, but Jason likes where he's sitting on
Why
this
a good flop for
flop.
Why a good flop for 2 5s?
Because he anticipates that she's raising Broadway cards or aces before the flop, and so a 9 high board looks pretty safe to his 5s, and when another 9 comes out, that's actually a very safe card for his hand. He just doesn't know she has trips.
Right, 3 9s on the turn for Kathy. She fired another 15,000, got called once more. Now a jack on the river. And with 94K in the middle, she fires 25,000.
Feels like this chip is going away if I throw it in.
He knows that Kathy leans on the tighter side, but also there's a lot of hands that she can have that have gotten to this river without any showdown value. That includes missed flush draws, missed straight draws, or even just overcards where she decided to run a 3-barrel bluff.
Is she capable of the 3-barrel bluff? That's what Mercier is asking himself right now.
Well, we know she's capable of some creative bluffs. The problem is she hasn't been caught yet at this tournament, so Jason doesn't know.
And she still hasn't been caught. She's got the goods yet again, taking another pot from one of these pros and adding to her chip lead. She's demonstrated some real comfort here at these stakes, and you gotta believe that that has everything to do with her high stakes experience playing alongside Bill Perkins and his buddies in the big Houston cash games that Bill hosts. You see Kathy right back at it, raising with Queen Jack offsuit to 15,000. Mercier's gonna give her another try, this time with 6-7 suited, but he'll have company. Guglietti calls with ace-deuce offsuit, the kind of hand that perhaps we want to see him get away from pre-flop.
Yeah, we've been talking about Tony playing too many hands pre-flop for a while now, and it looks like Olivier is going to try and take advantage of that fact by putting the squeeze play on and 3-betting king-4 offsuit to 60,000.
So this has nothing to do with his hand here. He is just reading the situation and trying to take this pot down right here and now.
Exactly. He also thinks that if Jason had a strong hand, he'd likely just 3-bet Kathy to begin with, so he's confident that both players who just called probably don't have much.
And just taking his chances against Kathy's holding, and Kathy has defended calling. And he'll be up against her, out of position, heads up to the flop, which is 8-8-9. Olivier's king high currently the better hand, but Kathy's got 2 overs and a gut shot straight draw.
It's actually a pretty good flop for Kathy. Now, many professionals would call this flop with the intention to bluff numerous turns and rivers, especially a diamond. I'm curious to see how she'll play it.
154,000 in the middle. Olivier bets 55,000. What will Kathy Laney do? She's gonna make the call. Pot up to 264K. Big one developing here between the pro and amateur. Turn card, a queen of diamonds. Kathy's now got the best hand.
Yeah, that is the worst card in the deck for Olivier's hand. If she had Jack-10, diamonds, or just something like Queen Jack, now she's ahead.
Yeah, given her pre-flop raising range after defending against the 3-bet and having called on the flop, that is an awful card for Olivier. He shuts it down. Kathy checks behind him, and now the board pairs a second time on the river, 8s and 9s. Olivier checking, and Laney content to let the pot stand where it is, checks, and will take down a big one.
I like that she checked behind there. I don't think she can get more value from a worse hand by betting, and on a 2-pair board with 3 to a flush out, if she does bet, she's really over-representing her hand.
The tough going continues for Olivier's stack, trending in the wrong direction. Meanwhile, Kathy Laney is pushing ahead further into the chip lead.
Poker here in St. Kitts is the best, and now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and it's free. So what are you waiting for? Get in the game and play. There are so many gorgeous sights in St. Kitts, and one of the best ways to see them is on the St. Kitts Scenic Railway. Built a century ago to transport sugarcane, these days the sugar train carries visitors eager to discover the island's scenic vistas and lush ravines. I'm not good with heights.
Even for those who aren't playing poker, there is certainly plenty to do here in St. Kitts, and Lynn Gilmartin has done just about all of it.
She is out there living the life.
Yeah, living the life is exactly what Kathy Laney is doing. She has pushed her chip lead to 687,000 in front of her, over 300,000 better than the only other amateur left in the field, Tony Guglietti, who's got 380 in front of him, Jason Mercier with 252,000, and the one-time chip leader, Olivier Bousquet, down to just 181,000 in front of him with the blinds at 3 and 6,000 and the antes at 1K. Guglietti looks down at pocket tens, and he is going to raise it. We haven't seen pre-flop raising from him much at all in this event. He makes it 16,000 to go. Bousquet's got sixes.
Yeah, I like that Olivier is just calling here. He knows that Tony prefers to limp pre-flop and that he's only raising his strongest hands.
Kathy Laney with queen deuce suited is gonna put some of her chips to work, calling 13,000 unexpectedly. Ace-9 off for Jason Mercier. He defends his big blind, family pot, and the flop is Jack 4 deuce. Couple of spades. Laney with deuces. Tony's 10 still best. 2 checks in front of him, and he checks as well.
Yeah, he's a little scared of that jack there, plus he's typically passive.
Can't blame Olivier for doing the betting for him. He fires 25,000 with effectively second pair. Laney not ready to give up with the deuces, and it's back over to Tony.
And it looks like Tony is putting a raise out there. He check min raised that 25,000 chip bet. This is a very odd play. I'm not sure it's going to accomplish what he wants, but it is going to throw off his opponents, and hey, he still has the best hand here.
Another 25,000 milked out of both Olivier and Kathy's stacks after that check raise. And can return a third spade in the form of an ace.
Yeah, that's not the card that anyone wanted to see, and it should slow down the action. Maybe Olivier will bet, but I don't think so.
2 checks in front of him. Check. He's got the only spade, but checks. And the river card, a 10 of spades. Guglietti makes a set of 10s. Olivier's got the best hand with the flush. But it's Kathy Laney with naked deuces that fires 50 grand.
Wow, she's betting small here, too. That's a pot of 200,000, so it's just a quarter pot bet, but Tony in an awkward spot with his set on a 4 flush board, and Olivier with a small flush might not believe he's good here against such a small bet that looks like it's begging to be called.
Well, the action's on Tony.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
It's so rare that you make a set in poker, and Tony's done just that, but unfortunately with 4 spades on board and 1 player left to act behind him. He's gonna lay it down, over to Olivier. Olivier lays it down, and look at this. The worst hand is just taking the pot. The chip leader continues to run this clinic.
Kathy is 3 for 3 and getting away with her bluffs during this tournament. She's doing such a great job of using her image to manipulate the players around her.
Yeah, and she has never been caught in the process of executing any of those bluffs, so that image is thoroughly intact. The Kathy Show continues from St. Kitts.
Don't have the dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to club.wpt.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at clubwpt.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
There's another thing that's guaranteed. 3 out of our 4 remaining players are going to be taking home some cash at this super high roller $100,000 buy-in event, as we're officially on the money bubble.
And our remaining field is evenly split between 2 experienced high-stakes pros and 2 wealthy amateurs, all of who had the means to pony up the $100,000 entry.
Now, obviously, not all of you at home have $100,000 to pony up into an event like this. Tony and I don't either, but that's why you hear us talking about clubwpt.com. It's basically a site where you can log on and play poker for free. And if you love the game, that's exactly what you should be doing.
A lot of pros say the best way to improve your game is to just play. And by playing on clubwpt.com, you can play with friends, have fun, and get all that important experience to improve your game, all from the comfort of your own home.
And if you really want to amp up your game and become a clubwpt.com VIP member, you'll receive all kinds of exclusive benefits, including having access to some great poker resources like old episodes of the World Poker Tour and WPT Alpha 8.
At clubwpt.com, you can play for a part of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
So what are you waiting for? Log on to clubwpt.com and check it out. Meanwhile, we're gonna check out the leaderboard. One of these 4 players is going home empty-handed. Third place good for $291,000, and currently the short stack belongs to Olivier Bousquet with $122,000, and the blinds at 3 and 6K. He is certainly concerned.
Yeah, it's not often you see a $300,000 bubble, but that's what we have for four-handed play today.
Button is on Tony Guglietti. Olivier and Kathy are in the blinds. Jason Mercier will be first to act. Jason has also had a bit of a downward trend in his stack. At one point, was nipping on the chip leader's heels, and no longer the case as he is sitting on $230,000. Tony limping in with ace-deuce suited. Olivier limps as well from the small blind, and we'd act surprised, but this is what we've seen from Tony this entire event, passive play.
Yeah, he's been very passive pre-flop, especially. Prefers to limp as opposed to raise. Check. We've seen him get a little out of line post-flop or even to raise in some situations where we would expect him to call, but pre-flop, he's a limper.
3 players took the flop. Olivier's 7s are best. Turn is a third heart in the form of an ace. Guglietti now has the best hand.
I don't like his check. There's 3 to a flush out and 2 opponents in the pot. I think he should try and get some value by betting.
10.
5 on the end, and Olivier fires 10,000.
Olivier at this point thinks he has the best hand and is betting for value, and he's gonna find out that's not the case.
7.
Yeah, sure enough. Bousquet continues to experience frustration after frustration. And as you've mentioned, Tony, it's not that he's making massive mistakes of any sort. Things just aren't working out.
Yeah, he's still playing very well, but he ends up on the wrong side of so many hands. Of course, he lost that very dramatic hand where he flopped a straight against Kathy's 2 pair that she turned into a full house on the turn, but otherwise, he's just losing small and medium pots, 1 bet at a time or 2 bets at a time, and not making any major mistakes.
Ace-jack suited on the button. He raises to 12,000, and Kathy Laney, his nemesis, calls from the small blind with 6-3 offsuit, and we've seen her use that hand before.
All in.
King-queen suited for Mercier, and he's gonna move all in. Bousquet not going anywhere.
Ace-jack.
Kathy mucks the 6 tray and will leave the 2 pros to cannibalize one another.
Could have just peeled, I guess.
It's a pretty big button hand.
He's got a strong hand on the button with ace-jack suited, but it's not that much of a favorite over the king-queen suited of Jason
less
Mercier.
than a 3-2 favorite is Olivier with ace-jack suited against king-queen suited. Tournament life is at stake, and just such an unpredictable turn of events for the one-time overwhelming chip leader.
Oh, man, and there is the board that's all Jason.
Queen 5-9. Mercier now with the best hand, and Olivier needs some help. Deuce of hearts is not gonna cut it. He has 1 pull at an ace. Otherwise, and sure enough, the 7 on the end seals Olivier's fate as the dreaded bubble boy. And Jason Mercier has dispensed of the only other pro in the event.
What a disappointing end for Olivier. He played so well during this tournament, both when he was running hot and when he was running cold, but unfortunately busted out in 4th place, going home empty-handed. Not what I expected.
And those 3 players right there are all in the money, and joining them to celebrate and congratulate Bill Perkins.
You busted my nemesis. From Houston, the chairwoman. That's
And
awesome.
Antonio's too.
Antonio, crush us. Crush it. I'm sorry, you know.
Not exactly the look of celebration there for Olivier Bousquet, however.
Oh, that is the saddest thing I've ever seen at a poker tournament.
At the start of today, Olivier really was the odds-on favorite after having gone wire to wire as the chip leader. Both you and I certainly would have put our money on him finishing in the top 3 at the very least, and instead, he is sent home on the bubble, not the outcome any of us would have predicted.
Oh, Olivier, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
I'm shocked. You must be shocked.
I mean, it's not as much of a shock. You know, this happens actually, you know, not too rarely in tournaments where somebody gets a lot of luck early and builds up a stack, and then it's hard to maintain that level of luck. And if you get a little bit unlucky when the blinds go up, you know, it's not that uncommon that people can bust out like that. So, you know, obviously it's not fun to be the bubble, but that's just how it happens. I've had a good year, and I've been really fortunate, so I really can't complain.
You certainly have. Now, Kathy is our chip leader. What do you think about her play?
You know, Kathy she was kind of quiet for a while. She didn't have a lot of chips, and then she won some big hands, and then when she had a lot of chips, she started becoming a lot more active. You really got to give her credit. I mean, she's starting to put pressure, play a lot of hands, get involved. And I mean, with you know, the amount of chips that she has, I think she's for sure the favorite to win.
Awesome. Well, it's been so much fun cheering for you. Thank you so much, Olivier. And that is it for us tonight. Now, with Olivier's elimination, all players are in the money. So join us next time as we continue this journey to crown the WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts champion. For Ali Najad, Olivier Bousquet, Tony Dunst, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. Tonight, the elite world of high-stakes poker will crown its newest champion. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to the Pavilion Beach Club at Christoph Harbour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. It is here where we have seen the extraordinary highs and lows of poker play out.
Oh, God.
To make the best hand, and right away, there it is.
Nice.
Sorry.
No, sorry.
And tonight, one player is guaranteed to take home all the treasure that goes with winning WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts. As we head into the final stretch, I'm delighted to pass it over to Ali Najad and Tony Dunst in the club at WPT.com Skybox. Hi, guys.
Hi, Lynn. We are definitely excited to be down to our final 3 players. But, Tony, the first thing I want to zero in on is that in this $100,000 buy-in event, we had 11 entrants, 15 total buy-ins, and it's Olivier Bousquet who finished on the bubble.
Yeah, we've been talking about the pro versus amateur dynamic through the tournament, and as it turns out, it's going to be 2 amateurs versus 1 top professional.
Yeah, definitely not what we expected. First among them, Tony Guglietti, hails from Canada, a real estate guy, certainly has had some moments that have caused us to question how much of what's going on the felt he knows, but here he is in the final table, in the money.
Yeah, Tony has been the most passive player at this table, and he has made some costly mistakes, but he's been able to bounce back from those, and I feel like he's learning as he goes, so we'll see if he can acclimate 3-handed.
Yeah, and then, of course, we've got Jason Mercier, the pro, a guy who's got tons of live tournament winnings over the course of his career, but he isn't exactly as comfortable as you might expect against these 2.
No, the problem with playing against these amateurs is it's really hard to predict where they're at in any given hand. So Jason so far has adapted a very small ball strategy and trying to prevent any really big risks in situations where he's uncertain.
And the third of our 3 players in the money, Kathy Laney, who hails from Houston, Texas. Her company, Suncoast Resources, the largest female-owned business in Texas, and that's saying something. First ever female to buy in to the Alpha 8. In the outset, we said amateur, we said recreational player, but as you and I have both noticed, that doesn't seem to be a moniker that's befitting her talent level.
Yeah, we might have to revise that description with Kathy because she's been very creative during the course of this tournament. Everyone perceives her as a tight player, and yet she's gotten away with 3 bluffs that have outmaneuvered the pros at the table.
She's on 2 buy-ins, $200,000 invested, and let's get a look at the chip counts. 878,000 in chips for Kathy Laney. Jason Mercier and Tony Guglietti a distant 2nd and 3rd. What's it going to take for them to be able to dethrone Laney here?
Well, they're going to have to get lucky a little bit, or at least not get unlucky in order to get knocked out in a crucial pot against Kathy, since she covers them by such a vast amount. I think that Jason will probably be a little bit risk-averse and try and pick up small pots off his less experienced opponents. I'm not sure how Tony will approach this. He seems to be mostly enjoying himself and trying to learn as he goes, like we said before. She's going to start off by raising ace-9 here in the small blind against Jason. I know she wants to avoid these type of conflicts, but she should still be raising a hand this strong.
And indeed, she's done that, making it 20,000 to go. Mercier defends with pocket deuces, and we'll see our first flop of the day. Queen, tray 4, all clubs. Neither player connecting with the board in any meaningful manner.
It's a pretty bad board for Kathy's hand. I expect her to check and then fold to a bet from Jason, and I like that that's her strategy. I think she'd be wasting chips by betting, and that Jason would find a way to take this pot away from her in many instances.
Mercier firing 23,000, and he'll be glad to see Laney's hand hit the muck as he picks up a small pot to kick things off. Button slides over to Kathy Laney. Now, Kathy is an unfamiliar face to us. She is the first ever female participant in the Alpha 8, a friend of Bill Perkins and a regular in Perkins' high-stakes cash game out in Houston, Texas. Demonstrated incredible poise in this event despite the amount of money that we're playing for. And again, we see her raising. This time she's improved from ace-9 to ace-jack offsuit. 7-8 suited for Jason Mercier, who calls an extra 16,000. And with pocket fours, Guglietti going nowhere. Three-way family pot heading to the flop. And that flop is queen, 5 deuce, 2 spades. He checks it. Tony checks it, as does Kathy. Trey of clubs hits the turn.
Another good card for Tony's hand. I'd like to see him bet here. He's likely in front against 2 holdings after everyone checks the flop. Plus, he's got equity to draw out on them. But unfortunately, he does check this turn.
Yeah, and Laney showing discipline. Checks with the ace-jack high. She had a wheel draw. There's the 6 on the end, giving Guglietti a straight, but it's Jason Mercier who's going to try to take this pot, firing 32,000. And a quick all-in from Tony for 255.
Yeah, you see there that Tony's only really comfortable raising when he's certain his hand is best, and that's going to get him in some trouble against a professional like Jason.
Yeah, easily perceived pattern there. Both Kathy and Jason lay down, and Tony takes a decent-sized pot.
Yeah, I like the instant fold from Jason. No posturing there. I like what I see from his approach against these 2 opponents.
His $12.8 million in live tournament earnings are not an accident. He's very comfortable in this situation, but he'd be even more comfortable if he could take some of Kathy's chips.
Well, he's in the right seat to relieve some of them from her.
Kathy's got ace-jack offsuit, makes it 20,000 to go.
Jason making the call with 10-8 of diamonds. Nobody really connects on 3-3-6. And Kathy just gonna bet here, likely confident she has the best hand. And I'm not expecting Jason to get that creative with either Kathy or Tony post-flop, although for a moment there, he might be thinking he was gonna call, but that would have been real surprising.
Thought he might float there, but instead lays it down. And the bad start sort of continuing here for Jason Mercier, as we see he has flip-flopped with Tony Guglietti down into 3rd in chips with just 274,000.
He is doing a good job of minimizing the damage, though. He hasn't had the best hand often, but he's not putting in chips unnecessarily.
Button on Kathy. She peeks down at 3-5 suited. Now, would you rather she play aggressively in that spot with Tony in the big blind and her having the button?
Well, I would be raising in her position with 5-3 suited there. I'm not sure Kathy feels as comfortable raising small cards, even when they're suited. But you look at that flop, and she's probably wishing that she had.
Yeah, she would have had an open-ended straight draw. Meanwhile, it's a pair of 6s for Jason Mercier, who limped in with 6-7. Tony said run it with ace-7, and now it's a bet and a call of 8,000 on the flop. Turn card is a 9.
Jason might bet small here again. He knows he can get value from Tony pretty wide. I think if he had a better kicker with his 6, he would definitely bet. And if it goes check-check on this turn, I do expect a small bet on the river from Jason.
And Guglietti check behind, and that's a good-looking card for Jason Mercier. Pairs the board, running 9s.
Very good-looking card for Jason. I'm expecting about 15 or 20,000 here. There's 15.
Guglietti with ace-high.
Not bad.
Nice value bet by Jason there.
Tony pays off, keeping Jason honest. A larger number and Guglietti's hand hits the muck.
I would think so. Although Tony does like to see cards at showdown, I don't think Jason had to add much to his bet to get a fold. He sized it very well.
$10-9 suited. And he raises to 16,000. Tony out of the way. Kathy with king-10 offsuit will surely participate. Oh, and she 3-bets it to 45,000, Tony.
I like that she's getting aggressive and trying to put Jason to difficult decisions, but King 10 offsuit in the big blind is likely not the hand I would opt for. It plays pretty well post-flop, and I think you want to just defend here.
Coincidentally, Kathy has Jason dominated heading to the flop, and it's a flop that doesn't connect with either hand. 6-4 tray, couple of hearts. Kathy with control of the action, and 97,000 in the middle. She fires another 45.
I like that she's following through here. She doesn't have much equity in the hand, but Jason is still not going to be able to continue with many of the hands he called with pre-flop. And you see that Kathy does take down that pot with her flop bet.
Discouraging series of hands for Jason Mercier, and Kathy Laney gives us a lesson in calling people amateurs.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on ClubWPT.com. Get in the game today. So, Bill, Kathy is the first woman to play WPT Alpha 8, and you have a bit of history at the poker table, don't you?
Yeah. We play back in Houston. There's a weekly game. It's twice a week. We're there frequently mixing it up. She flew down with the Houston crew, and I'm glad to see her just punishing the pros.
She sure is.
Punish the pros.
Oh,
Nice hand.
sorry.
No, sorry.
Now, Kathy has been given the nickname Chairwoman at this home game.
Well, only because I'm the only female that plays at the table, so.
That's what they say. They say she is the boss. Anything that she does goes. She's the boss. That she holds her own at the table.
She's pretty aggressive. You know, she's not timid. You know, Kathy built up her own business. It's a very successful business. She dwarfs me. She's the chairwoman. I'm just the businessman. She's the chairwoman, so we all report to her.
I'll tell you what, the rest of the players in this event had reported to her at one time or another. Most of those chips that she's gotten haven't been sourced from a single spot, and everybody has been surprised at how well Kathy Laney has played. She's sitting on 929,000 in chips at this point. Really unstoppable.
Yeah, a commanding chip lead at this point. She has more chips than her two opponents combined, and she's taken many of them from the professionals in this tournament.
On the button with 8-deuce offsuit, she'll sit this one out over to Jason Mercier with Jack-deuce suited. I don't think there's really any two cards that Jason's unwilling to at least limp in with against Tony.
I agree. I think he's going to play 100% from his small blind, and he'll raise the best ones. Everything else is going to get a limp. And he drills it here on this Jack-Jack 3 flop. The tricky part will be getting Tony to put in chips. I like that Jason begins by checking.
Googly Eddie with the 4-5. Tempting spot to try to bluff and take the pot down.
Yeah, very uncoordinated board, but we've seen Tony lean passive before, and he does check behind here.
Turn card is a 5. Tony now with jacks and 5s, and Mercier's gonna bet 18,000.
Bets almost full pot here. And Tony will raise. This is not what I expected. I think a call is a better play here. I'm not sure why Tony's raising.
Well, perhaps he thinks Jason is just taking a shot at the pot and is worried that his 5 may not be good on the river if he smooth calls, doesn't want to end up in no man's land, but clearly, Dunst, you and I agree, this is not the way you want to play against Jason Mercier. Jason just calls the extra 32,000, giving Tony some extra rope, and a deuce on the river gives Mercier a full house.
And Tony just checks behind. Good check on the river.
Good hand. Needed you to have the flush.
Yeah, I should have known better.
Jason hoping that Tony would have a flush there, or at least a holding strong enough that he could bet again, which would allow Jason to check raise.
And Tony saying he should have known better, acknowledging maybe a bit of a misstep there on the turn. On the button with ace-3 offsuit. Googly Eddie raises to 16,000 with king-jack offsuit. Kathy simply calls in the small blind. Rather see her 3-bet?
I'm okay with this call from Kathy because Tony has been so apt to limp pre-flop. She can't be sure that King-Jack is the best hand.
Good point. 8-6-5 rainbow on the flop. Jason Mercier with a pair of sixes has the best hand. Kathy checks to him.
I was gonna guess that Jason might lead here because he knows Tony is so likely to check behind on this board, and many turns can really hurt his hand.
Guglietti folds, and so does Kathy. Good lead from Jason Mercier, who picks up a decent-sized pot.
Yeah, the small ball continues from Jason, and I think it's gonna be a very effective strategy against his two recreational opponents.
Kathy Laney there. She's in the big blind, and Jason Mercier is on the button.
Jason folding the worst hands, not gonna try and force the action here by playing bad cards.
9-deuce not good enough. Guglietti with ace-8 off in the small blind, limps, and Kathy with ace-jack suited is gonna make it 20,000.
I do like this limp from Tony. Offsuit aces are hard to play out of position, so keeping the pot small is a reasonable strategy. Of course, Kathy with ace-jack suited always going to race him here.
Tony calls the extra 12,000 to a flop of king, queen, 4, all diamonds. Guglietti with the only flush draw. Ace-jack currently the best hand, but you'll note that the percentages are in favor of Tony's hand. It's because he's got that 8 of diamonds.
And whoa, what is he doing here? He's putting it all in. That's like 5 times the size of the pot.
And he gets away with what could have been disaster there. Well, Laney comfortably laid down the ace-jack suited, sending a small piece of her stack over to Tony. She's on the button here with a suited connector, 5-6 of spades. And again, makes it 20,000.
Jason here with a pair of sixes. I'm not sure whether he'll 3-bet or just call. I expect him to call, but it looks like he's making the 3-bet up to 54,000. I thought he was playing a strategy where he wouldn't re-raise much pre-flop and he would try and allow Tony to enter as many pots as possible. But I guess he just wants to play the pair fast here.
To be fair, sixes play better heads up than they do three-way.
They do, Ali. And in this situation, it's going to go well for Jason unless Kathy somehow connects with a couple of 5s or makes a straight or flush draw.
Yeah, the only downside to narrowing the field is you have to bloat the pot to get there, and the board is Jack 10-3 with a couple of clubs after Laney called the re-raise, and 2 overcards to Jason's sixes with 119,000 in there. He fires 39K.
This isn't an ideal flop for Jason's hand, but it still plays easier for him to just bet it against Kathy, and a small bet does work there. She just gives up her 6-high.
You gotta admit though, if you're Jason, you got 2 6s and you've bloated that pot, you know you have to make that C-bet. You're so relieved to see Kathy fold, especially with a 10 and a jack out there. More from the WPT Alpha 8 in St. Kitts in a moment.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on clubwpt.com. Get in the game today.
It's all about getting in the game, and the best and easiest way to do that is to become a member of clubwpt.com.
On clubwpt.com, you can play fun, exciting poker with your friends for free.
And there are a host of special benefits available to you if you step it up and become a VIP member like me.
And nobody enjoys being a VIP more than Ali. On clubwpt.com, you can enjoy unlimited poker and play for a part of $100,000 in cash and prizes that are given away each month.
Yeah, you can even win your way into some of the big WPT events, so what are you waiting for? Head over to your computer and log on today. In the meantime, why don't we take a look at our chip counts here at the final table in St. Kitts. Kathy Laney, the quote-unquote amateur, has a commanding chip lead over second place Jason Mercier, who has leapfrogged over Tony Guglietti to regain the second slot. We find Jason on the button. He has Jack 10 offsuit. And we'll raise it to 16,000. Tony Guglietti now with ace-7 offsuit.
Usually calls in situations like this. We haven't seen him adjust by 3-betting. And he's not going to do it this time.
Yeah, content to play small plots. Tony makes the call, and Kathy's got 2 hooks.
I'm all in.
And says all in.
Wow, that's a little too much to raise here. I don't mind the play considering there's so much dead money out there, but you know, Jason's 400,000 deep here with Kathy. If he has a big pair, she's gonna lose it all at once.
Yeah, it's unlikely that she would get called by a hand that she had beat in this spot with such a massive raise. Mercier out of the way, back over to Tony. Why is he thinking about it?
I think he wants to just contemplate things for a moment, make sure he doesn't commit some kind of error, but yeah, he finds the right decision there.
Yep, found the fold button. Blinds are at 4 and 8,000. Ante is 1K. Each orbit costs every player 14,000 in chips, so you can't exactly sit back and wait for premium holdings. Jason Mercier with Queen 7 suited. Raise it to 16,000.
I think we'll see Tony make another call here with his ace-deuce suited.
Call.
And that is the case.
12K more into the middle. Ace-5 offsuit for Kathy, who surveys the scene. And she'll make the call for an extra 8K. 3 players to the flop. And that flop is Queen 8-6, 2 clubs. Queens for Jason Mercier, the best hand. Tony checks his ace high to Kathy's.
Yeah, good board for Jason here. I was concerned there wouldn't be any way to get money out of his opponents, but Kathy actually gonna lead out. I'm not a big fan of this lead. It's a fairly coordinated board, and she doesn't have much equity here. Really, the 5 of clubs, the only part that connected, and it didn't connect that much.
20,000 is the number. Jason Mercier says, no thanks, let's play for 48,000, raising it up.
I like this raise from Jason. It forces Tony out of the pot if he was going to peel something strange with some kind of draw equity, and it gets a little more money out of Kathy in the event that she's drawing, but this time she was just bluffing.
And she gave it up quickly there, Tony, which makes me wonder whether or not Mercier is reevaluating the range of hands that Kathy's playing pre-flop. Now, we know for a fact that Kathy has amassed a lot of her chips courtesy of bluffs that she hasn't shown, but that seems to be one of the first times that the other players at the table realize that maybe she's betting a little lighter than they suspected, because we saw her quickly fold after Jason raised. He's gonna log that information?
Yeah, Jason looks disinterested at all times at the table, but he actually pays very close attention. He's good at adjusting to his opponents, and I think he's realized that Kathy is a little more aggressive than most players give her credit for.
Yeah, and instantaneously, Kathy raising with pocket 3s, and Jason 3-betting with king deuce offsuit, perhaps because he realizes her range is wider than he's been giving her credit for.
Yeah, and this is a hand that doesn't flop that well post-flop, so he's just trying to take it down pre-flop. But in this instance, Kathy's gonna call with her small pair, though small pairs do not play well in 3-bet pots out of position.
Yeah, not a lot of flops that don't contain a 3 that Kathy will fall in love with. Here's 8-5 deuce, 2 clubs. Action on Kathy, she checks it and has the best hand against Mercier's deuces.
The strange part about this board is it might allow Kathy to get to showdown cheaply. I expect her to call 1 flop bet here, and Jason, with a small pair, might just take the showdown, but wow, Kathy folds there. I mean, if you're gonna call a re-raise with 3s, 8-5 deuce is about as good as it gets without flopping a set.
Yeah, perhaps the first misstep we've seen from Kathy Laney in recent memory. And Jason Mercier continues to nip on the heels of the chip leader.
Now, in true Bill Perkins fashion, as soon as he busted out of the $100,000 buy-in WPT Alpha 8, he started up a $20,000 buy-in side table. Now, I do believe this one is for charity. Tell us about it.
Since we're here in St. Kitts and we're doing it for the St. Kitts Children's Home, we looked it over and it looked like a great organization that helps disadvantaged kids here locally on the island.
Now, there are some quirky rules to this tournament, isn't there?
There's very quirky rules. Actually, we can create any rule by no objections. So you can look at other people's cards, you can show one, and the tag team is kind of fun. You know, Antonio played for me for a little bit, Talal played for me a little bit, and then I sat down.
Oh, that's fun. Well, thank you so much, Bill.
Thanks for coming.
And that event has become a bit of a tradition here in St. Kitts, Tony. It happened last year. This year, Dan Coleman won, good for $120,000. But of course, the real winners are the kids at the St. Christopher's Children's Home.
Yeah, it's good to see poker players with their hearts in the right place, even when they're thinking about their wallets.
Yeah, it's a very philanthropic community, to be fair. Let's look at the The prize pool, $1.45 million total. First, good for $727. Second, good for $436.5. And third, $291,000. Kathy Laney still the chip leader, though the gap has narrowed between her and Jason Mercier, the only remaining pro. And Tony Guglietti hanging in there. Kathy on the button. Folds. King 10 offsuit for Jason in the small blind. He'll limp in.
I'm a little surprised he's limping here. King 10 is a strong hand in the small blind, but I guess he wants to take every opportunity to get post flop with Tony.
Tony says run it from the big, and he is dominated heading to the flop heads up. And it's a king high flop. This could be trouble.
Very good flop for Jason's hand here on top of top pair. He's got backdoor draws to the straight and flush. I'm curious whether Tony will call or raise here, but I would prefer to see him call.
Mercier bets 9,000 and Tony raises to 45,000.
That is a big raise from Tony, and it's going to make Jason wonder about whether he has to play a pot for all of his chips here.
How many blues do you have? The purple chip? Is that 7 or? Can't tell.
You want to count them?
I just want to know how many of these you have. 7 or 6.
3, 6.
6 of them?
Jason asking for a count. And he will make the call for an extra $36,000.
Jason's asking for a count there to figure out what he might have to risk in this hand, and in the event he checks on the turn, he's not sure whether Tony will bet big, bet small, check, or even go all in.
You checking?
Uh-oh. Tony's gonna ship it.
We've seen Tony
count it.
Be willing to ship in way more than the size of the pot before. He did it earlier with a medium flush draw against Kathy. I wonder if Jason will pick up on the fact that he's been putting his chips at risk much more frequently now than he was earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, his $225K all in represents more than double the pot before the bet.
But this is not an easy decision for Jason. He knows that Tony has been leaning towards tight conservative play during the tournament, and although he has top pair, there's also a lot of hands out there that could be better than his. So I'm not sure what Jason's gonna do here.
Yeah, we know Tony doesn't usually press his draws, even though that's such a textured flop. It's hard to imagine that's the kind of holding Guglietti has, which is what makes this call even more difficult for Jason.
Now, Jason's wondering, can Tony be semi-bluffing, or can he have a worse pair? And he does make the call.
Guglietti stands up and gets a look at what it feels like to be out-kicked. Tony in horrific shape here, heading to the river. Just 7% to win this pot and stay alive. He is looking for a 7 or an 8 to chop, or a 3 to win. Anything else, and it's curtains for the Canadian. It's a deuce, close but no cigar, and Tony Guglietti, the Canadian, who hung in there and was tenacious throughout the event, will shake hands and take home $291,000 for his efforts.
Yeah, I think Tony should be really proud of how he did in this tournament. Some of the best players in the world showed up, and he held his own and got third place.
Yeah, the real story, however, is that Tony has gifted a massive stack over to Jason Mercier, who is none too displeased to finally have something he can take up against Kathy Laney's massive stack.
Yeah, that was not what Kathy wanted to see happen.
Let's send it down to Lynn, who's with Tony.
Tony, congratulations. What a run. Third place, almost triple your buy-in. That's a pretty good run.
Very good.
Are you happy
Thank
with
you.
that?
Very happy, very happy. I'm happy that I was able to play this tournament and get this far. And it's something that I do play professional, of course.
Do you feel like you learned a thing or two?
Oh, I think so. I think so. Confidence.
Most important thing at the table, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank you
Tony.
so
We
much.
are now heads up between Jason and Kathy. We are heads up in St. Kitts. Tonight's champion will take home an array of treasures, including a set of Monster 24K headphones, the Hublot King Power Unico titanium watch, the coveted AA trophy, And of course, all this cash. So Ali and Tony, who are you rooting for?
Well, how do you root against a chairwoman, right, Tony? The first ever female competitor in the Alpha 8 has been so incredibly impressive as a quote-unquote amateur in this event.
Yeah, I'm going for Kathy as well here. Unfortunately, she's come up against one of the best players in the world in Jason Mercier, who I do think is a big favorite.
Yeah, he's been in this spot plenty of times. No stranger to heads-up final table action, especially when it comes to super high rollers. He's going to take the chip lead into this heads-up battle, 814,000 to 686. Not a wide margin by any stretch, with the blinds at 4 and 8,000 and the antes at 1K. Certainly deep stack poker, which is something that the pros appreciate, right?
Yeah, that's right. The deeper the stacks are, the more
over to Laney, and she fires 20,000.
I don't expect Jason to fold with a pair here. And it looks like he's making the call, so we'll go to a turn.
Turn is a queen. Jason again checking.
I like that Kathy's going to bet a second time here. There are many hands Jason can have that she's ahead of, and she needs to get value now.
She bets 40,000. And it's not just about getting value after we see Jason fold there. It's also not allowing Jason to take a free card with such a draw-heavy board.
Yeah, there's an element of protection there as well. So she has multiple reasons for making that bet. She follows through, wins the pot.
King 3 off for Mercier. Min raises to 16K. Queen 8 for Kathy. And she 3-bets it.
This is a strange play, Ali. Here, Kathy has made this really small re-raise, and while I like that she's playing bigger pots with Jason, I don't think this is the way to do it. She has a fairly subpar hand, and she's made such a small re-raise pre that Jason is going to call in position with any hand that he raised.
Yeah, she is never allowing herself to win this pot pre-flop when 3-betting in that amount, and with control of the action, she takes a look at a King 10-4 flop. Pair of kings for Jason, the best hand. Action on Laney.
I expect Kathy to follow through here with a bet. This board connects pretty well with what she's representing pre-flop, but as we know, Jason with top pair will not be going anywhere.
68,000 in the middle. Kathy fires 35,000. A little over half the pot. Bet size appropriate, or could she maybe scale back a little bit?
I think it's an appropriate bet size. It's a similar bet size that she would make with ace-king.
Mercier, content to simply call with top pair.
Good call by Jason. Can't get any value by raising here.
Turn card connects with Kathy's hand. She now has a pair of 8s.
And I wonder if this will get her stuck in for one more bet.
Well, she's checked it here, Tony, instead of continuing on and betting again. And Mercier
% of hands from her button. Some people are tempted to do that because they already have the small blind in, but I think she needs to avoid confrontations when she has weak pre-flop holdings.
Mercier takes a peek at 8-9 offsuit. And he makes it 20,000 this time.
Yeah, Jason mixing up his raise sizing. Kathy reaching for chips with queen 6 suited, making another small 3-bet here. Again, I like that she's willing to play big pots with Jason, but she's re-raising so small pre-flop that she allows him to get to the flop with every single hand he raises.
And maybe when you just got caught with the queen 8 in a similar situation, do you lay off of this line for a while?
Yeah, because her 3-bets pre-flop are less credible now that she's doing it more frequently, so it's not as though Jason is going to become concerned and give her a bunch of easy folds post-flop.
Yeah, flop King 9 tray after Jason made the call pre. He has got a pair of 9s. Laney has fired 45,000. And with second pair, Mercier, of course, makes the call. And that's that sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach if you're Kathy Laney. You just want your opponent to go away. Why does he have to connect with every single flop is what she's thinking. Meanwhile, on the turn, again she connects like last pot, this time making sixes.
Yeah, not a big fan of this bet from Kathy. It's true she can be ahead if Jason is drawing with something like Jack 10, Queen Jack, or a diamond flush draw. But even if that's the case, on many rivers, she's going to have to check, and he'll be able to take it away from her.
Mercier has called the 75,000. River is a 5, 332K in the middle. It's going to take a pretty big bet to move Jason off his hand. And Kathy checks it.
6, no good.
Mercier content to knuckle behind and roll over the winner, which will take down yet another pot from Kathy.
Yeah, that's a well-played hand by Jason, who's picking up on the fact that Kathy is not as tight as she initially appeared to be.
Adjustments may be needed here in St. Kitts.
Right now, she's heads up against poker pro Jason Mercier, who has played plenty of heads-up battles in his day, but not here at an Alpha 8 event.
No, not yet. Jason has participated in 3 Alpha 8 events. His only cash came in Johannesburg, where he finished 3rd. And to be fair, his pocket aces were cracked by local amateur Kanesh Pather. Otherwise, Jason may have been in that 2nd or 1st place position. As they stand right now, Mercier with over 1 million, Laney with less than $500,000, 2-to-1 chip lead for the pro, and it's tough to imagine Kathy's going to be able to come back without Mercier giving her a big pot. Laney has done tremendously to get herself this far, but it is in a heads-up situation in particular where the disparity between amateur play and professional play will be most apparent.
And it's not only that, but very few recreational players have experience in heads-up play. It's not a format that they practice very much, so you can see some of that inexperience coming through in Kathy's approach to this match.
9-7 offsuit for Mercier, who kicks things off, making it 20,000 to go. And Laney, undeterred by the 2 missteps earlier, is 3-betting yet again, this time with 3-5 suited, but operation successful on this occasion.
Yeah, she sized that 3-bet much better than the previous ones. She went over 3 times the size of Jason's raise, and that gave her enough full equity to just make him go away pre-flop.
And I guess that shows that Kathy is somebody who's paying attention. The first 2 iterations didn't work. She made the adjustment, adapted, and this time was able to pull it off.
Now, she seems very sharp on the table. Even though she's not as experienced as Jason, she's clearly trying to adjust to what he's doing against her.
Laney raising to 30,000 on the button. The blinds are at 5 and 10,000 now. Mercier folds, sliding his 10,000 over to Kathy.
Kathy there with the 3x raise, made it large enough to push Jason out of that pot. You see that Kathy is raising larger now. I like that. I think she should try and avoid post-flop situations with Jason as much as possible.
Mercier took a look at Queen 10 offsuit, made it 20,000 to go. And Kathy calls with King 3 offsuit. Flop is a couple of trays and a 6. Trip 3s for Kathy.
Well, that's as good as it gets for Kathy, and on such an uncoordinated board, Jason will probably follow through here, try and take it down.
42,000 in the middle, he fires 18.
Nice small bet from Jason. He doesn't need to put much out there to win this pot most of the time, but in this instance, Kathy will not be folding.
And Laney just makes the call. If you're Mercier, what are you thinking she's holding at this point?
Well, she could have a 6, she could have a straight draw, she could have a 3, maybe even an ace high.
And with the ace on the turn, and the pot up to 78,000.
I do not like what Kathy is doing here. This is a bad lead. It prevents Jason from betting if he has an ace, and probably makes him aware that there's something wrong in the hand. But in the event he doesn't have an ace, that card is the most likely one he bluffs. So she may have just prevented the opportunity to get one more street from his queen high.
Yeah, it didn't give Jason the rope that perhaps would have led to some extra chips in that particular situation. Updated chip counts. Mercier sliding down below the 1 million mark, all the way to 916K. Kathy with 584. About a 3-2 lead for Mercier.
Kathy, very composed.
Her table demeanor is magnificent.
Very professional.
She makes it 30K to go with 10-8 offsuit. And look at this, pocket aces for Jason Mercier. And you have to imagine, given his track record with pocket aces in the Alpha 8 events, he's got to be wondering whether or not this is going to be yet another instance of the curse of pocket aces for Jason Mercier. Nevertheless, he's going to 3-bet to 80,000.
And I don't think this is a good call from Kathy. The stacks aren't that deep. 10-8 offsuit isn't that strong of a hand. And Jason hasn't been re-raising her pre-flop because he's so happy to get to a flop.
Yeah, Kathy put an extra 50K in there to take the flop, which was queen, queen, 5. Mercier checking, giving her some rope.
I like this check from Jason. It's a hard board for her to have connected on, so it gives her a chance to bluff. And in the event that she does have a queen, it minimizes his losses.
Well, Kathy is going to try to take it down, betting 75,000. We know that's not going to work as Jason calls the 75K. Over 300,000 in the middle at this point. Massive pot developing. Turn card is a 7. Mercier again checks, and Kathy does the same behind in short order.
Yeah, I like that she checked behind there.
Look at this, Laney has spiked an 8 on the river, making queens and 8s. Jason, meanwhile, has bet 165,000, confident he's not up against a queen.
Yeah, she might call this one.
I'm all in.
Whoa, she just went all in.
Option C.
Very strange.
Yeah, door number 3 was not what I expected here, and it's not what Jason expected either, who all of a sudden is wondering, did I just run into another disaster with aces?
Laney putting her tournament life at risk. As Mercier asks for a count, it's 428,000 total.
Well, if Kathy wanted to represent a queen here, she's done a great job by just calling on the flop, checking behind on the turn, and raising over Jason's bet on the river, but I'm not sure it's enough to make him fold.
Could history be playing a part in Mercier's mind as he contemplates this call?
Call.
Apparently not, as Jason makes the call, and with that, he is your Alpha 8 St. Kitts champion. In second place, Kathy Laney, a valiant effort, an incredible outing here for the quote-unquote amateur who impressed us with her play from the beginning to the very end. $436,000 in prize money heading her way. And for Jason, it's a $727K payday.
Yeah, Kathy should feel really proud about the way she played through the course of this tournament. Unfortunately for her, she came up against one of the best in the world in the heads-up match and wasn't able to take him down.
And don't adjust your screen. That is indeed Jason Mercier's excited look right there. And that's why you gave him what nickname, Tony?
The permanently annoyed thinker.
I was thinking like, oh my gosh, I might lose with aces again.
Oh,
Crazy.
but then you did it.
Yeah.
You finally won this Alpha 8 trophy. How much does that mean to you?
It means a lot, you know, especially to play against, you know, some of the best players in the world. Anytime you can win a tournament like that, definitely means a lot.
All right, well, you did so well. Congratulations. Over $700,000 in your pocket.
Ooh,
Monster
nice.
24K headphones, a Hublot watch, all the cash. What do you need? And you're in paradise.
Whew, yeah, just got to catch a flight in the morning.
Congratulations, Jason. Well, that is it from us, from Alpha 8 St. Kitts. For Arlene Najad, Tony Dunst, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you at the next Alpha 8. $100,000 gets you a seat at our poker table. It's VIP access, Vegas style. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to Bellagio, the jewel of the Vegas Strip and home to some of the richest games in poker. Tonight, this ultra swank resort is the exclusive host to WPT Alpha 8. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, set to bring you VIP access to all the exciting action that is high-stakes poker. Our tournament began yesterday when A8 saw 42 world-class players descend upon the Bellagio poker room, all with $100,000 in hand, set to secure their seat. As the day began, we saw some familiar faces ready to take on another WPT Alpha 8.
It's a good tournament. Before I knew about live poker, I knew about the Bellagio poker room.
I also spotted some fresh blood jacket saw all his chips go to WPT Season 9 World Champion Scott Seaver and became the first to lose his $100,000 buy-in. Kurt's chair was immediately filled with the latest arrival, Poker Hall of Famer Eric Seidel, making a very tough table even tougher. We also saw some Alpha 8 rematches, including the players who just battled heads-up in St. Kitts. Are you having a little deja vu?
Yeah, a little bit. Poker, you get deja vu a lot.
Local legend Brian Rast took down a 100K event here just a year ago and is on the hunt for another.
Let's see if I can do it again.
Meanwhile, pumped-up pro Jason Kuhn revealed a secret talent of Colorado native Pratush Budiga.
Can I drop your sickest brag of all time? You won the national spelling bee. Are you serious? You think you don't see on TV?
Who didn't need to spell it out when he bested his new fan and one-drop winner Antonio Esfandiari. Throughout the day, Lady Luck sent several players packing, while others were just arriving, many with cash in hand to fill any empty seats.
I got lucky on the way over. It turns out the cab driver he said he was the best poker player that ever walked the earth. You know?
And he moves all in.
Wow, that was definitely not what I expected. That's kind of a strange play.
Yeah, Dan laying it down, and Schwartz taking the pot in somewhat unorthodox and unconventional manner.
Yeah, that's a strange play from Noah. I mean, it's definitely not a value bet all in there with just ace-jack. I think he was using his ace of diamonds as a blocker to the nut flush. And when that third diamond came, he wanted to put pressure on Dan there. But I think, honestly, ace-jack is just too strong of a hand to turn into a bluff there. He's a little bit lucky that Dan didn't have a hand he could call with.
No, you can go for a million. I mean, SpaceX has some things, and Virgin Galactica.
Never done this.
But I'm not going to be the first one to go, though. I'm going to wait to see if anything explodes or anything.
Noah's got his sights set on the stratosphere, and his stack is trending in that direction after taking that pot from Dan Coleman. And there's Ben Tollerine. He wears his sunglasses at night, raising it to 20,000 with queen 10 offsuit. Action over to Alec Torelli in the small blind with king queen off.
Yeah, Ben Tollerine is known for playing extremely high stakes, mostly heads-up poker on the internet, both No Limit Hold'em and Pot Limit Omaha.
What'd you start with?
About 330, 340.
340.
Alec has been playing a lot of high-stakes live cash games in Macau. I would say out of the two players here, Alec has much more live experience, but Ben, being one of the best players on the internet, I think, is going to have a stronger fundamental and theoretical grasp of the game.
Well, Torelli has called 16,000, and he'll be heads up, heading to the flop, which is ace and a couple of jacks.
Check.
A little something for both players. They both have a good shot straight draw, but I would give the advantage to Ben. Just being in position, he's the type of player that's going to put a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Torelli has checked it over to Tollerine. 52,000 in the middle, and Ben fires a little under half of that.
Yeah, not a huge bet. I think this board is relatively dry.
Torelli makes the call with king high. Both players with a straight draw.
I like Alec's call. King high is going to be good against a lot of Ben's range, and obviously he does have some equity. With if a 10 comes, he can make a strong hand.
Third jack on the turn.
Check.
Torelli checks again.
Both of their straight draws now become relatively irrelevant, as obviously any pair would make a full house and it would beat the straight.
It's good, but I don't like it with 3D.
Tollerine, not bashful. He fires a second bullet, 60,000.
So I think, you know, from Ben's point of view, he thinks that Alec could have a lot of small pairs, like 5s, 6s, and 7s, and he might be able to bully him off the hand.
And indeed, Torelli goes away with king high, and Tollerine takes it down.
Conservative fold there by Alec. I think Ben doesn't have that many value hands in his range. He probably has some aces, but probably no other pairs. So I might even consider calling there with king queen, but you definitely can't fault that fold. He didn't have a pair, and it was definitely the more conservative play.
Little fishy there.
And you hear Alec Torelli say, something was a little fishy there. Well, Alec, if only you knew. More action from Vegas straight ahead.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Don't have dough for a high roller buy-in but still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Strip for the continuation of the WPT Alpha 8. Let's get right back down to our featured table. 8 players and $1.3 million in front of Noah Schwartz, your chip leader. But it's Jake Schindler, the new player who's also broken the 1 million chip barrier with $1,025,000. Recreational player Scott Henry with $148,000 on the short stack. Max Altergoff with $166 on the other end of the spectrum. Blinds are still 4 and 8,000. Ante is 500. Schwartz on the button. Sorrell and Dan in the blinds, and there's Ben Tollerine, relative newcomer to our Alpha 8 events. Under the gun, first to act with pocket 4s, and he's gonna make it 20,000 to go.
So Ben is known for playing high stakes, No Limit Hold'em, and Pot Limit Omaha on the internet, and he's a heads-up specialist, and a lot of heads-up players tend to be a little bit more aggressive than other players in these live tournament settings. They're used to playing more hands and getting involved in more situations.
Not aggressive, Jake Schindler here. With pocket 8s, he just calls 20,000.
45,000.
versus the under-the-gun pre-flop raise. Heads up to the flop, which is ace, king, 10. A couple of clubs and all overcards to each player's pocket pair.
Yeah, I would like a bet here from Ben. I mean, his hand's just a little bit too weak to just check it and give up. And
Oh, that's exactly what it looks like he's going to do, though, Olivier. Checking over to Jake, who checks behind him.
yeah, I mean, Jake doesn't love that flop, obviously, so he's going to try to get to showdown cheaply.
Does he love the turn?
Yeah, pretty good turn for Jake.
Set of eights for Schindler, but it's Tollerene who's betting 35,000.
And you know, Ben, I think now, after Jake checks the flop, he thinks that Jake has a hand kind of like he does. It's hard for him to think that Jake has exactly 2 eights and is improved, but this bet would probably get through if Jake only had 6s or 7s.
Instead, Schindler just calling. You think he's worried that perhaps Tollerene flopped a huge pot, and that's why he checked on the flop?
No, I think Jake is just playing his hand relatively passively, but kind of standard the way most players would play his hand.
River card is a jack, changing things a bit. Anyone with a queen will now have the nuts. An ace-high straight. Tollerene checks.
His check is basically a give up, and I think Jake at this point, after Ben checks, knows that Ben doesn't have a queen and can try to bet for value here.
With 126,000 in the middle, Jake fires 44,000.
Kind of a small bet, hoping to get called by like 2 pair, but obviously Ben with just 2 4s.
Tollerene with the easy fold, and Jake Schindler will take the pot. Meanwhile, over at the outer table, we have a situation developing between 2 players who have a lot of history. Scott Seaver is all in with pocket jacks. He's got top set, 3 diamonds out there, several cards to a straight, and Daniel Cates is faced with a big decision for his entire stack. He's got top pair, top kicker.
I'm trying to think what I could have had. I'm so lucky.
You're so lucky to choose the spots.
I just had no idea. I was just randomly clicking and found it.
Because my hand is just like insane out here.
What do you have?
It was ace 2 sets.
I'm probably not going to
So
pull.
it was a
And I had ace of diamonds too.
Yeah, there's been quite a rivalry that's developed over the past few years between Dan and Scott. And Scott, the type of player who likes to add fuel to the fire by talking to his opponents during some of these critical tension-filled moments.
Yeah, not a lot of pros on the circuit do this, but Seaver is one of them.
I call.
Kate says he'll call.
Wow, you're so good.
Seaver snap rolls over the pocket jacks, and Kate's disgusted.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a tough call for his tournament life there, and Scott obviously with top set, very happy to get called.
Way to go, Scott. Thank you, Dan. You up here is soaking, right? Yes.
Kate's inquiring about re-entries. He was the Alpha 8 champion in Johannesburg, and he'll take some red wash, but I suspect he's going to reach for another 100,000. We'll find out as he talks to our Lynn Gilmartin.
Well, Jungle Man, you busted just in time with the re-entry period. Are you going to buy back in?
Yep, that's the plan.
That's the plan? Was that always going to be the plan, or is it...
Pretty much always the plan.
Yeah. Did it affect your play, knowing that you could have another go? Could you go a little bit more wild?
Actually, no, it didn't.
No?
No, I just made what I thought was the best play, and he had the nuts, and I had a big hand, but I didn't win. And he thinks he got me or something.
Oh, so you kind of want to get it back
It's
off
so
him?
stupid because I just know that his plan is not to bluff me. He just had it.
Oh, and he did? He bluffed you?
He didn't bluff me.
Oh, he didn't bluff you,
No,
sorry.
he just had the nuts, and I had a big hand.
Oh, okay.
And
So now you're ready to go get the chips back off him?
I mean, hopefully. It's hard when people just do that to you.
Yeah. Do you get frustrated by that? Or it's okay, you can just let it go?
A little bit frustrating briefly.
All right, fair enough. Now, what would be your dream table with your new seat? If you could pick any of the tables?
Honestly, that same spot.
Really?
Yeah.
You liked it?
Yeah.
No wonder he's coming back. All right, well, good luck.
Yeah.
Thanks, gentlemen.
If that's the mildly frustrated version of Daniel Cates, I'd hate to see the very frustrated one as we send it back over to the feature table.
18.
Folded around to Sorel Mitzi, who makes it 18,000 to go with King Queen suited. Dan Coleman with ace 10 offsuit in the small is going to defend. And another 10K for Ben Tollerene if he wants to join the party with 9-5 suited.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy call for Ben, getting a great price. He caps the action from the big blind, and his hand has plenty of equity.
Yeah, he ticked will attend on that Evite. And now 3 players head to the flop. 2 4s and a 3 with a couple of clubs out there. Dan Coleman with the best hand, checks.
And out of the 3 players, you know, Dan is the most likely player to have the strongest hand on a dry board like this. The small blind is the toughest position to play, and people play the narrowest range of hands from that position.
Yeah, Ben checked behind Dan, and now Sorrell is going to fire a continuation bet, 19,000.
Yeah, Sorrell, you know, showed aggression pre-flop, and he's just trying to take the pot down.
But this is a different situation than being heads up.
Yep, he's against two opponents, but this board is, you know, 2 4s and a 3 is just not particularly likely to help either of his opponents. I mean, Dan could have a pocket pair, but...
But conversely, it's also not likely to help him, as we see Coleman make the call.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dan knows how wide Sorrell raises from the button from, and ace-10 is, he probably feels is just too strong to fold, and he might try something later on in the hand to win the pot if he doesn't improve.
After a 6 hits the turn, both players check, and now a king on the river gives Mitzi the best hand. Coleman checking.
Dan hoping that Sorrell gives up and that his ace-10 is good enough to just win in showdown. Obviously, Sorrell not going to check back after hitting a king on the river.
Yeah, he fires 62-5, and what do you do if you're Dan Coleman?
I'm all in.
Whoa.
Wow, Dan Coleman check raising all in.
That's a strange play from Dan.
Now, what sort of line is this representing?
He's representing very few hands, maybe pocket 6s, maybe pocket 3s. It's very hard for Dan to have a 4 here since he called from the small blind, so I really actually don't like this play.
Mr. Coleman, you're not repping much, bro. Not calling many 4s at a small blind.
Yeah, Sorrell knows that he's not repping much.
3s. You don't have a king. That is a very, very strange move.
This is the process that professionals go through when they're making decisions like this. They have to try to put their opponent on a hand, or at least a range of hands, and try to assess a frequency to those hands. And there aren't many good hands, very strong hands that Dan will play in this way. And Dan has a reputation definitely more than capable of making a bluff in a situation like this.
This call is for all of Sorrell's chips, and he's going to make it.
You have it. It's 10. Ace-10.
Even though Dan doesn't represent a lot of hands, you have to remember, this is a $100,000 buy-in tournament. Sorrell's making a decision for his tournament life. When you just have a pair of kings and your opponent check raises all in on the river, no matter what the situation is, it's not easy to make that call.
Yeah,
so you really got to give Sorrell credit.
In terms of a cash game, it's like making a $100,000 call on the river.
I gotta do that every now and then, you know?
You're a sicko, yeah, I mean, you have to. It doesn't make any sense, but you know that I know it doesn't make sense. I mean, if I don't have a king, I have to hold.
Up next, plenty more high-stakes action from Bellagio. Welcome back to the Las Vegas Strip for the continuation of the World Poker Tour Alpha 8. During the break, we lost our only recreational player at the feature table, the doctor, Scott Henry, who went flatline after taking ace-jack up against Ben Tollerine's ace-queen. Both players fought the ace, but Henry was unable to improve, and he said goodbye with no signs of re-entry. Meanwhile, Daniel Cates, Jungle Man, had asked to be reseated with Scott Sieber for a shot at revenge, but instead, we welcomed him to a table replete with the likes of Antonio Esfandiari, J.C. Tran, Eric Seidel, and Talal Shakurchi, a real minefield. And courtesy of some rebalancing, Jason Les is going to be joining the feature table. And believe it or not, Jason Les is already on his second bullet after having hopped in a car from California not long ago.
I saw on the updates that at the first level there was like 30 people who entered, whatever, and I have friends here and I heard about how great it was. So I was at a coffee store in Costa Mesa when I saw this, got my coffee, went home, packed a bag in 5 minutes, and was on the road. So I went straight from Costa Mesa to the Valet to right here.
Les started playing poker at UC Irvine. He actually graduated with a computer science degree, was going to be a software engineer, but he knew he loved poker too much to do that.
Jason is on his second bullet, so that drive from Costa Mesa looks like it's been a pretty expensive one so far.
Les certainly not out of it here. He brings $690,000 in chips to the table. Max Altergott is inheriting short stack duties, courtesy of Henry's bust out, while Noah Schwartz is still your chip leader. Let's get back to the feature table. Alec Torelli folded King-Jack offsuit under the gun somewhat conservatively, and after a few more folds...
I'm out of here.
Action comes down to the button
Someone's
of
pretty
Dan
sharp,
Coleman, and you wonder whether or not he'll even bother to look at his cards, right?
Yeah, Dan is known for playing very aggressively from the button. He's going to play a wide range. 10-8 offsuit, definitely going to be worth a raise.
Coleman makes it 20,000. Are there any two that wouldn't be worth a raise?
My guess is that Dan will play from this position maybe 70 or 80% of his opening range. So 10-8 offsuit fits comfortably there.
Ben folds a small blind, and Les will get his feet wet right away, defending from the big with ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah, so we have two very, very competent, very skilled heads-up players going against each other here.
And two queens and a king on the all-paint flop. Les checks the best hand. Over to Coleman, who fires 20K on the continuation. Jason, gonna make the call.
Pretty easy call here from Jason with ace-high. Dan's gonna have a lot of hands that don't have pairs and that, you know, don't have too much equity, hands like this. So Jason with ace-high is usually gonna check and call and see what develops.
3 on the turn draws a check out of both players, and now the river card gives Dan Coleman the best hand. Jason checks again, however, and Dan comfortable to check behind him and roll over the winner. Unfortunate river card there.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Dan decided to check that river 8. I mean, when Jason checks all 3 streets, he's likely to have ace-high or maybe a small pocket pair, and I think Dan should at least consider going for value there with an 8.
Let's head over to the outer table where we find Doug Polk faced with a decision after Kerry Katz moves all in with king-queen top pair on the turn.
Doesn't seem like much of a decision to me.
No, bottom set for Doug, and he makes the call, leaving Kerry Katz drawing dead.
Yeah, Kerry, a regular in these high-stakes tournaments, actually himself puts on these one-day events that become very popular in the high-stakes community at the Aria. And Doug Polk, like I said, probably the best heads-up player in the world.
Well, the re-entry period is not over, so while Kerry Katz may have lost all his chips, he can always buy more. And I'm sure Lynn Gilmartin is going to ask him about that.
So how do you feel you've been playing?
Lousy.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm out. Yeah, I can't play playing good.
It wasn't just luck that got in the way?
I don't know. If I'd let out on that hand, I might have. I think it ends up the same way. I hit top pair, he hits bottom set. I think I'm going broke. So.
Okay. Now, if you could pick any table out there, which one would you prefer to be on?
Same table, because
Yeah?
they know I'm aggressive now, and maybe they'll call me when I have a hand.
Ah, okay. He set up his image. It's a big part of poker. And then you can try and get those same chips back, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Well, good luck, Gary. Thank you.
So Kerry makes his way over to the registration table for a re-entry, and we get back over to our feature table, where the button is on Sorel Mizzi, Dan Coleman and Ben Tollerine in the blinds. Jason Les, who lost just moments ago with ace-high against Dan Coleman, under the gun, lays it down. Alec Torelli with pocket sixes makes it 20 to go.
I don't know.
Depends how old you are, too. Like,
Ace-jack offsuit now for Noah.
I think Noah has 2 legit options. I mean, he can definitely call here with ace-jack. A lot of players like to 3-bet this hand to an early position raise.
You feel pressure to be more aggressive when you've got the big stack?
Yeah, I mean, some pressure, but really just strategically it also makes sense. I mean, each additional chip is worth less, so you can afford to take more risks.
And that's exactly what Noah's doing, making it 55,000 total. Folded back around to Alec.
And Alec is counting out his chips. I've seen him do that and then move in.
Yeah, it looks like a call almost when you're seeing him count it out, or maybe a motion toward the pot, but...
Yeah, I mean, you see the players get up, and that's because this level is ending, and the players are about to go on a break. And sometimes in this type of situation, when it's the last hand before a break, players tend to play a little bit different from how they would otherwise play. Alex starting the hand with, I think, close to 50 big blinds. So a move all in here would be pretty aggressive.
Go all in.
And that's exactly what Alec does.
And I think part of this play is motivated by the end of the registration and rebuy period.
Paysaxki Infernum, please. Remove your personal info.
You can rebuy, right?
And Noah's asking whether or not Alec was aware that he can still rebuy at this point, trying to figure out if that played a part in this
Yeah,
move.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that everybody knows that. And Noah here thinking about calling, I think, is mostly posturing. I don't think he's going to call 50 big blinds with ace-jack. I mean, if he ever were, this would be the spot because he expects, you know, Alec to be a little bit weaker than average. But in general here, I just can't imagine Noah calling such a big bet with just ace-jack offsuit, especially against an early position raise and then 3-bet all in.
You look back at your cards, you're like, I'm just going to go all in.
Alec is known for being aggressive free flop, but this would not be a good play, even though we know it would be a flip.
And he said he got 2 outs, it must mean he got a pair.
And sure enough, Noah throws it in, and Torelli takes the last pot of the round.
All right.
Guys, break time starts now.
Oh, thank you so much for not starting it. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, if you told me you weren't going to start it, I would have taken a little more time. I would have taken a little more time. Damn it. I know, I'm supposed to call. Damn it.
Your secret is safe with us, Alec. So the registration period will come to an end as we send it to the break. Will we see any new faces? Well, we know one thing for sure. We're going to find out what our champion will be taking home as we do a little math and calculate the prize pool. Stay with us. Welcome back to Las Vegas for the continuation of the World Poker Tour Alpha 8 event. 55 total entries have been tabulated, $100,000 the value of each. 44 total players started this event. Andrew Lichtenberger marks the last player to buy in. He actually busted yesterday. After a good night's sleep, decided he would come back and pony up another $100,000. He takes a seat at one of our outer tables next to Noah Schwartz, who has been relocated to that same table after being at the feature table. And we head now to one of our other outer tables where we find the Brit, Talal Shakirchi, who cashed third in the Alpha 8 London non-televised event, in for his last $10,000 up against Dan Smith. Both players make a pair of nines, but Smith has Talal outkicked and Shakirchi busts.
Talal is an incredibly smart and successful guy and has developed a real passion for poker. We've seen him on a lot of the events over the last few years. Over at St. Kitts, I was able to spend a little bit of time with him, played at his table for a little while, and he's actually donates some of his time and money to outside causes.
Sitting at an Alpha 8 table, hedge fund manager Talal Shakirchi has one goal: taking all the chips. But once he's collected his winnings, it's a good bet that he'll be giving some of it away.
It does seem to be more of an interest in philanthropy amongst poker players. Poker's about risk and reward, and top poker players understand the trade-offs, where it's difficult perhaps for a lot of people involved in charities themselves to make that trade-off. That kind of perspective is a good thing to bring to philanthropy, as well as obviously the money poker players could bring.
Two-time champ Philip Gruesome realised that there's great value in sharing his substantial poker earnings with charities around the world.
I think for me, my mind changed when I had everything I wanted, you know. When I discovered, okay, I want to give something back, I felt like, hey, this is the next step to be even more happy.
Recently, Phil and poker pals Igor Kurganov and Liv Bory created Raising for Effective Giving, or REG. The charity, based on effective altruism, encourages poker players to make a positive impact. What does effective altruism mean?
The idea that when you have a limited amount of funds to donate to charity, then you want to donate it in a way that has the maximum impact, that achieves the desired goal, which is to reduce as much suffering in the world as possible. So getting the maximum bang for your buck.
Turns out, for some pros, the return on charitable investments can help their poker game as well.
After playing 5-6 years, felt a bit like my motivation went down. And this definitely helped me to pick it up again, since I wasn't just playing for myself, but I was playing as well for many people that I could then help out with the money with.
Let's face it, Olivier, having a bankroll and keeping your money is essential to being a successful poker player, but in spite of that, it's nice to see people placing an emphasis on giving back.
Yeah, it's one of those trends that have swept the poker world in the last few years, especially among the young players. It's great to see that, you know, when they hit a big score and win a tournament, that they set some of that money aside and, you know, give it away, donate it to charity.
Yeah, worthy of note, the World Poker Tour Foundation has been around for several years and is just one of the ways in which the WPT helps give back to several different charities. You talked about big scores, Olivier. Let's take a look at this one. 2.1 million plus going to the champion here in Las Vegas. Top 6 places are going to be paid a piece of that over $5,395,000 collected here at Bellagio, but it's tough to imagine Antonio Esfandiari laying claim to any of that prize money. He is all in with Queen Jack up against Bryn Kenny's Ace Jack. Antonio cannot hit a queen on the end to make the best hand, and he is going to leave $200,000 behind here in Vegas to bring his career investment total in Alpha 8 to over $1.1 million.
Yeah, but how many cashes does he have, Ali?
Oh, none.
Oh, that's tough.
Arlene Gilmartin joins Antonio now.
Oh, right after the registration period closes. You're leaving us.
It wasn't my
What happened?
tournament.
Wasn't your tournament? You weren't feeling it?
No, I was feeling it. I
You
just
were?
didn't. I lost a massive flip against Brent, and you know I had to win that to have a shot. You have to win the flips.
You do have to
Sometimes
win
you flip good, sometimes you flip bad.
That's poker.
That's poker.
Do you feel like you're playing good?
Yeah, I played all right. I played great. You know, but what can I do?
What can you do?
Can't control the outcome of the flip.
You
Heads or tails,
cannot.
but you can't pick, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the good news is, well, it's not good news that he's walking out, but he is walking out in some really fine shoes, may I say. I am loving those shoes.
They're awesome. They're super comfortable.
They are.
Shoes?
I really dig the shoes.
They match your dress. I did that on purpose.
They do. Can we swap? Let's swap.
You can have them.
Yeah, thanks. Right. Great to see you as always, Antonio.
Thank you.
Well, it's going to be a long, but no doubt fashionable walk back to Antonio's car.
Getting a big hand in Vegas is every poker player's dream. Now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and free. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and play.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8, where during the break we saw a couple of casualties. Dan Smith took his ace-jack up against jungle man Dan Cates' ace-king and was shown the door. And Pratush Budiga had 2 9s up against Brian Rass' pocket kings, and he said goodbye as well. We are now down to just 30 players, a total of 4 tables, and Sean Winter is joining us at the feature table. Hailing from Jacksonville, Florida, what else do we know about this kid?
Honestly, I don't know too much about Sean. I know that he is an aggressive player, pretty loose, likes to make some 3 and 4 bets pre-flop, but besides that, I don't have that much information on Sean. I guess we'll have to wait and see how he plays.
Yeah, we do know that this is his very first super high roller event as he takes his seat. Max Altergott still the short stack in these 8. Jake Schindler with the chip lead at 839,000. Blinds are at 5 and 10. The ante is at 1K. Alec Torelli, who has 444,000 in chips, takes a pass with 7-8 suited. He plays pretty conservatively up front.
I think it depends on the situation. I think this is a particularly tough table, so from early position, Alec's going to play pretty conservative, but I've seen Alec make some very, very aggressive plays.
Queen 8 suited in the hijack for Sean Winter, and he's going to make it 22,000 to go.
And this is, I think this is a fine open. I mean, I would definitely consider folding, but obviously this is not going to work as we see Sorrell with ace-king suited. It's not going to let this go.
No, 3-betting it to 55,000. Coleman out of the way on the button, and look at this, pocket aces for Ben Tollerine. He loves the action in front of him here. But do you slow play or do you come over the top?
I think from the small blind, you know, with an opener already, I think 4-betting is really the only realistic play. I think if he just called, it would be a little bit suspicious. He would allow Sean to enter the pot. He would be out of position throughout the rest of the hand. So I think whether he wants to bluff or if he has a hand like he does, a monster, I think 4-betting is definitely the play.
Yeah, he makes it 130,000 to go. He started the pot with 586,000, just a few thousand more than Sorrell Mizzi, who started the pot with 582. We see Sean Winter lay down.
How much are you playing, Ben?
About 550.
And does Sorrell really have anything to decide here?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's bad for Sorrell, but, you know, he's got ace-king suited. It's an extremely strong hand. Ben's an aggressive player, and we see he moves all in here. There's not too much he can do. It's really just a cooler.
And if you're Ben, you love hearing that all in. He has Sorrell crushed heading to the flop. 84% to win the pot to Sorrell's 15%.
I kind of have a good feeling about this one, but it's hard to beat aces with ace-king.
Yeah, this is one of the best spots to be in when you're all in with aces. A lot of times you're all in against another pair, and that pair has, you know, 2 solid outs to beat you, but it's very tough for ace-king to beat aces. With this particular case, Sorrell is suited, so a flush is really his best chance.
I think you got this.
I think clubs look pretty hot right now.
Yeah.
And here comes the flop. It's all clubs, and Sorrell has flopped the nut flush. Ben Tollerine is going to need runner to make a full house, or he is going to be down to practically nothing.
Yeah, if it were spades, it would be like, I'm dead. Don't pair the board.
The turn card doesn't pair the board, which means Ben cannot make a full house to beat Sorrell's flush.
It's weird, because normally I'd be like, there would be some anxiety before.
The river card is inconsequential,
hot,
and that is a disastrous turn of events for Ben.
How does he do it?
It's a little bit of an overkill, but I'll take it, I guess. It's pretty sick.
I got 585, Sorrell.
Yeah, very unlucky for Ben Tollerine, obviously, but at the same time, you know, Sorel and Ben both have very strong hands. It's really just a cooler. The fact that Sorel got very lucky with ace-king doesn't mean that much. It's really that they both had strong enough hands to get all in, and Sorel was the one who ended up on top.
Going clubbing tonight.
And it's important to note, Ben and Sorel had very similar chip stacks going into this hand. So, you know, Ben is still going to be alive, but he's going to be almost decimated. You know, he's going to have just a few thousand left.
Devastating turn of events for Tallarine. More action from Vegas up next.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, only on clubwpt.com. So get in the game today.
It's all about getting in the game, as you know, Olivier, and the best way to do that is simply log on to clubwpt.com.
You hear us mention Club WPT all the time. If you're not familiar with Club, in a word, it's a website where you can practice your poker and play with your friends for free.
And if you really want to amp up your game, you can become a clubwpt.com VIP member and enjoy a host of benefits, including watching past Alpha 8 episodes.
One of the best parts of playing poker is winning. And at clubwpt.com, you can play for a part of the $100,000 in cash and prizes that are given away each month.
You can even win seats to big WPT events, so get to your computer and log on to clubwpt.com. In the meantime, let's take a look at the prize pool for our record-breaking Vegas Alpha 8. First place is going to take home over $2.1 million, and the man currently laying claim to that at the feature table is the chip leader, Sorel Mizzi, with $1.164 million. The blinds are at 5 and 10,000. The ante is $1K. Jake Schindler under the gun. He looks at Jack 10 suited and pops it to 20,000.
Yeah, this is probably one of the worst hands that Jake raises with under the gun, but I think it's strong enough and plays well post-flop.
Well, you certainly know it's a far better option than limping in with it.
Yeah, you're not going to see too many of these players limp in at this stage.
Ben Tallarine, with just 2,000, decides why not with 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah, he basically has to do that with every single hand he's dealt. The ante is just too big. He can't wait another hand.
Folded around to Max Altergott. He's in the big blind with king, queen offsuit.
This is a nice looking hand for Max. It's probably one of the best hands he's been dealt all day, but I still don't think this is an all-in. I think he could just call from the big blind and see a flop.
Oh, it looks like Altergott disagrees with you, Olivier. He's going to ship in his remaining 105,000. Could have just called for 10K.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a good play because Jake only has Jack 10 suited, but against Jake's under-the-gun opening range, I think this is just a call. I don't like this play.
Just couldn't get away from Jack 10 suited there, you know?
Two players, tournament lives at risk right now. Here comes the flop. It's ace 10 deuce. Jake Schindler's pair of tens, but the jack kicker the best hand. But Altergott has a Broadway draw. He's hoping Jake hits his jack. That, of course, would give Max the ace high straight. Ben showing disinterest here. The turn card is a deuce. That pairs the board and updates the percentages. You see that there is now a 63% chance that Jake and Ben will actually split the main pot. And Max needs a king, queen, or a jack on the river. Instead, it's the 9 of clubs. And Max Altergott has been eliminated, leaving Jake Schindler to take the full side pot and split the main with Ben Tallarine.
Don't call it a comeback.
600.
So the German Max Altergott, who was card dead all day, says auf Wiedersehen, leaving 29 players to do battle for the over $5 million in prize money. Who will wear the crown and become champion here at our record-setting Alpha 8 event? Find out as you join our journey. Plenty more high-stakes action remains. On behalf of Lynn Gilmartin and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Ali Najat, saying so long from Bellagio.
Outside, the fountains of Bellagio welcome everyone to Las Vegas, but entry inside our poker room takes nerves of steel and $100,000. This is WPT Alpha 8. glamorous Las Vegas Strip, home to the opulent, award-winning resort, Bellagio. This world-famous destination has made a name for itself as the epicenter for high-stakes poker in Las Vegas. And tonight, we are going to see those who have taken a huge financial risk in hopes of winning the lion's share of the over $5 million prize pool. Players in tonight's event were required to pay $100,000 if they wanted to compete. At this point in the game, registration is closed. There are no more lifelines. Everyone you see bust out tonight will go home broke. On deck to share their keen insight and expert analysis, poker commentator extraordinaire Ali Najad and high-stakes pro Olivier Bousquet. They are up in the club WPT.com skybox. Hi, guys.
Hey, Lynn, a pleasure to be with you as always, especially here on the Las Vegas Strip. As you mentioned, the epicenter of poker, and there's been a lot of high-stakes seismic activity to this point. In this record-setting Alpha 8 of ours, we had 44 players total, 55 entries, a prize pool of over $5 million and over $2.1 million going to first place. It's kind of a minefield of 20-somethings out there right now, though, Olivier. Youth is the story.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly tough field. Especially in the context of these super high rollers where you tend to see, a number of wealthy amateurs also join the field. Here it's like every tough pro is in the field and still alive. You have guys like Cyril Mitzi, who's built up a huge stack, and he's already one of the toughest players in the field. So when he has a lot of chips, he's very dangerous. Noah Schwartz, we saw build up a big stack. Dan Coleman, who's on the heater of a lifetime, still alive and always a dangerous threat.
Still have 4 tables in action at this point in time. And I want to turn our attention to Ben Tollerene, one of a handful of players who we've never seen at an Alpha 8 event, who's ponied up not $100,000 but $200,000 total, and yet sits on just $13,000 in chips. That's not a reflection of the quality of his play, though, is it?
No, I mean, Ben Tollerene's not as familiar to some of the, some of our viewers because he hasn't played that much live poker. But when it comes to like poker mind or poker IQ, Ben is really at the highest level you can get. He's extremely short stacked. He got very unlucky losing with pocket aces to Cyril's ace king suited, but he still does have some chips, which, as we all know, gives him some life. So we'll have to see if he can double up a couple of times and give himself a chance.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for a miracle. In for $200,000 total and sitting on just about $13,000. Here's a look at the current chip counts, 1.1 million and change for Cyril Mitzi. The ante is 1,000. The blinds are 5 and 10,000. Button's gonna be on Jake Schindler. Sean Winter, who was a late addition to the lineup, is in the small blind, and Cyril is in the big blind. Get the action underway with Dan Coleman under the gun, and he'll lay down his king deuce. And really not much of a decision here for Ben, is there? He's got to move all in with the antes where they are.
He just has just over 1 big blind, so he's actually probably happy to get 8-6 suited. It's a hand that has decent equity and definitely will have a chance no matter what it's up against.
Yeah, well, better than decent equity is how you can describe ace-jack suited for Alec Torelli, who makes it 30,000 total to go.
And if I were Alec, I would probably kind of ignore Ben's all-in, knowing he's got to do it with almost every hand he's dealt, and just treat my ace-jack like a normal raise.
Folded around to Sean Winter, his first ever Alpha 8 appearance, just 24 years old. He calls Jacksonville, Florida home.
You have like 4?
I think I have 450.
His first ever super high roller event. He's got ace-8 offsuit and doesn't appear to be ready to lay it down.
No, I think most of the time ace-8 in the small blind is just a fold, but looks like Sean's deciding to play this aggressively, trying to isolate the all-in player. In this case, the all-in player is all in for so little money that I don't think there's that much value in doing this. When you look at Cyril just with king 2 offsuit is kind of suspicious of Sean's play. His hand was so bad, but he was just considering making another play just to try to isolate what he thought was a lot of dead money in the pot. And to be honest, he was right.
Instead, he's out of the way, and that allows Alec Torelli to make a call for another 45,000. 2 players in for the side pot, Ben in for the main and the flop. 10-3-4 with a couple of clubs.
You see Ben eye the flop, see his flush draw, and then just go right back to his phone.
Yeah, not looking to give anything away, although he's unlikely to influence any of the remaining action here. Sean Winter with a continuation bet on the 10-high board that includes a couple of clubs.
Yeah, Sean does flop the backdoor nut flush draw with his ace of clubs, and Alec You know, really just ace high, no diamonds on the board. It's hard for him to continue. He's not going to like it when he sees that Sean has a worse hand, but not much he can do there.
Yeah, Sean rolls over his ace-8. Alec a little bit disgusted, and you see Ben not too big a dog against this ace-8, 47% to 52%.
Ironically, Ben would have had a better chance against Alec's hand than he does against Sean since his 8 is dominated, but still in decent shape to more than triple up, more than quadruple up here.
Well, the queen of diamonds isn't going to cut it, Olivier. Here comes the river, though. Ben's looking for a club or a 6 on the end, and he gets it. The 7 of clubs, breathing new life into Tallarine.
Ben's going to more than 4x his stack here, as he only had just over 1 big blind to start the hand. So, yeah, when you go on this like little mini run starting from no chips, you always develop that hope that it can turn into something huge, that you could make a story and win the tournament.
Well, it's still an uphill climb for Ben. Under the gun this time around, but with considerably more chips.
Yeah, Ben just over 5 big blinds to start this hand. I think a lot of people would just instantly go all in when they see an ace and they have 5 big blinds. Ben, though, the consummate professional, incredibly disciplined fold there. Just knowing the math and knowing that even though he's got a very short stack, ace-3 offsuit with all these players behind him is just not good enough, and he's patient enough to wait it out and see if he can get a better situation.
Jake Schindler, meanwhile, will open the action with a raise to 22,000. The 25-year-old pro calls Hollywood, Florida home. You may recognize that town. Also home to Jason Mercier, a familiar name here on the tour. This is Jake's first Alpha 8 appearance, and he is going to be heads up in position against Dan Coleman, the intimidating professional who has queen jack suited and has flopped a flush draw. 2 kings and a 5 with a couple of clubs. Dan checks it. Jake seizing the opportunity to fire a continuation bet of 21,000.
I might have actually checked back here if I were Jake with queen 10. It's got some showdown value and not too much equity, but he decides to continuation bet. Dan not going anywhere, of course, with his flush draw.
4 of hearts, a blank to both players, and Coleman, who has over 22.8 million in live tournament earnings, casually checks it over to Jake, who has 3.7 million in live tournament earnings of his own, and checks back.
Jake doesn't improve and decides not to go for it again.
Now the 6 of hearts on the river.
I think Dan has 2 options here. He can check and hope queen high is good, or he can just try to bluff with it.
Sure.
He decides to check. And Jake looks like he sees this as an opportunity to try to bet. Knows that he can't win in showdown, or assumes he can't win in showdown, that Dan either has a hand like ace high or maybe a 5, maybe pocket 3s.
But what is Jake representing here? I mean, the line is so suspect.
I mean, he could have 2 7s maybe. I mean, I think he would probably bet the turn with 2 7s. He could have rivered a 6. It's a little bit suspicious of a bet, but it's tough for Dan to just to call with queen high.
Try telling that to Dan Coleman. He casually deposits 42,000 in the middle and shows queen jack over queen 10. That's playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to look very odd to some people that he just called with queen high. But at the end of the day, what Dan's hand is it's a bluff catcher. It's not too different from ace queen or from, 5-4. He knows that he beats almost all of Jake's bluffs. If Jake had ace high or a pair, he probably wouldn't feel the need to bluff. So his hand, if he's right that Jake's bluffing, he'll be able to call and win. It looks a little strange, and sometimes he'll look silly because Jake is actually value betting or potentially bluffing with a worse hand. But that's one of the things that makes Dan so dangerous. He's willing to trust his instincts and make a play that maybe most people wouldn't.
Yeah, this is Coleman's 3rd Alpha 8 appearance. He actually won the Season 2 London Alpha 8 title in his first ever appearance, good for 957,000 and change, and he was 9th in Season 2 at St. Kitts. Action folded around to Sorel Mitzi on the button with ace-10 offsuit. Pretty sure we know what he's going to do. And indeed, he raises it to 20,000. Easy fold for Dan Coleman. And action on Ben Tallarine, who started this pot with 64,000. Looks down at 8-6 offsuit. And he's going to make the call.
I started with 53 back, I think.
It's an interesting play here. He's obviously very, very short stacked, but getting a great price from the big blind.
Here comes the flop. It's queen 9-7 rainbow. Open-ended straight draw for Ben.
Yeah, so this is kind of what he's looking for. All in. Some decent equity to just push the rest of his stack in.
And that's exactly what he does, Olivier, moving all in for 43,000.
Sorel, I think, rightly figures that the pot is so big and ace-10 has enough equity against Ben's range that he just has to call and either hope to get lucky or hope that he has the best hand. He actually does have the best hand, but obviously Ben, with a lot of equity, can hit an 8, a 6, a 5, or a 10.
I'm calling for you. This is going to be sick.
Yeah. You almost got a room for him. Come on. I'm almost rooting for him. Yeah. I mean, I kind of am.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly a 3-2 favorite is Sorel.
He's going to come back and knock me out, I'm sure. Yeah. He's going to come back and win.
And here comes the turn. It's a 5 of clubs, no waiting for Ben Tollerine. He has iced this pot by making the straight. And he'll count his stack down, and better than double up, Olivier.
You already booked a flight.
Probably not enough from Ben's point of view, having lost with pocket aces to Sorel's ace-king suited earlier for a much bigger pot, but a much-needed double up to give himself some life.
Well, Dan saying Ben had already booked a flight out of Vegas on his phone. Well, he's going to have to cancel that. Not time to pack his bags just yet. You know, I'm always amazed, Olivier, at the amount of poise that we see in these young players.
Yeah, I mean, I think people associate youth with inexperience, and you know, some of these players are playing at their local casinos or traveling around in Europe where the age is lower to play. So even though a lot of these guys are young, a lot of them have played a lot of hands of poker, and I think over time you just kind of develop this tolerance. You build up this sense of knowing the way luck plays a role in poker and getting used to the swings, and you just develop that sense.
Button on Torelli, Jake and Sean in the blinds, and Sorel takes a peek at those tempting suited connectors, 7-8 suited under the gun.
A little bit of a loose open from Sorel, but he does have a lot of chips and very dangerous player when he's got a big stack.
He likes being aggressive. 26,000 now, has over 100K in front of him, picks up ace-king offsuit and sends it to the center, all in.
Finally, Ben Tollerine gets dealt a good hand, is in a great position to double up here with ace-king.
Get through. Nothing wrong with that.
Folded around to Sean Winter, who showed a little bit of pause before turning his hand in. And
it's a good sign when asks how much.
Now Mizzy with 7-8 suited.
Yeah, he's got to call about 6 big blinds. He's already put in 2. He's getting about 2 to 1, so.
Any chance he can muck this?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely could. I think with his chip stack and getting the price that he is, I think it's pretty reasonable to call, but you could definitely fold 8 high.
That's not going to happen. Mitzi makes the call, and we're going to head to the flop. Ben in great shape here to hit effectively a 3rd double up. Here comes the flop. 2 10s and an 8. Sorel sucking out, making 2 pair, and Ben Tollerine is looking for an ace or a king to keep his tournament hopes alive on the heels of a quadruple up and a double up.
Couple backdoor draws for Ben as well, but it's not looking good.
No, and the 3 of spades means it's looking worse. And Ben Tollerine is looking for an ace or a king to keep his tournament hopes alive. Can he connect? No, he cannot. Instead, it's a 9 of clubs on the end. And the stack that was trending in the right direction is now vanished. Heading over in Sorel's direction. Disappointing for Ben.
Yeah, I bet if you asked him, he would have preferred to just lose that first time instead of building that hope and then devastating it, especially when he had the best hand and gets unlucky there.
And Ben is going to leave behind $200,000 in Las Vegas, courtesy of his 2 entries. And the big stack continues to grow as Sorel Mitzi, in his 4th Alpha 8 appearance, has designs on finally making the money.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, only on ClubWPT.com. So get in the game today. The action's been intense here in Las Vegas. We had a sudden surge of bust-outs over the break. Alpha 8 St. Kitts second-place finisher Kathy Leaney was taken down by fearless pro Paul Volpe, who emptied another chair a few hands later when his pocket 9s held up against experienced amateur Larry Greenberg's pocket 6s.
It's a very unique thing that an amateur can come in and play with the best players in the world in anything. So it's an incredible opportunity to be able to do it, and I really enjoyed it. Hope to do it again.
And in another battle, high-stakes expert Tom Marchese's King Jack suited bested WPT champ JC Tran's pocket queens. Jason Kuhn had pocket kings, which were more than enough to take out his good pal Igor Kurganov. And finally, when entrepreneur Ray Feltinsky sent his King 8 up against Florida pro Noah Schwartz's Ace 8, the pro prevailed.
It's nice to come out and see how you stack up against some of the best players in the world. And even in the heat of battle, they're giving me tips and so forth. And that's great. It's a great way to learn.
With all the busts, the tables have now been rebalanced and we're ready for more action. So Ali and Olivier, where does that leave us?
Well, Lynn, it leaves us with 22 players remaining in the field, spread out across 3 tables. At our feature table, we have 2 new faces, Tom Marchese and Eric Seidel, Olivier.
Yeah, Tom, WPT champion and one of the most well-liked and respected players on the tour. And of course, Eric Seidel, Poker Hall of Famer, one of my favorite players to see at a tournament. I mean, he's one of the few players from the old school of the poker boom who, you know, continued to be successful and play at these high stakes. And he just oozes respect, humility. He's just, whether he wins or loses, he always gives credit to his opponents. I really admire and respect Eric a lot.
Eric brings 420,000 in chips to the table, while Tom brings 328,000. The blinds are at 8 and 16, the ante at 1,000.
That's like impossible.
A couple of folds in front of Sorel Mitzi, who has Ace 8 offsuit, and the current chip lead, which he's putting to use in the form of a raise to 33,000. Now to Dan Coleman, who has Ace Queen. Oh, and Coleman going all in here.
Yeah, an aggressive play from Dan, but I think is pretty standard one. Probably the same play that I would make. Ace Queen offsuit. He could 3-bet with it, but I think jamming is fine with his stack. And Sorel just opening a lot of hands. I think it's pretty easy to jam this hand against this opponent.
Yeah, and part of that is because he starts the hand with about 20 big blinds.
Yeah,
correct?
exactly right.
Now, what do you do if you're Sorel? This is a big re-raise to be faced with.
I think it's a pretty easy fold.
You gonna put the dagger in me?
I might. Don't be so comfortable. I could be slow rolling you right now.
Even if Dan is bluffing with a hand like Jack-10 suited, you're still not really much of a favorite against that hand, and most of the time it'll just be dominated, so pretty easy fold from Sorel.
Sorel lays it down, and Coleman says, get out of here.
On my first bluff, and my first bluff through ever on you.
Yeah?
7-8 suited.
I was obviously good.
Nice.
Nice. No.
What suit?
And diamonds.
Nice. I had an 8 of diamonds, man.
Earlier this week, our Lynn Gilmartin had a chance to talk to Sorel about friendship in poker.
You all seem to be such good friends. How do you balance the notion that there are no friends at the poker table, yet they seem to be your best friends off the felt?
Yeah, you really just have to distinguish between the two.
The Mizzonator, ladies and gentlemen.
Like Antonio and I's relationship, I mean, I love the guy, but I just love, like, busting him. I love, like, more so than I do someone that is not my friend. We just love taking each other's money. Okay. And it is what it is. But then there's other guys who I'm closer with who, you know, there's a little bit of compassion that comes with it. We all understand that this is a game, and at the end of the day, like, we're all gonna die with money left over, hopefully. Maybe not me, who knows? But, you know, it's just a game, and we're all just doing what we love to do.
Olivia, you got a few friends out there in the poker community yourself. How key is that to being able to get through this stressful career?
Yeah, I mean, I think Sorel's right. I mean, at a certain point, you just kind of get over that. You just get used to it, and you develop this sense of being able to just distinguish your friendship from your actual play at the table. And it's not like you're trying to hurt your friends, you're just trying to make the best decisions. I mean, friends compete all the time, and they, you know, sometimes that friendship can fuel extra motivation to win. So in poker, I think it's no different.
Let's get back to the feature table. Action's on Tom. Marchese competing here with pocket threes, making it 35,000 to go.
Because it's so energetic.
And the other new face at the table, Eric Seidel, takes a peek at hard 8, pocket fours. He's in the small blind here, already has 8,000 invested.
How was your play?
Asking Tom for a count.
I think I started with 327.
Seidel, 55 years young, let's call it.
It's not so obvious what to do if you're Eric here. I mean, from the small blind, when Tom raises with just over 20 big blinds, it's really unclear. I think you could make an argument for folding with fours. You could try to make an aggressive play with fours. Or, you know, I think calling is probably the more standard and conservative play, but it's not necessarily so obvious. It's always important to keep in mind the chip stacks of the opponents that you're playing hands against.
Seidel opting for the call. Jake Schindler laid down from the big blind, leaving the two new faces at the table to do battle, and the flop. Ace-6-4. Set of fours for Seidel, who checks it over to Marchese.
Yeah, obviously a huge hand for Eric here. Is praying that Tom has some sort of equity, either an ace or flush draw or something.
Marchese firing a continuation bet of 40,000 into the pot of 94, and Seidel min-raising.
Yeah, a little bit of an unorthodox raise. I would think with this board that Eric, if he wanted to raise, would tend to make a bigger raise, but decides to go with the min raise, maybe see if Tom is willing to make a play. But Tom, with an underpair to the board, doesn't have too many options and decides to just let it go.
Well, Seidel didn't pick up 8 World Series of Poker bracelets over the course of his career, making mistakes. 5th on the all-time money list with over 20.8 million in live tournament earnings. Straight ahead, more high-stakes action from Bellagio.
Mike, why is the Bellagio the epicenter of poker?
Well, Lynn, many players consider Bellagio the Rolls-Royce of poker rooms. Since its opening, they've had the highest stakes cash games. The inaugural event on the WPT was held right here at Bellagio. Welcome to the debut of the World Poker Tour. All players want to win events here at Bellagio because the tournaments are huge.
Did you ever imagine that one day we would have tournaments with a $100,000 buy-in price tag?
Well, it's really incredible, Lynn, no doubt about it. That's why players love it here at Bellagio, because when they have poker tournaments, it is big time, folks.
Big time indeed, Mike Sexton, as we get a look at the prize pool. Over $5.3 million collected, courtesy of 55 entries. And we're gonna make not one, but 2 millionaires, both first and second prize, better than $1 million. And that is a rarity in poker. Back to the feature table. Eric Seidel with an ace. Calm, cool, and collected, sends it back into the muck. No temptation there. Sean Winter with Queen 7. Sean from Jacksonville, Florida. It just looks like he's in pain whenever he mucks, doesn't it?
I mean, it looks like a struggle to muck the Queen 7 off. I'm not sure what's so tough about that play, but...
Well, Sean wants to play, we know that much. Just hasn't had a lot of opportunities to, especially given his seat at the table. Tough players on his left, including Sorel Mitzi, who's got ace-3 offsuit and raises it up.
Interesting call here from Dan Coleman with just 2 8s on the button.
Yeah, why no 3-bet?
Maybe he just, he's comfortable playing in position post-flop.
Marchese folds a small blind, and Jason Less now with ace-king suited in the big blind.
I expect Jason to make a sizable 3-bet here.
How do you feel about 161,000?
I think he's made it bigger on purpose because he wants Dan to know that he's committed to Dan's stack and try to make sure that Sorel folds and he can be heads up with Dan. Easy fold for Sorel, of course, with the ace-3 off.
You have a really good hand. We're 4-5 suited.
And you heard Coleman speculating as to Jason's holding.
Yeah, I mean, Dan knows that Sorel was in the pot too, so when Jason makes this play, he's making it against both players.
Yeah, Dan started this pot with 352,000.
And this is a really difficult decision for Dan.
I'm all in.
Oh, Dan's gone all in, Olivier.
Call.
And a snap call from Jason Less.
There's a lot of money in the pot here. And a lot of people would say, oh, I don't want to flip here at this point in the time in the tournament and wait for a better spot. But you have to remember, even if you're flipping here when you're with Dan's hand, there's a lot of chips already in the pot.
It's really rare that someone asks that before and then goes all in.
Dan's really good at these, by the way. He's really
Stop, man. Stop. Don't say that. Don't
Oh,
say
and look
that.
at this flop, king high. Disastrous for Dan Coleman. The turn, no help. He's looking for an 8. And instead, it's a 4 on the river. And just like that, in a shocking twist, Dan Coleman says goodbye.
Yeah, it's a rare thing to see Dan Coleman bust a tournament these days, but it does happen.
And Coleman leaves behind 200,000. Courtesy of that inheritance, you are looking at your new chip leader, Jason Less. More action from Vegas straight ahead.
Las Vegas attracts the best poker players from around the world. And now you can play WPT caliber poker on your iPhone anywhere you go for free. Log on to the App Store to download Club WPT Express Poker. Remember, it's free and it's fun. Hope to see you in the game. Don't have dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to clubwpt.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at clubwpt.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Lynn's right, you don't have to have access to big money to enjoy playing poker. All you need is a computer and an internet connection to log on to clubwpt.com and play poker for free.
When you get right down to it, poker's a great game no matter what the stakes. And clubwpt.com is a website that gives the opportunity to have fun, play poker with your friends, and hopefully improve your game, all from the comfort of your home.
Now, if you really want to have the full club experience, become a clubwpt.com VIP member and receive all kinds of exclusive benefits, including having access to great poker resources like old episodes of World Poker Tour and Alpha 8.
At clubwpt.com, you can play for a part of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
So what are you waiting for? Turn on that computer and log on to clubwpt.com and check it out. In the meantime, let's check out our prize pool. Over 5.3 million up for grabs. 6 places getting paid, with first taking home a cool 2.1 million. The new big stack at the feature table belongs to Jason Less. Sorrel Mitzi still with over $1 million in front of him, and action has been folded around to Tom Marchese. He's in the cutoff. Marchese moving all in with King 10 offsuit.
How much is it?
I think it's 220.
Les folds on the button, and now Torelli wants a count. Tom from Parsippany, New Jersey. He's a World Poker Tour champion, currently living in Las Vegas, just 27 years of age.
Always one of the top players when he plays any tournament. It's a little bit of a suspect call here, I think, from Alec.
With ace-8 offsuit, yeah.
From the small blind. He's still got Eric in the big blind, and Tom's likely to have a pretty good hand.
Hello? It's hard to make the overcall with this, but I think I was calling.
Seidel folding with ace-9 offsuit after Torelli makes the call.
Thanks. You want to swap?
Nah, it's okay.
I mean, we have the same stack.
My phone's dead. Nah, it's all right.
Okay. I was going to swap 2.5 with you.
It wouldn't be fair to you.
You notice that Marchese actually the favorite to win the hand based on cards that we've already seen. And here comes the flop. It's ace high. Torelli way out in front now. Marchese needs a lot of help in order to take this pot and stay alive. Oh, 10 on the turn.
That'll start.
There it is. It's a king.
I see.
Runner, and Tom Marchese dealing a wicked blow to Alec Torelli's stack, who is now sitting on just 20,000 in chips, while Tom is up to 464.
Yeah, very unfortunate turn and river there for Alec, as his stack gets decimated to about just over 1 big blind.
Just painful. Jack 8 suited for Sean Winter, who's had all he can stand. He can't stand no more, and he opens this pot up with the raise.
It's a very odd raise under the gun 7-handed from Sean here. I mean,
38,000?
First of all, Alec is so short stacked that he's going to play most of his hands. The other players are going to see that Sean raised with this hand, and he's going to have to beat Alec's hand as well. So it's a little bit of a strange play, but maybe just some frustration from not getting a lot of good hands.
Yeah, Alec calling with his last 10K, sitting on Queen Deuce suited. Seidel mucked an ace pre-flop.
Yeah, I mean, from the small blind to Sean's, under the gun open, it's a pretty reasonable fold from Eric.
Action on Jake Schindler with 10-7 offsuit in the big blind.
So obviously 10-7, not a premium hand, but he's getting a great price, especially when you add in Alex's chip. So he's going to call and see a flop here.
Yeah, puts in the extra 22,000.
I need like 20. I think this is the right decision.
Here comes the flop. 2 9s and a 5. No pair anywhere. And believe it or not, Alec's queen high is currently out in front as 2 players still involved in the side pot, Sean Winter and Jake Schindler. Jake checks it to Sean, and Sean is going to fire. 30,000. Jake with the quick fold.
Jack 10.
That's good.
You have Jack 10? One time.
Winter takes the side pot, and Alec thrilled to see that his queen high is good.
I think I can win though.
I don't think so.
It's kind of ironic. Alex was hoping for Jack 10 because he thought that would be the worst hand that Sean would have in this spot, but Sean actually has a worse hand here with Jack 8.
I think 7's better.
Queen.
Here comes the turn. It's a tray.
Nice hand.
And Winter giving the premature nice hand to Alec.
Dead.
He could still hit a jack or an 8 to win this pot, but no, it's a 3.
Don't call it a comeback.
And Torelli's not done just yet.
Nope, Torelli more than tripling up his stack.
No, I had 18,000.
What's the biggest comeback you've ever seen in a poker tournament, Olivier?
I was in a tournament where I think Jason Mercier came back from extremely, extremely short stack, ended up winning it, but I didn't
like
actually
less than 5
see
big
it.
blinds?
Yeah, something like that.
One double up. That one's the big one.
That was nice.
Was that a bit of an oversight there by Sean pre-flop, not really realizing that he was going to have his hand turned up regardless, given Alec's situation?
I think so, yeah. I mean, there are definitely some hands that Alec could fold, but suited queen, probably not going to be one of them.
Wow, Jack 8 for the hold. Nice c-bet.
How good do you run? I have that hand.
Under the gun plus a c-bet. Jack 8, thank you.
Alec still marveling at his good fortune there, considering the circumstances he was in. Action folded around to Alec, who's got a little breathing room right now. He started the pot with 76,000, but certainly a lot of work cut out for him, and he's going all in again.
This is a fine play from Alec, starting the hand with just under 5 big blinds, but he could have waited and tried to get a better hand, but he's just, at this point, going to put his stack at risk and hope the next 3 players don't wake up with anything.
Well, Seidel's out of the way, but we're held up on Jake Schindler in the small blind with ace-4 suited.
Yeah, I don't love this call from Jake. I mean, I think he's unlikely to be a big favorite against Alec.
Yeah.
There's always Sean Winter in the big blind, who's shown a lot of aggression in these types of spots. So I think you have to be a little bit extra careful if you're Jake from the small blind here.
Yeah.
King 8.
Glad you called.
Yeah, let's call Sean the Blizzard. He is creative and active, but he's going to sit this one out, leaving Schindler and Torelli to do battle. Jake, the favorite, heading to the flop with the ace.
Yeah, I think cut off there and pretty much got a shove. I don't really love my hand, but just because if I let the blinds go around, it's pretty rough.
And that flop is Jack 7 Trey, the ace, still ahead, and Torelli's got his work cut out for him.
If I could hit an 8 then.
Looking for a king or an 8 on the turn. Instead, it's a 9.
10.
He can now hit a 10 to make a straight. Here comes the river card. It's a 3, and that's it for Alec Torelli.
See you guys. Take it easy. Good luck, everybody.
Who says goodbye and gets a dose of the red wash.
I'm sure he felt pretty comfortable after that ace-high flop, but Tom hitting 2 pair, and then now this hand ultimately leading to Alec's bust out. We're going to have to say goodbye to Alec Torelli.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch, but not before he gets to check in with our Lynn Gilmartin.
You know, it takes a lot of luck to come back from 1 big blind.
It certainly does, but hey, it would have made a good story.
Yeah.
And do you feel like you played well?
Yeah, I did. I knew that going in, the table was going to be really tough. I looked at my draw today, and I knew I had one of the tougher tables in the event. And so I knew I wasn't going to just be able to sit back and wait for chips. I was going to have to look for opportunities. And so I tried to do that and try my best, but things didn't go my way.
Welcome to the Bellagio Buffet's executive chef table. Enjoy. So here we go. Chocolate fondue at its best.
12 for 8.
Okay, so let me get this straight, Olivier. You and I are in the skybox, which is not a bad place to be, but we don't get any chocolate fondue.
You didn't get chocolate fondue?
No, I didn't get chocolate fondue.
I did.
What? We're gonna have to see about that. You know who else didn't get any chocolate fondue? Darren Elias, who took pocket deuces up against Noah Schwartz's aces unsuccessfully, but Dan Cates' pocket aces fell prey to Andrew Lichtenberger's pocket sixes. And now we're down to just 18 players as the field grows thinner and thinner. Let's send it to the feature table right now, and your chip leader, Jason Less, with over $1.5 million. Button on Sean Winter, Sorrell and Tom in the blinds. Jason will be first to act. And now that we're down to 6-handed and you've got the big stack, is this something you're gonna look at and say time to lean on the boys or not?
Yeah, I mean, you know, everyone's going to have to play a little bit of a wider range with fewer people at the table. And, you know, the real advantage comes from when you start to approach the money. You can really start to put pressure on the medium stacks who don't feel the desperation of the short stacks, but at the same time want to try to build stacks to make deep runs.
Jason Less has King 8 offsuit, lays it down. As does Eric Seidel. Jake Schindler, who looks at pocket fours. And he's gonna raise it up, making it 35,000 to go.
Pretty easy standard open from Jake with his pocket pair.
Sean Winter lays down the button, and it's 2 kings for Sorrell.
Obviously a huge hand from Sorrell with his stack and his image. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets action here from Jake.
Any chance he just calls?
He could. I just don't think it makes sense. Sorrell already 3-bets a lot, especially from the small blind, so it makes sense to also play his strong hands like that.
Yeah, he's made it 90,000 total, and Tom Marchese with ace-jack offsuit in the big blind.
Not an easy spot for Tom with his stack against an aggressive 3-better like Sorrell.
Yeah, Tom with 389,000 to start the hand.
All in.
He's going to move all in, Olivier.
Yeah, it makes an aggressive play here with ace-jack. I don't mind this play. I think it'd be very tough for Jake to call most of his hands. Obviously, in this case, Sorrell with 2 kings going to instantly call.
You feel like Tom would have made this play if it wasn't Sorrell in the small blind, if it was a different player?
I mean, it depends. If the player was as aggressive as Sorrell, then, you know, he still would make that play. But Sorrell's definitely on the more aggressive side from the small blind, especially with his stack.
Oh, but look at this flop. 2 kings are ace magnets, and it holds true here as Marchese outflops Sorrell. 5 of spades on the turn. King of spades is already in the muck. 1 out on the end, and Sorrell does not connect, taking a huge dent to his stack here, courtesy of Tom Marchese, who not long ago had just 220,000 in chips.
Yeah, Tom winning a couple critical all-ins to vault his stack up to over 800,000. And this is part of the reason that when Tom makes a play, he does it with a hand that has an ace in it. It's because if he does run into pocket queens or pocket kings, he still has a legitimate chance of winning, like he did in this hand.
Somewhere Tom Marchese's father is smiling. At one point, Marchese had to actually use cash game graphs to explain to Dad why poker wasn't just simple luck. And Tom vaults into second in chips, tied with Jake Schindler, 821,000 a man. Up next, more high-stakes action from Vegas.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, only on clubwpt.com. So get in the game today.
Welcome back to Bellagio, where high-stakes action continues. Here at Alpha 8, 6 players remain at the feature table. It'll be Tom Marchese first to act with the blinds at 8 and 16,000 and the ante steady at 2K. He lays down 10-4 suited over to Jason Less, your chip leader, who has Jack-9 suited.
With his stack, I expect Jason to open Jack-9 suited.
And that looks to be exactly what he's going to do, making it 35,000 to go, but 2 kings for Erik Seidel.
I think Erik has 2 legit options. I mean, I think he can try to just call and trap with the kings, but in this day and age in poker, people are 3-betting so often that usually they like to include their very strong hands in their 3-betting to try to balance some of their bluffs.
And that's exactly what Seidel has done, making it 90,000 total. Back to Jason Less, 55 more to call.
I'm a little bit surprised by this call. I mean, he's out of position. Erik doesn't have a ton of chips. He just has Jack-9 suited. I actually don't really like this call at all. I think this is just a fold here.
Here comes the flop. Jack-9 tray, top 2 pair for Jason Less, and this is disaster for Erik Seidel.
Yeah, I mean, now I wouldn't fold if I'm Jason, but, you know, you see even when he flops such a big flop like top 2 pair against an overpair that Erik has, he's still only under 70% to win. I mean, Erik still can win a number of different ways here.
Well, Jason has checked it over to Erik, who bets 90,000.
This is a relatively draw-heavy board, so I wouldn't be surprised if Jason, and he does raise here, just trying to commit against Erik's stack.
Yeah, pretty textured-looking threesome up there on the flop.
Not a lot of options for Erik here with his stack in his hand. He has to just move his chips in.
And that's exactly what he does. The writing pretty much on the wall. Snap call from Jason Less. And Erik is going to get a little surprise here. I don't think he expects to see Jack-9 suited in Jason's hand.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't so shocked to be behind, but I think that particular hand was just not one of the ones he was thinking of.
10 of clubs. Seidel can hit a 3, a 10, a queen, or a king. It's the 6 of hearts, and down go Cowboys and Hall of Famer Erik Seidel.
And everyone else.
An absolute beast on the super high roller circuits worldwide has been sent home, courtesy of Jack-9 suited.
Yeah, Jason took a gamble there. It paid off, and he's looking to make a deep run here.
Yep, and with Seidel's departure, we are down to just 17 players, Olivier. 5 at the featured table, 6 at our 2 outer tables. And let's send it back to the featured table. King Jack suited for Jason. He puts his newly earned chips to work, making it $35,000 to go. Couple of nickels for Jake Schindler. And he's gonna 3-pop to 90.
That's an interesting 3-bet. I would expect most pros to just call here with 2 5s.
Oh, look at this, Marchese with a couple of aces, Olivier, in the big blind. What a great situation he's in.
Yeah, I expect Tom to put a 4-bet in here. He doesn't want to call, let Jason enter the pot and have to play out of position against 2 opponents. So I think a 4-bet is in order here from Tom's pocket aces.
Right, whereas a smooth call, if he was maybe in position against his 2 opponents, might be the more favorable approach. And indeed, Olivier, you're right. He does put in the 4-bet, $185,000 total. King Jack suited just not looking so good anymore. Les lays it down, back over to pocket 5s for Schindler.
And the problem for Jake is just that Tom's raise here is like the exact size to put Jake at a decision for his tournament.
All in.
Wow.
Wow, Jake Schindler ships it all in, and a snap call from Tom, no question.
Big misstep there from Jake. At the end of the day, he's now put in almost 50 big blinds with 2 5s in a 5-bet pot. I think this is just way too loose of a play. I think sometimes you make an aggressive play with a weak hand, somebody makes another aggressive play, and you kind of let your mind play tricks on you, thinking that they know what you have and that they're putting you in a tough spot purposefully.
Yeah, you get the feeling that he suspected Marchese was out of line on that 4-bet, looking to take advantage of a situation, but instead he had the goods, the flop, king 6 7. 5s are in bad shape. The queen of hearts is no help to Schindler. And now he has 2 outs once for his tournament. Can he hit a nickel? Looking for 15 cents on the river. No dice. And Jake Schindler, just like that.
Yeah, that's part of the danger of no limit hold'em is that at any point, if you make a mistake against someone with more chips than you, that can end your day. And a little bit of a blow up here from Jake as he 5-bets all in with pocket 5s and runs into Tom's pocket aces.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to be getting a great night's sleep after that series of events. You get the feeling he'll be replaying that hand in his mind.
Unbelievable surge from Tom here.
With Schindler's departure, we are now down to just 16 players, which means we'll redraw and consolidate the field to just 2 tables, which means we'll see some new faces at our feature table next time. But before we say goodbye, let's send it down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's standing by with a disappointed Jake Schindler.
Jake, you seem to be playing really solid today, and then, but now you're here. You must be disappointed.
Yeah, I am. I just really like those pocket 5s, you know?
Now, Tom is on a roll today. How do you think he's playing?
I always think he plays really, really well. But we had a very solid table, and he's been managing very well, playing very good.
All right, well, you played really well too. Thank you so much, Jake. And there is plenty more to come from WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas, so make sure you stay tuned next time. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. In Las Vegas, spending $100,000 to flirt with Lady Luck only gets you so far. This is WPT Alpha 8. The world-famous city of Las Vegas, a land filled with dreams of striking it rich, and we are at its crown jewel, Bellagio. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, ready to bring you VIP access to our continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. This super high roller poker tournament is not for the weak at heart. All of our players paid at least $100,000 for the privilege to compete. But that privilege does not come with a money-back guarantee. We have already seen some of those competitors take that unpleasant walk of shame that left them broke, busted, and out of the game. For the survivors, the excitement is on as they get closer to winning this title and the over $2 million first place prize. At this point, who will win is not so obvious, but we do have 2 gentlemen who will help give us an inside look as to what these players need to do if they hope to find themselves with a big payday. I'm talking about A8's own Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. They're up in the clubwpt.com skybox. Good evening, boys.
Good evening to you, Lynn Gilmartin, and to our 16 remaining competitors. Olivier, what jumps out right away is that there is a complete lack of true amateurs left in this field.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon Stephen is the only so-called amateur that's left, and he's no slouch. He has a lot of experience and is a tough player. And the rest of the pros are some of the best pros in the world. This is probably the best final group of 16 players that I've ever seen at the end of a tournament.
Wow, that's a bold statement coming from you, my friend. 44 players in total, 55 entries, good for a prize pool of over $5.3 million. And we are going to make not one, but 2 millionaires out of our top 6, which is the money. 2.1 million in change for first and 1.2 and change for second. Let's zero in on the feature table, Olivier. Who do you like?
Well, there's 2 guys I just want to focus on right now. Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger, and Doug Polk. We've seen Chewy before. What viewers might not know is that over the last few years, Chewy's become kind of zen. He's started meditating, doing a lot more yoga, and I think it's really helped his poker game. He's a lot more relaxed and confident at the table, and he's, you know, just one of the best players out there. Now, Doug Polk, viewers might not be as familiar with. He's probably the best, the #1 heads-up player on the internet. He works as hard on his game as anyone that I know, and he's just as tough as it gets.
Yeah, Doug Polk from Boulder City, Nevada, currently living in Las Vegas, just 25 years of age. Used to go to UNC Wilmington to study political science and planned on attending law school, but somewhere along the way, I think he caught the poker bug. Let's get down to the action. Blinds are at 10 and 20,000. The ante is 2,000. Button will be on the Zen Master, Lucky Chewy, Jason Kuhn, and Doug Polk in the blinds, and Brian Rast first to act. Rast with King 4 offsuit lays it down. He looks like something out of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas right there. He's got the real Sin City vibe going.
Brian, one of the players with the most live experience out of all of these pros. He's very tough and intimidating presence at the table.
Don Kim and Sean Winter both lay down, and Noah Schwartz unlikely to be doing the same as he picks up 2 aces to start the session.
Good start for Noah, obviously going to come in for a raise here.
45,000, just over a min raise. Chewy lays down. And Jason Kuhn also with aces here.
Wow, this is something you almost never see at a poker table. Pocket aces against pocket aces. Not to mention that the open raiser, Noah Schwartz, is in late position here, so he's definitely not going to get as much credit from the rest of his opponents.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn, 29 years of age, splits his time between Vegas and Vancouver, though he is a West Virginia native. This is his 3rd Alpha 8 appearance, and he's going to repop it predictably here to 135,000 total.
I'm helping you out.
Now the action's back over to Noah. He's going to have position in this pot. Do you favor a call as opposed to a re-raise?
I prefer a call here. I think Jason's range is a little bit too wide to try to get it in with pocket aces here.
Yeah, Noah makes it 282,000 though. This is where you start to really narrow your range and polarize things.
It's 282.
Yes.
And now the question really for Jason Kuhn is whether he thinks Noah would be bluffing here often enough to justify a call. If you don't think your opponent is bluffing very often, you should just go all in and expect him to call because he's got mostly value hands.
Schwartz started this pot with 885,000, Kuhn with 1.5 million in change, so he does have Noah covered, and he's going to just call. And you see Noah shoot him a quick look. What's going through Schwartz's head?
Well, Schwartz is just happy to get the action. I mean, with pocket aces in his stack, there are very, very few flops he's ever going to get.
But he's still putting Jason on a range of hands as we see the flop hit. 10-4 deuce with a couple of hearts. Jason checks to Noah, who bets 275,000. Kuhn with a quick all-in. Schwartz with an even quicker call, and surprise.
Got hearts.
And you see the percentages here. Noah Schwartz cannot win this pot outright given this flop. However, Jason Kuhn has a 2% chance to hit running hearts and make a flush, which would give him the whole pot.
Most of the time, they'll just chop this pot.
No kings? It's kings every time.
Oh, Malayo.
Yeah, both players pretty disappointed after seeing their opponent's hands. I mean, they were both excited to be in a great spot to win a ton of chips.
Important to note that Kuhn cannot lose the pot, whereas Schwartz can. But now that the board hits with a 10 of diamonds, the river is a mere formality, and they'll chop up the big blind and the antes.
Supposed to have kings, buddy.
I know. One of us is supposed to have kings, aren't we?
We thought we had each other.
Yeah.
King, queen. But then Kuhn's too.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
You gotta give it up.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn, he's a guy who has lost a lot of those pots in the past, so he might even be happy to split it there. His talent certainly outweighs his performance last year as far as the numbers were concerned.
Yeah, Jason been a little bit snake-bit in some of those high-equity spots. You don't get into too many of them when you play high-stakes tournaments for a living. So if you don't run that good, you know, it can be a little bit frustrating.
48,000.
Back to the feature table where we find Jason Koon right back in the saddle, raising with pocket deuces this time. Not quite aces, but good enough to get involved. 48,000 is the number, and Brian Rast has him pipped with a couple of threes.
Brian, one of the more aggressive players on the tour.
You know, somehow, taking a look at Brian Rast, you might guess that.
So it looks like Brian's decided to 3-bet his pocket threes. And again, I think part of the reason he does that is a function of Jason Koon's late position raise, plus the fact that Brian himself is in the small blind, a notoriously difficult position to play.
Phil Locke gets out of the way. Koon just calls. Uh-oh.
Wow.
7 tray deuce. Set over set.
Yeah, not only is this an unbelievable cooler, but you have to remember both these players are very deep to start this hand. And from Jason's point of view, it's just almost impossible for him to be beat at this point. I mean, how could Brian Rast 3-bet a hand like pocket threes? Even pocket sevens is not particularly likely. So Jason is sitting incredibly excited about this pot and the potential to win a huge pot.
Yeah, he feels like he's got Brian on the hook for at least 110,000 and just makes the call, giving him some rope, Olivier.
Yeah, I like this play from Jason. Brian's a very, very aggressive player, and they're very deep. So I would let Brian kind of continue his aggression. And since he's in position, he's able to make the last raise.
And look at this turn card, the ace of hearts.
Now we know that Jason is in a world of trouble here, but both players are actually not that discouraged by this ace. They're both hoping that their opponent hit the ace and will continue to give action.
303,000 is the bet from Brian.
Now, of course, Brian could easily have a big ace himself, just continuation bet on the flop, and then have hit the ace on the turn.
Koon just calls.
And we can see this pot has ballooned rather quickly. It's already over $1 million in chips.
And here comes the river. Oh, that's a tricky one, the 5 of diamonds.
The 5 of diamonds does change things a little bit. It's a very scary card. Either player, in theory, could have a 4 and, of course, could have made a flush.
I'm all in.
Wow.
Rast moves all in.
Huge bet here from Brian Rast. This pot has the potential to be absolutely massive.
Oh my God, it's so sick. Rast, I had you, buddy. I flopped a set. Oh, it's just like non-stop, man. Every single one of these spots. I get there and I'm just like, yeah, cool. You know, I'm finally gonna have 3 million in one of these 100Ks. Do what I can do, and then flop a set, and that happens.
Just an incredibly difficult position for Jason. Obviously, he flopped what he considered to be the nuts. Now, we know he was beat on the flop, but he has no way of knowing that.
9 8 diamonds, 10 9 diamonds. Not that many combos. Straights. Sorry guys, it's one of the biggest hands I've ever been in.
Over 2 million in the pot.
I think if I were in Jason's position, I would just feel forced to call here. I wouldn't like it. And remember, Brian Rast is one of the most aggressive players on the tour. If anyone is capable of making this triple barrel massive bluff, it's Brian.
Only 4 combos of 4-5. Well, 3 combos of 4-5. This is so disgusting, man.
Koon calls. Surprise.
Ugh, nice hand.
And when you said you had a set, I was flopped a set. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Which one?
It's pretty thin shove.
You really got to give Brian credit. This is a really impressive value bet here.
888.
Nice hand, Brian.
Brian could have lost to pocket sevens, he could have lost to any 4 or any flush, but he still had enough confidence in his hand and in the situation to make this big value bet and ultimately win a huge pot. I think a number of players might have just checked the river, hoping their opponent check and win a much smaller pot. It's a nice bet there on the river and a huge pot.
That's why they're the best.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Don't have dough for a high roller buy-in but still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
This is where the big stakes happen here in Las Vegas, right here in Bobby's Room. For those that may not know, Bobby's Room was named after Bobby Baldwin, a high-stakes former world champion, poker player himself, former president of Bellagio. Just peek around, let me see who's there right now. I see a couple Hall of Famers at the table, the legendary Doyle Brunson, Lyle Berman, who created the World Poker Tour along with Steve Lipscomb. I see a Patrick Antonius, David Benjamin, and let me tell you something. These players absolutely love when the big-time poker tournaments come to Bellagio because they welcome the guys that just bust out of the tournaments, where they're on tilt, they're steaming, and they say, come on, boys. And some of them jump into Bobby's Room here to try to fire it up to get their money back. These guys love it.
Olivia, used to be that tournament players were highly specialized entities, and they didn't really partake in the high-stakes cash games, and vice versa for the most part. But now that's changing.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, tournament variance is just so high that a lot of players also play cash games on the side as a kind of more regular stream of income. But at the same time, a lot of these tournament players are also cash game specialists who have just moved into tournaments because there's a lot of money to be made, especially in these really super high roller, high buy-in one.
Well, here's someone who fancies himself good at both sides of the poker equation, Phil Locke. Looks like one of the X-Men with the goggles on right now.
What do you think his superpower is?
Oh gosh, talking?
Folding? Maybe folding.
Yeah, so far.
Sean on the super short stack here probably feels like he doesn't have too many options. Got to kind of go with it with this hand.
On.
Yeah, and he's going to put it all in for $124,000.
I don't think he's going to mind too much seeing Dong's pocket eights. It's going to be pretty much a flip.
2 overs against the eights. Assuming we get all the way back that direction, and we do.
124.
Dong will most certainly call the extra $74,000, and these two will put their cards on their backs, and we'll let 5 run off the stub. All right, here comes the flop. Ace 4-7, and this time Sean Winter, the one that gets lucky. The turn of 5, and the river is a 6. Running straight card. This time Rasta's going to call with Queen 10 suited.
Brian trying to finish the job after that epic cooler that he had over Jason.
Fold it all the way to Lucky Chewy in the big blind. And he's going to take a peek at King Deuce suited.
Chewy getting a great price here.
Yeah, $32,000 to call. And he makes that call. A competitive bowler in high school once bowled a 289, believe it or not.
Let's see if we can do it.
3 players. To the flop.
See if we can start the spin.
Active side pot, which is currently dry between Andrew and Brian. And the down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's with a no doubt disappointed Jason Kuhn.
Wow, Jason, what a turn of events. I mean, I could really see the agony in that decision with that set over set pot.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I mean, there's just absolutely nothing you can do. It goes 3-bet, and I call in position, and I get a 7-3 deuce flush draw board. I'm literally singing in my head like, oh my God, I'm finally gonna win one of these. But I mean, Rast plays well. It's really unfortunate, but life, and it's these tournaments. It's
yeah.
I never try to get my hopes up because it's, you know, you play well, and a lot of it, you know.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you so much, Jason. We'll be right back.
Been happy to see.
Yeah, it really wouldn't have mattered who we sent over. It wasn't going to be a fish. We know that much. And Jason Mercier, fresh off his St. Kitts victory at the Alpha 8.
Don't rub it in, Ali.
Yeah, who finished 4th in that one, Olivier?
I don't know, some clown.
A disappointing money bubble finish for our very own Olivier Bousquet there.
Jason, welcome to the table. Rasty likes to play.
Mercier makes it 44,000 to go. And Locke looks at ace-king offsuit. And sends 245,000 of his remaining 274 into the pot.
Yeah, there's no real strategic reason for doing this. It's just
impish.
Yeah, maybe to try to create the impression that you have less chips than you actually do. Maybe just to throw your opponent off. But Jason's too smart. He's going to count the whole stack, and he knows that he can't call with queen-jack offsuit for about 13 big blinds. So. Yeah, I'm not sure what Jason's thinking about, to be honest here. He's never, ever calling. Sometimes people don't like to just instantly fold their hands because it suggests that they just are opening with weak hands. But at this point, when you're talking about Jason Mercier, I mean, I think you could just fold right away.
Let's take a look at the chip counts. Brian Rast, 2.8 million and change. The short stack belongs to Phil Locke now, 360,000. Back to the action, which has been folded around to Jason Mercier again and again. He's got queen-jack offsuit. He's on the button here. Doug Polk and Brian Rast on his left. And Mercier is going to send his entire stack out there with just Queen Jack.
390.
Yeah, I think the reason Jason does that is because he doesn't want to put a raise in and then give one of his opponents the opportunity to then put pressure on him, force him to a decision for his tournament life with just Queen High. So instead, he puts the decision on his opponents, forcing them to come up with a good enough hand to call his entire stack.
Meaning if he would have min-raised, this would have been a different situation for Brian Rast with a hand like ace-6 off.
Yeah, this is a perfect example. I mean, Brian could have easily just called him in raise, but if he wanted to get aggressive, and Brian is the type of player to do that, he could have decided to put pressure on Jason with his ace-6 off, and then Jason would have been in a tough spot. Instead, Brian's the one in a tough spot because he knows that with Jason's range, it's very unlikely for Brian to be a big favorite here. He could definitely be a small favorite, but that's basically the best he can hope for.
He does have the chips to make this sort of investment in potentially knocking out a difficult competitor. Sure enough, Brian Rast makes the big call, and they're on their backs. And you see Mercier actually the favorite heading to the flop.
Yeah, the reason for that is because some of the other players have folded relevant cards that have changed the percentages. If we didn't know those other cards, Jason would be a slight dog. Instead, he's a slight favorite.
Oh, and he's an even bigger favorite after that flop, Olivier. Jack 9-4 as he pairs his jack. Rast just 10% to win the pot now. Turn card is another 9, and Brian needs to hit an ace. That's the only card Mercier saying don't put up there, and it's a safe queen of diamonds. Welcome back to Las Vegas for the continuation of WPT Alpha 8. During the break, Olivier, we lost Sorel Mitzi. The one-time chip leader found himself all in with Queen Jack up against Bryn Kenny's Pocket Kings, and this hand didn't play out the way you expected it.
Yeah, it looks like Sorel opened from late position and then 4-bet all in over Bryn's 3-bet, making a move here, running into a big hand. Just unfortunate for Sorel.
And now we are down to just 13 players. There is a look at the way our feature table shakes out. Brian Rast, a much narrower gap than he had at one point in time between himself and second place Andrew Lichtenberger. Action folded around to Doug Polk on the button. Haven't seen Doug play a hand thus far. Doug, the 25-year-old pro from Boulder City, Nevada, widely considered one of the best online heads-up, no-limit hold'em players in the game. He's got ace-3 suited here.
Definitely going to come in for a raise.
Doug made it 46,000 to go. 20 miles for Brian Rast. He's got pocket tens.
Yeah, big hand for Brian here.
In the blinds are Brian Rast and Phil Locke, who has swapped out those ski goggles for some more conventional eyewear and shed his trademark hoodie as well. Rast raises.
I'm surprised to see Phil Locke just instantly fold King Jack.
Locke with 357,000 to start the hand. Obviously needs to get something going sooner than later. Action back over to Doug Polk now.
If I was Doug, I'd probably be more likely to 4-bet with this hand than to just call, but in position, Doug very comfortable playing post-flop and decides to just call and see it.
Yeah, also don't want to necessarily risk bloating the pot, right? Doug makes the call for another 105,000 and will be heads up in position against Czar Rast. Doug outflops Brian, making a pair of aces here. Action on Rast, though.
Obviously a very lucky flop for Doug as he 3-out to Brian here.
What should I do, Rast? You tell me.
Okay. Well, Polk makes the call. And he's not too happy to see that.
It would appear that the 10 was good for your hand.
The always astute observations of Phil Locke.
You got him on the river, Rusty. You river ratted him. Congrats. Set on the river. They're gonna sow in.
There it is.
So had
All right.
It blew up.
You
show that.
River to set.
Little frustration there from Doug Polk.
Yeah, it's 10-23.
8-16 with a 1K.
Action on Andrew Lichtenberger, the one you call Chewy.
6-12 with a 1K, Annie. Wrong.
Polk a little disappointed, to say the least.
Yeah, there are plenty of hands that Chewy will be opening with there that he just can't call with, or even if he does find a call, Doug will be flipping with.
All right, well, good luck.
Good luck.
You got hearts. You got hearts.
Here comes the flop. Polk is 7 fishing. Instead, it's 2 8s and a king on the flop, and 2 outs twice are in Doug's future. A 3 is not one of them. Will the river connect? No, and that's it for
Right,
Doug
guys,
Polk.
Good luck. We're playing with you. Lot, keep it real. See you, Dong. See ya. Good luck. Good luck, guys.
Well, maybe next time Doug will pick another Major League team t-shirt to wear, because we know the Cubs, that story doesn't end well. The real story, though, Andrew Lichtenberger, who is stacking chips, and that's something no one wants to see.
Yo, I know you called him, but would you have called me if I jammed?
Like you played well?
I think I played good. Well, I always play good. So I know I can play good.
Oh, I love that confidence. I love it.
Well, Doug seems to have a pretty positive attitude, but the reality is nobody likes dropping 100K off at Bellagio.
Yeah, especially as you get deeper and deeper into the tournament, closer to that money bubble.
And the Zen Master, Andrew Lichtenberger, having a great day.
Yeah, he's affectionately referred to in the poker community as Chewy or Lucky Chewy. His mother actually used to pack Chewy granola bars in his lunchbox when he was a kid, and so he used Lucky Chewy as his online name.
It's been lucky so far. Let's go down now to the feature table where we resume the action. Dong Kim with ace-6 suited raised under the gun was called by Noah Schwartz, who had queen-10 suited. Brian Rast then made a peculiar call from the small blind with king-3 suited. It was 3-way to the flop. Brian with a pair of kings checked it over to Dong, who fired 105,000. And with Noah out of the way, the action is on Brian, who has made this call in the pot up to 411,000. Dong with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, kind of like you said, kind of a strange call from the small blind, but if anybody's going to make it, it's Brian. He likes to get involved, play a lot of different hands, and feels confident he can make good decisions after the flop.
And his decision on the turn is to check again over to Dong.
I'm all in.
And Dong's going to move all in here with just ace high. The flush draw, he's counting on it, 438,000.
Yeah, I like this play from Dom. He's got a lot of equity and he can put a lot of pressure on Brian. His stack size is such that his two choices were basically check or all in.
Well, you mentioned pressure. It didn't look much like Brian was feeling any of that as he quickly made the call with King 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think as Brian just felt committed to the pot. He did have top pair, but at the same time, I mean, it's not like Don Kim ever has, you know, 2 9s there. He's either got a big draw or a hand that absolutely crushes Brian.
Well, let's go to the river. Can Don connect with a spade? He cannot.
All right, good game, guys.
A little bit lucky for Brian to avoid an ace or a spade on the river, and he knocks Don Kim out.
Down to just 11 players, inching ever closer to our final table here in Vegas. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour Alpha 8. We are inching closer to our final table. During the break, we lost not one but 2 players. Scott Seaver, the first among them, who moved all in with pocket 3s pre-flop from the button. Brandon Steven woke up with 2 10s and sent him to the exits. And then it was Paul Volpe who took his 2 8s up against Bryn Kenny's pocket aces, and that was the end of his day here in Vegas. That means we are down to just 9 players. We've redrawn for seats, and they can feel themselves inching closer. Top 6 will be paid. Do you expect the action to change now that we're 9-handed and the money bubble approaches?
Yeah, definitely. As you get close to the bubble, it gives more of an advantage to the big stacks. The short stack still is in a little bit of desperation mode, knows that they need to chip up or win some chips to be able to cash. But some of those medium stacks are likely to play a little bit more passive, a little bit tighter.
Fold it around to Bryn Kenny, the new face, with King 8 offsuit. In the cutoff, he raises it to 55,000.
Bryn Kenny, one of the more aggressive players on equity, probably continue to show aggression. So if Brian plays his hand well, he could really win a big pot depending on how Bryn plays it.
Well, it's 67,000 out of Kenny.
I think most people would check and just call in this spot. But Brian plays a slightly different style. He mixes it up more. He tries to make more plays, to get involved in more check raise situations. So a lot of times when players play a style like that, they also include their big hands to check raise to try to balance their bluffs.
Yeah, Brian is well aware of the way in which other players at the table perceive him to be hyper aggressive, and he sort of cultivates the value of that. There's a check raise from Brian to 207,000. Kenny gets away relatively cheap.
Come on to King Ras land and the Knights will come out and have their way. King Ras, he drinks from the chalice of power. As you can see, it's right next to him.
The chalice of power. There's a look at it. All smiles for Ras.
Drinking this DHT or whatever it is.
You would love to know what's in that. Secret. Will you share what's in there? Yeah, you want to look at it? My wife made it. I actually don't know what's in it. Oh.
So the mystery brew is working out so far for Brian Ras. Straight ahead, more from Vegas.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, only on clubwpt.com. So get in the game today.
It's all about getting in the game, and you can get in the game right now, all from the comfort of your own home. All you got to do is head to your computer and log on to clubwpt.com.
For those of you who don't know, clubwpt.com is a website where you can play fun, exciting poker with your friends for free.
And if you really want to go all out and have access to the special benefits of Club WPT, you can become a VIP member, where you have access to some great materials to help improve your game, including past episodes of the WPT and Alpha 8.
At clubwpt.com, you can enjoy unlimited poker and play for a par of the 100. It's a fold in that spot. I might have even considered 3-betting, but can't really blame Jason.
Well, Queen Jack certainly not as good as Jack, and that is what 41-year-old Wichita, Kansas native Brandon Stephen has. He is considered the amateur in this particular field, which isn't entirely accurate. He's got over 1.9 million in live tournament earnings, but certainly doesn't play for a living, Olivier.
Yeah, Brandon's a very talented, very good player, but at the same time, he is up against the top players in the world. So compared to this field, he would definitely be considered an amateur.
Brandon defends his big blind, and we head to the flop heads up. That flop, ace 4-3. Brandon can't love the ace out there on the flop. Checks it over to Tom.
Doesn't love it, but also can't fold either to just one bet.
And that bet, 55,000.
Tom with 2 backdoor draws, and king high decides to go for continuation bet. Pretty dry board, very reasonable play from Tom.
Stephen makes the call to turn the 9 of spades. Stephen checks.
And so this is where it starts to get interesting. Tom Marchese has picked up a flush draw, a lot of added equity here, and this is where players start to really throw in bluffs. Tom is going to continuation bet here. It'll be interesting to see if he gets called, what he does on the river.
And indeed, Stephen has made the call of 150,000.
So a stubborn call here from Brandon Stephen. He happens to be right. Of course, if Tom did have an ace, he'd be drawing very thin.
River card is a 7 of hearts, an air ball from Marchese, and now Stephen checking a third time, and with 568,000 in the middle, what do you do if you're Tom? Will Tom wave the white flag, or will the 2010 card player of the year get after it? And he is going to get after it, betting 410,000.
And this is the play. This is the type of play that separates the highest level best pros from everyone else. Their willingness and ability to identify these situations where their opponents are a little bit weak and they go for it with three strong barrels.
That's in. And Stephen knows it's way too difficult to make the call with 2 jacks. Lays it down.
Really great play there from Tom.
Tom Marchese, the 2010 card player.
I would have folded it just because Jason with 20 big blinds, early position, at this point in the tournament only has good hands here. But still, Brian Rass with his stack can afford to lose this.
Yeah, and lose this is what he certainly is in a position to do. Dominated heading to the flop. Oh, but look at that, Jack 5 deuce, and that's not a 3-outer, Olivier. That's a 2-outer, because Bryn folded a jack before the flop. Devastating turn of events for Jason. Yeah, Mercier needs to hit a king. It's a 6 of hearts on the turn, and the bell tolls for the man who's never missed an Alpha 8 final table in his 4 appearances. Can he hit the king and keep that streak alive? He cannot, and that's it. We are officially down to our Alpha 8 with the exit of Jason Mercier.
Just my days. Yeah. Good luck, man.
Let's send it down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's with Jason now.
Jason, you took down Alpha 8 St. Kitts. You got pretty close here in Vegas, but not quite, huh?
Yeah. Almost.
And you got it in good, and he hit the jack. It's got to hurt.
Yeah, you know, I got lucky a few times to still be in the tournament earlier, so, you know, that's part of the game. Sometimes you're going to win when you're behind, ahead. Sometimes you're going to lose, so, you know, would have been nice to win that pot and make the final table, maybe make the money and win, but not meant to be. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Can't win them all. Well, it's always great to see you play. Thank you so much, Jason. And that is it for us. Now our Alpha 8 is set. So be sure to join us next time for continuing coverage from WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. Brains, bravado, and a big-time bankroll. In Las Vegas, the world of high-stakes poker is not for the faint of heart. This is WPT Alpha 8. Bright lights and big money make the Las Vegas Strip one of the world's most electrifying destinations. And it's here at Bellagio
that were collected, courtesy of 55 entries and 44 unique players. A record-setting event here in Vegas. Olivier, talk to me. We have an incredibly talented field of 8 at our final table right now. Phil Locke, first off, one of the old school types, and everybody else much newer school.
Yeah, Phil Locke, known almost as much for his table antics as he is for his poker prowess.
And then you've got Noah Schwartz and Bryn Kenny.
2 solid, experienced pros.
Brandon Steven.
Brandon Steven, technically the amateur recreational player at our table, but he's got a lot of poker experience, especially in these high rollers, almost $2 million in earnings. So the players definitely need to watch out for him. He's no soft spot.
Jason Les, he's in for a couple of bullets.
Television viewers might not be as familiar with Jason, but he is a well-known and well-respected heads-up player on the internet.
And the guy they call Czar Rast, Brian Rast in seat number 6.
Brian is probably our most aggressive player, and he is also our chip leader. And as we approach getting into the money, that will be a huge advantage for Brian.
And last but by no means least, we've got Tom Marchese and Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger.
Yeah, ironically, these 2 guys, both very close friends and probably the 2 best and toughest players remaining in the field.
Button is going to be on Jason Les. Brian Rast and Tom Marchese are in the blinds, which are 15 and 30,000 with a 5K ante. Rast up to over $4.5 million in chips. The short stack belongs to Phil Locke. Look at the cash, the watch, the trophy. Plenty of prestige associated with taking down an Alpha 8 event, and certainly more than average here in Vegas with the largest field ever assembled.
Yeah, these fields are filled with such tough competition that being able to navigate your way to the end and coming out on top is definitely an added bonus to the big cash.
Yeah, really can't take anything away from anyone who holds an Alpha 8 trophy, even though the fields are not thousands of players like some of these World Series events, because it's really the cream of the crop. Brandon Steven with King Queen offsuit raises it to 80,000 in the cutoff. Button and small blind fold over to Tom Marchese with ace-5 suited in the big.
Pretty easy defend here from Tom. 80,000. Just getting a good price and has a more than strong enough hand.
He calls to 50,000 and he'll be heads up out of position heading to this first flop. And it's ace jack 165,000.
165.
And this play could work if Tom just had a hand like maybe Jack 10 with the 10 of clubs, but I can't imagine Tom folding an ace here, especially since his weak kicker is not really relevant anymore.
Yeah, he's reaching out.
You win. Nice hand.
Sticking 165 in there for the call. Brandon says nice hand, slides his cards into the muck. And the one-time card player of the year and WPT champion Tom Marchese with over $7.5 million in live tournament earnings, showing us that that was no accident.
Tom Marchese, in my opinion, estimation, the kid's just a super genius. It's like I think he could see my whole cards when he plays. I mean, he just knows how much to bet, when to bet.
He'll change gears and go from playing tight to playing aggressive. He has no problem flatting pre-flop or 3-betting.
He really understands the game on a deep level. I'd rather be hanging out with him than seeing him at my table.
Lots of flattering words there for Tom Marchese. Have you played with him much, Olivier?
Yeah, I've played with him both online and in live events, and I just echo the sentiments of those players. Tom has for many years been one of the toughest competitors out there. He really understands how to play, and you rarely see him ever make a real mistake.
Over $7.5 million in live tournament earnings at the ripe age of 27. That's no accident. Ace-8 for Jason Less, and he just throws it in the hijack.
Yeah, I think part of the reason Jason does that is because Brian, as the chip leader, has position on Jason. And if I'm Brian, I'm going to be putting a lot of pressure on the medium stacks, on the guys exactly like Jason Less. Somebody like Phil Locke or Noah Schwartz, who are a little shorter, they know that they have to kind of take some chances and potentially get a double up before they can cash. But someone like Jason is pretty assured to cash if he plays tight. So Brian should go after those players.
Chewy defended with pocket fives against the pre-flop raise of Brian Rast. And look at the board. 10-9-5. 2 spades. Gut shot straight flush draw for Rast, who's had the action checked to him by Chewy, who flopped a set of fives.
Now, knowing Chewy, even though this is a very draw-heavy board, he is much more likely to
give the white flag of surrender and give up on almost $1 million in this pot, or do you fire that third barrel?
I think you have to fire if you're Brian. Obviously, that's the only way he can win the pot, but he's shown aggression throughout the hand, and so he can represent a number of strong hands. We know that Chewy has a set of fives and is not going anywhere, but there's no reason to assume that. Chewy could easily have a draw that's missed or even a weak pair of 9s or 10s, and that'll be a very tough call for him to make.
given Brian's level of aggression. So I think it's a good play for Brian to bluff. We know it's not going to work, but that you can't be results-oriented in this game.
Well, Brian's making what, Olivier, you call the right decision, but something we know is going to yield the wrong outcome, at least in his mind, betting $620,000. Andrew comfortably making the call, and 3 nickels will take the pot.
And the real question for Chewy was just whether he was going to call or raise. At this stage in the tournament, so close to getting into the money, I think it makes sense for Chewy just to call. There's no reason to take a risk that Brian happens to have a better hand. I think both players played that hand exactly how I would have, you know, as well as they could have. Just a little bit unlucky for Brian to run into a big hand and to miss his draw.
Yeah, bluff's not working so far in the action here in Vegas. Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Don't have the dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime. Playing poker guaranteed.
All the people in the tournament, they're having a good time. It's so much different than all other tournaments.
Most tournaments, you sit down, and it's funny, like the smaller buy-in you get, the more serious people seem to be.
In a $1,000 tournament, you'll see people get upset, even rich people.
But here, like, everyone's kind of like upbeat and friendly.
It's completely fun, and it's a great tournament to play.
Even for me, Olivier, when we sit up in the skybox and we look down on these youngsters who are playing for millions of dollars, literally, the amount of comfort and relaxation that at least ostensibly they're demonstrating is really impressive.
Yeah, their experience and their dispositions just lend themselves to just...
And he is going to call another $60,000 from the small.
Chewy decides to call with this relatively weak hand from the small blind. I think the reason he feels comfortable doing that is because Chewy plays a slightly different style from some of the other pros. He's willing to just call with some of his weaker hands and then also some of his stronger hands to try to balance it out. So, you know, we'll see what the flop brings, but I think that's why he feels comfortable playing this weak hand even from this weak position.
And that's sort of consistent approach is key to making it difficult for opponents to read your hands. Chewy flopping the wheel draw, ace through 5. He needs a 3 to complete it, checks it over to Jason Les.
Jason doesn't flop much, but he does have 2 backdoor draws, and he decides to continuation bet. Pretty standard play here.
Yeah, $105,000 called by Chewy, and there it is right away. The 3 of clubs on the turn, giving Chewy the nut straight.
And also giving Jason a jack-high flush draw, so this card could spell a lot of fireworks for these two.
Les firing again, $150,000.
Now, keeping with this consistency theme for Chewy, I expect him to just call, even though he's made the nuts here. That's how he would play some of his weaker hands, maybe a hand like 9-10 suited or ace-10. So I expect him to just call like he does with the nut straight.
And in this way, he can induce a possible river bluff out of Jason Les, as we see the 5 hit the river, which isn't Chewy's favorite card.
Yeah, it's also not Jason's favorite card. I mean, Jason could definitely consider giving up here, but at the same time, this is going to be one of the worst hands that he has in the situation. And from a theoretical point of view, it makes sense to bluff with some of the worst hands that you have.
Les has fired $200,000 after having it checked to him a third time. Can't resist the temptation of trying to take this pot down with the bluff right here.
And I like this bet sizing from Jason. He doesn't feel the need to go for too much. He understands that he can represent a hand like ace-king or ace-queen or some random two pair, and it'll be very difficult if Chewy has just a 9 or a weak ace. Now, we know that Chewy has a 4 and he's decided to check raise pretty big here.
$715,000 total. No chance that Jason Les will be able to continue with his jack high.
Right. It would be a much more interesting spot if Jason did have, let's say, 2 pair or ace-king, because Chewy, with his chip position being the chip leader, is in a position to try to put pressure on some of these medium stacks.
Yeah, pressure indeed, as he is making medium stacks into small ones with plays just like that. And the rich keep on getting richer. Chewy up over $4.5 million now, courtesy of that pot. He is the chip leader. As we get a look at Brandon and Steven, Brandon owns 3 ECHL hockey teams, also the president of Brandon Steven Motors out in Wichita, Kansas.
Brian Rass raising it up with 7-5 suited. I do not like this play very much. I think it's just too weak of a hand, especially since Brian's not the chip leader anymore, and this player, Lucky Chewy, picking up 2 kings, he is the one that has the chip lead.
Yeah, and he's elected to just call.
Like we said before, Chewy plays a little bit of a different style. He definitely is capable and does 3-bet from time to time, but he's much more willing to just call with some of his big hands. It allows him to call with some weak hands, even though now we know that he has a monster.
Yeah, and Bryn Kenny doesn't know that he has a monster, but he
a bigger pair. So it'll be interesting to see how the turn and river affect the texture of the board, but this could be a very expensive situation for Bryn Kenny.
Well, so far 265,000 additional chips have been invested by Bryn, and Chewy just calls.
Yep. Staying consistent, Chewy elects to play relatively passively. It's important to note that Chewy is also in position, which
Welcome back to World Poker Tour Alpha 8 at Bellagio, Olivier. The final table is heating up. The real story, Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger with over 6 million in chips, really dominating. The opposition.
Yeah, Chewy running well and playing even better. It seems almost impossible for another player at the table to even win a hand.
Should we just stick his name at first place right there for 2.1 million?
Well, as we know, in poker tournaments, things can change very quickly, and as the blinds go up, you got to continue to get lucky to end up on top.
The 4 players on the relatively short stacks right now, Noah Schwartz, Bryn Kenny, Brandon Steven, and Phil Locke, all really looking to hit a hot streak at this point and get some breathing room as the blinds escalate. Those blinds at 15 and 30,000 right now with an ante of 5K. Every orbit is going to cost them 40,000 in antes and 45,000 in blinds. That's not cheap. Here comes the flop, 9-7-4 with a couple of hearts.
Yeah, I think he felt a little bit uncomfortable because he had bloated the pot so much. This 3-bet.
While Jason Les might be feeling uncomfortable, Lucky and even win seats to big WPT events. So get to your computer. Already and log on to clubwpt.com. And while you're doing that, we're going to check out our Alpha 8 Vegas prize pool, $5.395 million.
To make a raise, probably the more standard play, but I really wouldn't mind if he just put his chips at risk. And forced one of his opponents to come up with a premium hand.
Yeah, Noah starting this hand. Six-five tray rainbow. Chewy checks. Noah checks back.
Yeah, I don't like this check. Definitely just a function of being
Sinking feeling in the pit of Noah Schwartz's stomach.
At the same time, though, Noah can call, and if he's wrong, he still has some chips left. I really don't like this bet by Chewy. Sometimes it's good strategically, but in this case, and also with Jason less with two queens earlier, I think those were real mistakes that these pros have made.
I didn't notice it.
Yeah, it's the difference between walking away negative 100,000 or
his opponents.
$755.
Yeah, we talked about the squeeze play earlier. This is not one of those situations in which that applies. The size of about chipping up, is it? You want to have your sights set on that number one $2.1 million first place prize.
Yeah, some of these conservative plays that we've seen thus far, I expect not to see going forward. Everyone is feeling much more comfortable. They're in the money, and like you said, they're looking for that first place prize.
With Brian Rust eliminating his good friend Phil Luck and Brad and Steven back-to-back, we now have two dominant chip leaders in Lucky Chewy and Rust. Guys, how does this change the dynamic at the table?
Well, honestly, I mean, I think the main thing that changed the dynamic at the table is that we've burst the money bubble. That is going to make it so that the small stacks go from playing very conservatively, trying to sneak into the money, to now playing much more aggressively, willing to get their chips in the middle, trying to double up and give themselves a chance to win that $2.1 million first place prize.
Yeah, but on deck, it's the $323,000 and change. He's going to put 10% of his stack to start the hand into play right now in the form of a raise to $100,000. Gets through a couple of players, make it 3, and back around to Tom Marchese, who looks down at 2 7s.
So Tom in the big blind is getting a good price. I think Tom could reasonably call or try to put pressure on Bryn. I probably would just go all in here and force Bryn to have a real hand, but Tom electing to just call and see a flop.
Yeah. He's going to be forced to play out of position here. And the flop. King, 10, deuce. A pair of 10s for Bryn Kenny, the best hand right now.
How much in blues is that cheese? Like 10? Exactly 10.
So Bryn with middle pair here and no heart, decides to check back. I don't mind this play. I think it's fine.
And the turn card, a 7 of spades. More than fine if you're Tom Marchese.
To just check and win.
So hearts.
Kenny hoping, obviously, that 2 pair were good there. Marchese takes that pot down and puts Bryn Kenny in an even worse spot than he was just moments ago.
That was a strong turn. Yeah, it's a nice looking turn for you. Bad looking river.
Millions still at stake here in Vegas.
Winning a big hand in Vegas is every poker player's dream. Now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and free. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and play.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour Alpha 8 final table here at Bellagio, where the story at this point, given that we've burst the money bubble, is the two short stacks of Bryn Kenny and Noah Schwartz, sitting on $850,000 apiece, roughly. Olivier, are they going to be leaning on one another and hoping for the other's demise so they can chip up? There's over $100,000 prize money difference between 6th and 5th.
If I were in either Bryn or Noah's shoes, I would definitely be a little bit more willing to get my chips in. I'd be aggressive, trying to double up and give myself a chance for that 1st or 2nd place prize money.
Aggressive and not conservative.
Yeah, that would be my approach at this point. You're already in the money, you're already guaranteed profit. The money difference between 5th and 6th seems like a lot of money, but it's much less than the money difference between 6th and 7th, and much less than the money difference between 1st and 2nd. So I would definitely be going for the top 2 spots.
Andrew Lichtenberger, action on him. He is the massive, overwhelming chip leader with almost $6.5 million in front of him, and he's going to put some of it to work right here with 8-6 suited.
I'm all in.
Pocket jacks for Bryn Kenny, who instantly moves all in for $845, and Noah Schwartz has 2 queens.
845.
Very unlucky for Bryn that Noah Schwartz, right behind him, wakes up with 2 queens.
All in.
Now over to Jason Less. Takes a peek at pocket 9s and with a quick and easy fold.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hand you could consider, but ultimately I think you have to decide to let it go, and Jason just did that quicker than most would have, I think.
Lucky Chewy lets it go as well, leaving these 2 short stacks to duke it out. Jacks against queens. Schwartz, the overwhelming favorite heading to the flop. Kenny is going to need some help. He does have Schwartz slightly covered, but it's not going to mean much. Whoever wins this pot, likely to send the other packing. Ace, king, 6 on the board. 2 queens still looking good.
No real help for Bryn there.
Yeah, Kenny knows he's in trouble. Needs to hit a set or a runner. Here comes a turn. It's a 7 of clubs, no help. And now it's 2 outs once for Bryn Kenny to stay alive. No, it's the ace of clubs, and he's down to just 5,000, Olivier.
Yeah, it's something you rarely see when a player is down to just the ante. Obviously, it only happens when 2 players are all in and their stacks are close enough. And this is what happened here. Bryn Kenny and Noah Schwartz both waking up with big hands, big enough to get their stacks in. Bryn just on the unfortunate side of that cooler.
Yeah, and on the fortunate side, Noah Schwartz, who's going to have some breathing room moving forward. Actually, some play to his stack.
Jeez, you fold the ace-4, kid. You got nuts, double knockout.
Kenny not bothering to look at his hand as he is all in for the ante. Still 40,000 to go for the rest of the field.
He's automatically all in. Bryn doesn't have any options.
Couple of folds over to Brian Rast. Still 40,000 to go. The man they call Cheese, Tom Marchese, limps in with ace-4 offsuit, and Andrew says run it with king-8.
And I can't imagine either Tom or Chewy bluffing ever at this pot. They're going to want to make sure that they give themselves the best chance possible to bust Bryn and move up in the money.
Ace-Jack 6 on the board, top pair for Tom. He's going to fire 50,000. Quick fold from Andrew.
What do we got, Cheese?
And Bryn says, what do we got?
That's going to be a tough hand to beat with 2 random cards.
It's aces against Queen 7. Bryn in trouble. Just 3% to win the hand.
Bryn has to hit 2 cards in a row.
Will he get help on the turn? Or will the river be just a formality? Bryn's up out of his chair. But it ain't over yet. 10 of diamonds, Olivier.
Yeah, one of the best cards you could see. Now Bryn has a gut shot. Any king would give him the best hand.
And the river card. It's the 4 of diamonds. And that's it. Bryn Kenny is your 6th place finisher, taking home $323,000 and change, and leaving 5 players left at our final table.
Yeah, and not just 5 players, but because the 2 shorter stacks got all in versus each other, now we have no short stacks left in the tournament. And as we move forward, that should create for a really interesting dynamic with deeper stacks and this high caliber level of field remaining.
And let's head down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's with Bryn Kenny now.
Oh, Bryn, that's got to be a painful chip in a chair, huh?
Whatever, that's poker.
Yeah.
Play well for 2 days, make a mistake, and tournament's over usually.
Yeah. And the good news is that you've tripled your money.
As long as you could laugh about it, that's the only important thing.
Exactly. I'm impressed. You're smiling. Great. All right. Well, thank you so much, Bryn.
Thank you.
And well done. Congratulations
Great,
on
thanks.
6th place. That is it from us here at Alpha 8 Las Vegas. Make sure you stay tuned as we continue our coverage next time. For Arlene Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. In the world of high-stakes poker, winning the jackpot takes a lot more than just pushing a button. You need the backbone to bet and bluff your way to riches. This is WPT Alpha 8. Las Vegas and the fountains of Bellagio provide the perfect welcome to a world of absolute luxury and indulgence. It's here where the excitement of high-stakes poker is at home, and tonight we are closer to finding out who will become the next A8 champion. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, here to bring you VIP access to our continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. We are at a crucial point in this competition. Let's get right to the electrifying action with A8's own high-rolling experts, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, stationed over at the club WPT.com Skybox. Hi, guys.
Hello, Lynn. The big story here today, obviously the $2.1 million in prize money that will be going to first place, courtesy of that over $5.3 million prize pool collected via 55 entries from 44 unique players, 39 of whom have been shown the door. We are down to just 5 hopefuls. $431,000 will be going to 5th place, but of course, it's first that everyone has their eyes on right now. Olivier, what are your thoughts about these 5?
All right, well, first of all, like you said, these guys are playing for a lot of money. The entry fee was huge, $100,000, and there was a huge field. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that normally at this stage in a tournament, there's at least one relatively short stack, and that really affects the play. It makes the middle stacks forced to play a little bit more conservatively as they try to chip up, and it gives the big stacks an advantage that can put pressure on the middle stacks. At this point, though, we have 2 chip leaders, Brian Rast and Andrew Lichtenberger, and we have 3 essentially middle stacks, Noah Schwartz, Tom Marchese, and Jason Les. All 5 players are elite professional players. There are no soft spots here. So the players are going to have to really play their best and get lucky to try to get that $2.1 million first place prize.
If you're one of the middle stacks, though, your job is a little different than the big stacks.
Yeah, and it also depends on where you're seated. I mean, if I'm Tom Marchese, I got to play a little bit more conservatively. Chewy, our chip leader, is on my left, and then the most aggressive, loosest opener, Brian, is directly on my right. However, if I'm Jason or if I'm Noah Schwartz, I'll probably play a little bit more aggressively. I'll take a few more chances because there's no one that's immediately in danger of busting, so I'm going to try to chip up and give myself a chance to actually win the tournament.
Let's look at the actual stack sizes. You see the leader, Lichtenberger, 6.185 million, followed by Brian Rast at roughly 4.5. And then it's just about 2 million for the other 3, Noah, Jason, and Tom. As we send it down to the final table, where the blinds are 25 and 50,000, the antes are 5,000, and the mood is light, Olivier.
What do you say?
Yeah, the mood always gets a little bit more comfortable and casual after that money bubble burst.
Not the amount of relaxation you might be expecting out of 5 players who are battling for $2.1 million in first place money.
At the same time, though, everyone is in the money now. Everyone's guaranteed a pretty nice profit, so there is going to be some level of comfort that didn't exist before we burst the bubble.
Yeah, 5th place worth $431,000.
If I do it again, he's going to be the cheese.
Tom Marchese has opened the action with a raise to $115,000 with pocket 3s, and it's pocket 6s for Jason Les.
Nice looking hand in the big blind. Very easy to defend.
It's a shame because I went 5 more than I wanted to. I got that extra 5 out of him.
Les with the huge advantage until, of course, you see that flop. Quads for Tom Marchese, and Jason Les is just 1% to make the best hand.
Absolute monster flop, obviously, for Tom, and he does check it, hoping that Jason will either take a shot or hit a hand on the turn.
Turn card produces a 3rd heart.
Now, if I were Jason, I would almost always lead here. Interesting check, very conservative play. Maybe he was suspicious that Tom checked this relatively dry flop with 2 3s on it.
Marchese bets $135,000.
Jason seems very locked into this hand. He's really taking his time here.
and
Wow.
Les just lays it down.
I gotta say, from a theoretical point of view, if you were just describe that hand in a vacuum, almost no one would advocate making that fold. I would have to say, Jason, with the experience that he has, maybe he had a read in that situation, or he just felt the situation being at the table with Tom. I have to give Jason a lot of credit. That was a really impressive fold.
You and I talk about how hard-working a lot of these players are, and one of the ways in which they've been putting in work is in that arena that you talked about, reading other guys at the table.
Yeah, and you know, the reality is, after you've done something and put a lot of time and effort into getting good at something like poker, you develop this sixth sense, this intuition, and this feel for situations, for players, and maybe Jason was just, you know, using that intuition that he's developed over time to make that decision, and it ended up being a great one. A really impressive fold.
Noah Schwartz on the button with ace-3 suited, makes it 110,000 to go. Now to Jason, who just made that very impressive read with king-10 offsuit in the small blind. If you don't know who Jason Les is, well, it's his first Alpha 8 appearance. He's an online high-stakes heads-up cash game specialist. Started playing live high roller events just last year and has made the call here, which invites Brian Rast into the pot. Les started playing poker at UC Irvine. He actually graduated with a computer science degree, was going to be a software engineer, but he knew he loved poker too much to do that. Swing and a miss for all three players on this flop, which is queen 7-6. Couple of hearts checked around.
No one has any pair, any real draw here.
Turn pairs the board with another 6.
I think if any player showed any aggression, they would win this pot, but a little bit unlikely that any player does, simply because they really don't have much of a hand, any equity, any real chance to make a hand.
Checked around again, and now 3 on the river.
So Noah improves his hand to a pair of 3s, but from a relative point of view, it's unlikely that Noah didn't have the best hand on the turn and that this 3 has now made him the best hand.
And Jason Les bets 140,000. He says, if you guys don't want the 355K in the middle, I do. Rast lays down, and now over to Schwartz.
The only problem with this bet is that Jason isn't representing too many hands. I guess he could have a 7, maybe even a hand like 2 8s, maybe a weak queen, but from the small blind, I don't think that represents a big percentage of his hands. So I think Noah's instincts are pretty good to consider calling here.
He's reached out and grabbed enough for that call, and he's going to slip it into the middle. A look at king high, and shows Les the ace-3.
Nice call there by Noah Schwartz.
Not a bad bet by Les, or would you have maybe favored checking after you've already checked the flop and the turn?
I probably wouldn't have made a standard size bet. I would have bet pretty rarely in that spot, and if I did, I probably would have made an oversized bet to make it look like I had I'd been planning on trapping the turn, and since no one bet, I was trying to compensate by getting extra chips in on the river.
Action on Les.
That's a very interesting fold from Jason Les.
Yeah,
I mean,
pocket threes right into the muck.
Now, Jason might be playing more than a normal conservative style just because Brian is on his left, and Brian's a very aggressive player, but I'm not sure I fully agree with folding a pocket pair there.
Brian has made it 115,000 to go on the button with his ace. And now over to Chewy, who's got 3-5 offsuit, but will defend.
Yeah, Chewy has an enormous amount of experience playing heads up. He's got the most chips at the table, and since he already just calls with most of his strong hands, he's probably going to be able to feel comfortable playing his weaker hands the same way.
Look at this flop, Olivier. Ace, 5-3, both players with 2 pair. Rast's aces and 5s better than Chewy's 5s and 3s.
And depending on how the board runs out, this is almost always just going to go check, bet, call, check, bet, call, check, bet, call. And Chewy should lose 3 solid bets here. Really unlucky cooler for Chewy here.
Yeah, so far it's 110K for Chewy, who checked, let Brian bet, and call, just like you said, Olivier. And again, he's checked the turn after the jack shows up.
And we've seen throughout this tournament, that is the style that Chewy likes to play. And to be honest, it's a style that many pros are utilizing.
A little over a half pot size bet from Rast, 270,000.
And there's just nothing Chewy can do except for check call on this turn. The only way he can get away is if the river is a jack, maybe a 5.
And Chewy makes the call for 270. And here comes the river. Oh, it's a 5. Chewy has hit a full house, 5s full of 3s, but Rast has him crushed with 5s full of aces.
So obviously this is the worst possible card for Chewy. I mean, now he's trapping. Now he's probably going to check raise here. And I mean, they might get all in. I mean, this is an incredible card.
Rast bets 640,000.
Big bet here from Rast. But again, Chewy's loving it. I mean, Chewy just made a full house. Chewy does decide to raise, and he does have a full house.
Yeah, he's made it $1 million more for Brian to call.
I'm all in.
Rast moves all in.
Yeah, of course. Brian, with fives full of aces, really not afraid of Chewy either having jacks or pocket aces himself, so deciding to go all in. And Chewy is just in a terrible spot here. He knows he doesn't really beat any bluffs, but at the same time, his hand is just so strong. Brian is a pretty aggressive player. The pot is already so large, it'll be very tough for Chewy to fold.
Not impossible, though?
Not impossible. I mean, that's why he's taking his time. If anybody can make this fold, it's him. He understands that his hand, even though it's so strong, given the action, is now just a bluff catcher. incredibly aggressive image.
Schwartz has a degree in finance, and he is certainly loading up on this stock.
I'm all in.
All in.
Rast moving all in. Snap call from Schwartz. Oops.
A little bit of a disaster for Brian. Not too much he could do. He definitely could have considered folding. I don't think Noah Schwartz is actually for betting with that wide of a range, but still.
Yeah, 91 to 7% advantage for Schwartz heading to the flop. And it's even worse after that board reads 99 to 1%. Waiting on the turn, it's the king of hearts, no help to Rast, and the river will be a formality as Noah Schwartz doubles through second in chip, Brian Rast.
A little bit of a cooler here for Brian. Very fortunate setup for Noah Schwartz.
Noah paying close attention to the count here, making sure he gets each and every chip he's entitled to. We'll count it down and come right back with some chip counts. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour Alpha 8 from Las Vegas, where a short time ago, Noah Schwartz, who was on a smallish stack, doubled through Brian Rast, and now finds himself having climbed up the leaderboard, sitting on a stack of over 6 million, just a few $100,000 shy of our chip leader, Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger. And I gotta tell you, we haven't heard much from Andrew of late.
Yeah, Chewy just hasn't gotten that many hands. And you got to give him credit. He's being patient, being disciplined, not trying to force it. A lot of times, players, when they have the chip lead, they try to force the action regardless of the quality of their hands. And Noah Schwartz, courtesy of that semi-cooler with pocket aces, now right there, giving himself a great chance to make a run and ultimately claim this title.
And how will he react to this newfound stack of his on the button with Queen 10 offsuit?
Queen 10, an easy raise. And because Noah has position on Chewy, after Chewy folds, Noah's now the chip leader of the remaining three. He can't bust in any individual hand, and that's going to give him an increased level of confidence and comfort.
He's made it 175,000 to go, and now Brian Rast in the small blind with Jack 7 suited.
Brian might be tilting a little bit after that ace-queen pocket aces hand, trying to get some of those chips back.
Oh, and he seeks revenge in the form of a 3-bet to 430,000, but Marchese wakes up with 2 9s in the big.
Pretty big hand here for Tom, and Tom knows full well how aggressive Brian is and has been playing, so I don't expect Tom to let go with 2 9s. Tom has about 25 big blinds to start this hand.
All in.
And he's gonna move them all in here.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the right play.
Can't just call.
No, you can't just call this 3-bet, even though you're in position, especially not with this stack, and you're just hoping you don't get snapped off, but it's a really great spot when both players fold, which is definitely what's going to happen here. Brian taking a little bit of extra time, but no chance of him calling here with Jack High.
And we talk about this posturing, but is there ever a time where you say to yourself, it's important for me to take my time here and not make it appear as though I was really light?
There are times. I don't think this is one of them. I honestly think he's taking a little bit of extra time, probably because he's a little bit frustrated and he wants to just give himself a chance to calm down. The last thing you want to do, especially in such a high equity situation as these 4 players are in right now, is let your emotions get the best of you, make poor decisions, and ultimately finish in a spot that was worse than you could have finished.
Well, Marchese picked up a good-sized pot without even having to take a flop, and here he'll lay down, as will Chewy on the button.
Yeah, it was a huge increase to Tom's stack there.
It's back over to Schwartz with ace-5 suited.
Schwartz is in the small blind, and his opponent has about 25 big blinds to start this hand. I think this is definitely just a limp in here. Schwartz decides to raise, but I don't like this play at all.
You talked about the high equity situation, difference in prize money between 4th and 3rd place, over $210,000.
So Brian picking up a huge hand with pocket jacks in the big blind, decides to 3-bet it. I like this play. And Schwartz is in a bad spot here, mostly a function of his decision to raise with this hand pre-flop. If he had just limped in, oh wow.
Oh, and he moves all in. Oh. Rast with a snap call, and this is a mistake.
Yeah, this is a mistake. I mean, Brian is definitely going to be bluffing sometimes, but I just don't think with his stack it was necessary for Noah to do this.
2 million, 2.2?
I think it's about 2. Just over 2, less than 2.1.
Noah you know, seemingly getting a little bit careless after winning that big pot early.
Well, let's take a look at the flop. It's queen 10-9 with a couple of hearts. Schwartz looking for a heart or an ace to send Rast packing. The turn won't do it. Can he hit on the river? He cannot. It's a king, giving Brian Rast a king high straight, and he will double back through Noah Schwartz.
Bouncing ball, you guys, up and down. Can't seem to find a spot. Nice. Once in a blue moon. I give yourself more credit than that.
Yeah, okay.
And for Noah Schwartz, that is certainly not the way he wanted to close this evening's action. Momentum certainly was on his side, and he gave it up real quick.
Yeah, the stacks have definitely pretty much balanced out, and we'll have to see how that changes the dynamic going forward.
We are so close to crowning our champion here at WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas, so make sure you join us next time. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. With high risk comes high reward. One gutsy poker player is guaranteed over $2 million. Tonight, we crown a champion. This is WPT Alpha 8. The world-famous Bellagio, the gold standard of high-stakes poker and the ultimate setting for the conclusion of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. Tonight, it all comes down to this. 3 days ago, a collection of elite and well-funded players walked into the famed Bellagio poker room, all of them willing to shell out the $100,000 entry fee. For many, that investment turned to dust as they found themselves on the losing end of a big hand. But for our remaining players, their guts, determination, great play and good fortune have put them in line to cash in a big way. As we head into the final stretch, I'm delighted to send it over to Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet at the club WPT.com Skybox. Guys, what an exciting night.
Yes, exciting indeed for all three of us, Lynn, yourself, me, Olivier, and of course, the four players who are seated at the final table right now, two of whom are going to walk away with at least $1 million in prize money. 55 entries, 44 players, and now it's come to this. What's the story four-handed?
Well, at this point, I think the most important thing to pay attention to is the relationship between the blinds and the chip stacks.
So talk us through these four remaining pros. Andrew Lichtenberger has had the chip lead for some time now. He's on 2 buy-ins. Really disciplined facade, really disciplined demeanor at the table.
Yeah, Chewy is one of the best thinkers in poker. We've seen him play a little bit of a different style from some of the other players, but an internally consistent one, and that's really the key. And with his chip stack, I think he's definitely the favorite to take the title down at this point.
Consistency, not the kind of word we can use to describe Noah Schwartz's experience over the last few rounds of this tournament, up and down.
Yeah, Schwartz has had a little bit of a more volatile run, but he's a solid and very experienced pro, and if he gets his hands on a few more chips, he has as good a shot as anyone of taking it down.
Tom Marchese on the short stack, but you've played with him plenty. You know he's not to be counted out.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter how many chips Tom has, he'll always find a way to make great decisions. He's a little bit short stacked now, so he's a little handcuffed in terms of his decision making, but if he gets chips, he is going to be a huge threat.
On the topic of decisions, the more unorthodox variety tends to come out of camp Brian Rast.
Yeah, Brian is one of those players where if he's running well and he's playing with confidence, he is as good as it gets. But on the flip side, if his bluffs aren't working, there's a chance that he could snowball out of control. So we'll have to see if he's able to spin that momentum in his favor. If he is, I think he's got a great shot at winning.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword for Brian Rast. As we look at the chip counts, you see Lucky Chewy way out in front, Rast in second, Noah Schwartz in third, and Marchese with not quite the short stack, around 2.2 million, but certainly approaching that distinction.
Yeah, I mean, under 30 big blinds, you know, Tom is definitely going to be the most likely player to get his stack in and look for an opportunity to double up.
Action begins on Chewy. Blinds are at 40 and 80,000 with a 5K ante. And with King 9 offsuit, Chewy makes it 180,000 to go. Schwartz folds the button and over to Brian Rast.
And it's important to, you know, to mention it. We say it all the time, but as you get fewer and fewer players at the table, hand values start to rise, and you need to start playing more hands, getting involved in more situations.
2 8s for Rast, good for a call from the small blind, and that invites Marchese in with his pocket 4s. 3-way action to the flop.
Brian 3-bets a lot from the small blind. I think he could have considered 3-betting with 2 8s, but since the opener was Chewy with the chip lead, I think it makes sense to just call and play a little bit more conservatively.
Jack, Trey, Deuce on the board. Rainbow, both the pocket pairs checking over to the king high of Chewy.
Chewy doesn't have too much equity, a backdoor straight draw plus a king high, but the 2 and the 3 are relatively unlikely cards to hit his opponent, so that's the main reason that Chewy does decide to c-bet here, 240,000.
You see Rast calling the 240,000. Marchese knows better than to continue, and it's down to heads up. Turn card, a 4, and Tom Marchese would have hit a set. He can't hide the disappointment.
Yeah, it's always a little bit frustrating when you fold a hand that would have made a very strong hand, but after a bet and a call, I think it's pretty reasonable for Tom to just fold 2 4s.
Rast knuckles the 8s a second time, and Chewy is going to knuckle behind him.
At 4, much more likely to help Brian's hand than it is Chewy's hand.
10 on the river, and with 1 million and change out there, action on Brian Rast.
I think Brian can reasonably bet for value here on the river or check call. I think his hand can play well either way.
Is he checking to try to induce a bluff here rather than bet and let Andrew off the hook potentially?
I think that's definitely the main reason to check, is to let Andrew do exactly what he's doing and then call the bet.
480,000 is the number, and it's on Brian Rast. Not a small bet.
No, not a small bet, but also not huge, you know, a little under half the pot. So I think Brian can just call here and be pretty comfortable that it's long-term a profitable play.
He's counting out some chips.
This doesn't look like a call.
No, and indeed it isn't. He has check raised it to 138.
I think the main reason he check raises is just because since Chewy went bet, check, bet, his range is relatively capped. It's very unlikely that Chewy has an extremely strong hand, like a straight or 2 pair. So Brian is trying to represent a big hand, but at the same time, Brian's hand
There are 24 million people living in Australia. 21 million of them are online, but 3 million aren't. And many of those who aren't are over 50. That's a lot of older Australians who probably feel just a little bit isolated from the rest of us. Helping these people to engage with the online world is becoming more and more important if we're going to create a more inclusive society. To help this happen, community organisations are getting together to help older Australians get online. These community partners are part of a new movement called Be Connected, and they are making a big difference to the lives of digitally excluded older Australians. Good Things Foundation is helping Be Connected get every Australian online. We're a global charity that supports digitally excluded people, and we're delighted to be supporting the Be Connected network. Working with partners, we have helped more than 2 million people to improve their basic digital skills. By bringing together thousands of different organisations, Be Connected can reach into communities and help make a big difference to the lives of digitally excluded people. We're supporting community organisations across Australia who want to be part of the Be Connected network. If you're a local community organisation, Be Connected can help with your cause. We'll support you with training, events, dedicated network coordinators, funding applications, learning content, an online forum, a helpline, and much, much more. So if you're already providing digital skills locally, then you may want to benefit from all the support that's on offer. If you'd like to know more about Be Connected and how your organisation